Chapter 2708. What's wrong? Are you scared? Fang Chen didn't want to argue with Lan Su, but Lan Su thought that he was scared. Fang Chen found it ridiculous that he would meet such an idiot wherever he went. You want to leave after killing someone? Do you think you can do it? Lan Su's aura surged, and his sword chi rushed towards Fang Chen. Inside the summit hall, the atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone knew that Lan Su was pressuring Fang Chen with his powerful sword chi. No matter how powerful the sword chi was, Fang Chen didn't move, and his face didn't even change. This scene made Ziqiang Fairy even more curious. How strong is Fang Chen? Others think that he is just playing to the gallery, but I don't think so. Ziqiang Fairy thought to herself. His expression doesn't look like a weakling at all. He is pretending to be weak. Thinking of this, Ziqiang Fairy's eyes lit up. She was surprised to see Fang Chen. I said that your sword Dao can't be called sword Dao. Fang Chen shook his head, and his words dispersed the powerful sword chi around him. Fang Chen repeatedly humiliated Lan Su with his sword Dao, and Lan Su was furious. You keep saying that I don't understand sword Dao, so you're also a sword cultivator? Lan Su said. You think that your sword Dao is strong, so why do you have to explain it to everyone here? In the face of Lan Su's sarcasm, Fang Chen turned and walked out of the hall. Whoosh! A resplendent sword light shot out from Fang Chen's finger. It carried a vast amount of power as it shot towards Lan Su. Lan Su was caught off guard, and his clothes were pierced by the sword chi. If you want to fight, let's fight. Lan Su took a step forward and rushed out of the hall. The disciples outside didn't know what happened in the hall. Isn't that Fang Chen who offended Li Xinlong? Why did he come out? Was he forced out by Li Xinlong? Huh? Who was the man behind him? When the disciples saw Lan Su, their expressions changed drastically. In the sky, Fang Chen and Lan Su faced each other. The atmosphere in the air was very heavy. Brat, I'll let you know the outcome of offending me. Lan Su said solemnly. Many geniuses walked out of the summit hall. Cut the crap. If you don't make a move now, you'll never have the chance, Fang Chen said. You whoosh. In the sky, as Lan Su waved his long sword, beams of resplendent sword light shot out. These sword lights converged in midair, condensing into a vast sword shadow. The sword shadow contained an extremely powerful force. Fine. Fang Chen glanced at Lan Su's swordsmanship and shook his head gently. I'll let you know what the real sword principle is. With that, Fang Chen flicked his finger and replaced the sword light with his finger. Activating the Azura sword skill, Lin Fan's radiant finger light formed a powerful sword light in the air. What's that? The geniuses standing in front of the summit hall widened their eyes, their hearts trembling. Fairy Ziqiang's mouth was wide open. She was shocked to the extreme. As the third in-name disciple, she felt her heart palpitate at this moment. I've never seen such a heaven-defying swordsmanship. It's too strong. Is this still swordsmanship? Those in-name disciples who were ranked higher were shocked and stared blankly at the void. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The swordsmanship that Lan Su was so proud of shattered like glass. At the same time, Lan Su's body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. The sword principle is not what you said at all. Fang Chen looked down at Lan Su condescendingly, surrounded by sword chi. You don't understand the real sword principle at all. You boast that you're strong in the sword principle. What a joke. In Fang Chen's view, Lan Su was just deceiving himself. No, I won't lose. Lan Su shook his head and fell into madness. He roared to the sky and rushed towards Fang Chen again. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the latter's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a purple light suddenly blocked in front of Lan Su. How about giving me some face? Fairy Ziqiang looked at Fang Chen and said with a smile, Fine, I'll give you some face. Fang Chen shrugged and retracted his chi. Below, many disciples were shocked. Was this still the new disciple they were talking about? Was this still the arrogant new disciple who hid in Ziming Garden and dare not come out? I can't accept this. Lan Su was indignant and roared furiously. However, Fairy Ziqiang gently nodded. You're no match for him. If I didn't stop him, you would have followed in Li Xinlong's footsteps. Come back. A few of the disciples who were ranked at the front yelled. Lan Su lowered his head like a stray dog and quickly left the summit hall. I really didn't expect Brother Fong to be so secretive. It really opened my eyes. A man in red said with a smile. The annual gathering is still going on. I boldly invite Brother Fong to solve the doubts of many sword cultivator disciples. Is that okay? The person who spoke was the number 1 nominal disciple, called Qi Xiao. Fong Chun wanted to refuse, but seeing the expectant eyes of many sword cultivators below, he nodded and agreed. In the summit hall, after experiencing the previous incident, Fong Chun had become the genius of the nominal peak. Even Qi Xiao felt that Fong Chun's strength was too strong. Even if he took action, there was not much chance of winning. Many people are often confused when they comprehend the Sword Dao. The most important thing to cultivate the Sword Dao is the state of mind, not the swordsmanship. Fong Chun spoke with assurance. What he said was his own personal experience. He explained for about half an hour, during which no one interrupted his explanation. Those sword cultivator disciples were even more dumbfounded. It turned out that the Sword Dao could be cultivated like this. A door seemed to have opened in their minds. Ha ha! Great. After listening to Senior Brother Fong's explanation, I feel enlightened. Yes, Senior Brother Fong is the number 1 sword cultivator of the nominal peak. Such Sword Dao is much stronger than Lan Su. Now I finally understand why Senior Brother Fong disdained to fight Lan Su. The Sword Dao genius is none other than Senior Brother Fong. Countless words of praise swarmed in. The gathering continued, and many disciples learned from each other. As for Fong Chun, he quietly left the summit hall. Ziming Garden, in the 100 courtyard. As soon as Fong Chun entered the door, Fairy Ziqiang came. Fong Chun. Fairy Ziqiang called. Can you come my courtyard for a chat? Huh? What's the matter? Fong Chun asked puzzledly. I'm very curious about you, and even more curious about your identity and origin. I think we can sit down and have a good talk. Fairy Ziqiang said. Fong Chun stared at Fairy Ziqiang, and in the end, he agreed. The third courtyard was filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. It was like a paradise on earth. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the third courtyard, it was so much better than his 100th courtyard. If you like, you can have one of the top 10 courtyards. Fairy Ziqiang seemed to have seen through Fong Chun's thoughts. She walked to the center of the garden and sat on a stone bench. Fong Chun shook his head. His ambition wasn't here, so a courtyard wasn't very attractive to him. Sit. Fairy Ziqiang pointed to the stone bench beside her. Fong Chun sat down and looked at Fairy Ziqiang. What do you want to say? From the beginning, I felt that you were extraordinary, and I was right. Fairy Ziqiang said, I can sense a special aura on your body, the kind that comes from the wilderness. Huh? Fong Chun frowned, trying to figure out what Fairy Ziqiang meant. You are not from the primordial chaos, but from the remote primordial chaos void. Fairy Ziqiang said softly. Hearing that, Fong Chun's expression changed, and he stared at Fairy Ziqiang. Fairy Ziqiang smiled at him. Don't be so tense. I mean you no harm. Fairy Ziqiang stretched out her hand, and suddenly, a powerful aura surrounded her. Because I also come from the remote primordial chaos void. We're the same kind of people, Fairy Ziqiang said. Fong Chun carefully sensed the aura released by Fairy Ziqiang. Indeed, there was a special kind of aura. You call me here just to talk about this? Fong Chun asked. Fairy Ziqiang shook her head. Of course not. Chapter 2709. Looking for me? Fong Chun was even more surprised. Why would Ziqiang Fairy want to see him? Was it just because they were both from the chaotic void? Fong Chun had a feeling that Ziqiang Fairy had been trying to get close to him ever since he met her. He looked up and observed Ziqiang Fairy up close. The latter's face lit up with a smile. I am from the West Mist. What about you? Why don't you introduce yourself? Ziqiang Fairy pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry. I won't expose your identity. I am from the ancient Saint Chaos. Ziqiang Fairy had never heard of the ancient Saint Chaos. After I was chosen by the emissary, I came to Tianshu Yuan. Unfortunately, due to my personal reasons, I have not made any progress in my cultivation. Since then, I have become the laughingstock of Tianshu Yuan. What does that have to do with you looking for me? Fang Chen asked. I found an ancient ruin in the territory of the Tianshu courtyard. If we can get it, it will definitely increase our strength. Fairy Zi Qiong said. Unfortunately, I've tried many times, but I can't get into the ruin. You want my help? Fang Chen asked. Why did you choose me? Because the natives of the ancient Saint Chaos despise all outsiders. Although I have made a name for myself on the nominal peak, I am nothing in the eyes of the official disciples. All these years, I've been enduring silently, waiting for help. Your appearance just gave me the feeling that help is coming. Fairy Zi Qiong didn't hide anything and told Fang Chen everything. Why should I help you? Fang Chen asked. Zi Qiong Fairy pondered. That relic might have been left behind by a powerful sword cultivator. It is very important to you. As for me, I only need the illusory sky flower in the ruins. You were able to defeat Lan Su with one finger. Your strength is enough to make you one of the top official disciples. Your stage is no longer here. You need to be strong enough to strengthen yourself. Work with me, and you will get what you want. Zi Qiong Fairy said. Fang Chen thought for a moment. Deal. Zi Qiong Fairy smiled and reached out her hand. I look forward to working with you. When are we leaving? The annual gathering isn't over yet. You're already a celebrity on the named peak. If we leave now, people will start speculating. Wait for my news. Fairy Zi Qiong said. Fang Chen nodded and left. Looking at his back, Fairy Zi Qiong was lost in her own thoughts. She seemed to be lost in her memories. The annual gathering that lasted for 3 days finally came to an end. Fang Chen's name resounded throughout the nominal peak. Many disciples were talking about him, especially when he killed Li Xinlong with his fist and defeated Lan Su with his finger. It had already become the topic of discussion after meals. After Elder Grey Robe heard the news, he couldn't wake up from the shock for a long time. No wonder the mayor of Tianshu Yuan personally came here for him. Finally, Elder Grey Robe knew the reason. On this day, many senior members of the nominal peak held an emergency meeting to discuss the issue of Fang Chen. The next day, there was finally a conclusion about Fang Chen killing 2 fellow disciples at the annual gathering. The senior members announced that Li Xinlong and Lan Su were the ones who provoked them first. Fang Chen didn't violate the rules, so he didn't need to be punished. Everyone already knew that the Tianshu Yuan wouldn't let a genius like Fang Chen go unpunished. Why would they punish him for 2 dead disciples? Just when everyone was talking about it, another bombshell came out. Given that Fang Chen's strength was far superior to the disciples of the same level, the disciples of the nominal peak were re-ranked. After a comprehensive consideration, many senior members of the nominal peak believed that Fang Chen could be ranked 3rd. When the news came out, the entire nominal peak was shocked. A newcomer who came to the nominal peak less than a month ago was suddenly ranked 3rd and pushed Fairy Zi Qiong out of the top 3. Wasn't this too much? Fang Chen's strength is obvious to all. There is no problem for him to be in the top 3. That's right. He defeated Lan Su with one finger. If it weren't for Fairy Zi Qiong, Lan Su would have been dead. Even Qi Xiu could barely do that. Some people even thought that Fang Chen's strength was enough to compete with Qi Xiu. Of course, there were also some people who thought that this decision was too reckless. To be able to be in the top 5 disciples, which one of them didn't go through the test of blood, wasn't it too early to make a conclusion based on only 3 battles? However, no matter what they said, it couldn't change the fact. When he was informed that he could move to the 3rd courtyard, Fang Chen directly refused. Since he had already cooperated with Fairy Zi Qiong, why would he take her courtyard? Many disciples were dumbfounded by Fang Chen's refusal. A new round of speculation was incessant. Most people thought that Fang Chen was obsessed with Fairy Zi Qiong's beauty, so he gave up the 3rd courtyard to her. When Fairy Zi Qiong heard these words, she smiled gently and didn't say anything. For her, the most important thing was to cooperate with Fang Chen and get the illusion flower. Otherwise, all these years of forbearance would be in vain. In the 100th courtyard, Fang Chun had found a trace of similarity between the Azura sword art and the clear sky sword art. Whoosh! His figure flickered, shuttling back and forth, and the hidden star sword in his hand was also constantly waving. A ray of Azura sword light and a ray of clear sky sword light burst out from the hidden star sword one after another. Condense. When the two rays of sword light were suspended in midair, Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. Two completely different sword principle auras emerged from his body. In the next moment, something incredible happened. The two rays of sword light were actually merging. Hiss! In a flash, the two rays of sword light merged together. Dong! After the fusion, a powerful sword light was formed, emitting a trembling aura. Disperse! Fang Chun shouted again, and the sword light dissipated. The space was distorted, the air was raging, and the remaining aura still shook the courtyard. Dong! Dong! Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The door opened, and Qishio walked in. Brother Fang. Qishio nodded and said, I didn't disturb you by taking the liberty of visiting, did I? Brother Qishio. When others respected him, he naturally would not ignore it. Qishio looked around and felt the swift and fierce sword aura in the air. He admired Fang Chun even more in his heart. Brother Fang's attainments in Sword Dao are really impressive. Brother Qishio didn't come to find me just to say this, right? Fang Chun asked bluntly. Qishio chuckled. Since Brother Fang is so straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush. This time I came to find you to discuss something. Fang Chun pointed to the stone bench, and the two sat down. Brother Fang, do you know how an in-name disciple becomes an official disciple? Qishio asked. Pass the test. Qishio nodded. However, Brother Fang probably doesn't understand the difficulty of the test, right? I came here this time to cooperate with Brother Fang. Every once in a while, there will be an assessment. If you succeed, you can soar to the sky and become an official disciple of Tianshu Yuan. However, every test is very difficult, and the success rate is less than 1 in 10,000. After a pause, Qishio continued. During the assessment, Tianshu Yuan will send disciples ranked at the bottom among the official disciples to stop us. Official disciples, even if ranked at the bottom, their strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, Qishio did not have much confidence in the assessment, so he came to find Fang Chun. If we join forces, passing the assessment is not a big problem. Qishio smiled. Fang Chun looked at Qishio. You believe in my strength so much? Qishio nodded. Well, since you believe in me so much, what's the harm in helping you once? Fang Chun said, go back. On the day of the assessment, I will naturally help you through the difficulties. Fang Chun's words were full of confidence. Qishio opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but hesitated. Just say what you want to say. Fang Chun's impression of Qishio was not bad. Brother Fang, after watching your battle with Lan Su, I have always wanted to see real swordsmanship. I don't know if Brother Fang would be willing to do me the honor. Whoosh. The star-hidden sword flashed, and an unimaginable sword light appeared in the void in an instant. This sword light circled in front of Qishio a few times before dissipating. Dong! Qishio's heart trembled, his body trembled, and he was dumbfounded. Qishio's eyes widened, looking at Fang Chun. It turned out that during the annual gathering, he did not use his full strength at all. Too strong. Qishio was secretly delighted. The stronger Fang Chun was, the greater their chances of passing the assessment. Chapter 2710. In the second courtyard of a nominal peak. Darkness and gloominess were the main themes of this courtyard. The gloomy air was filled with murderous power. A man in armor had just entered the courtyard when his face turned completely solemn. Upon closer inspection, there was a layer of biting cold sword chi surrounding his body. He was a sword cultivator. He turned his head and saw a gray ball in the west of the courtyard. This gray ball emitted a power that caused people to tremble. Crack! Just as he was surprised, the gray ball cracked and then collapsed. A figure slowly walked out from it. It was the second-ranked nominal disciple of the nominal peak, Blackface. As his name suggested, his face was incomparably dark, and he stood there with an imposing aura. Brother Face. The armored man quickly walked to Black Face and whispered, I want to obtain Fong Chen's swordsmanship. Black Face turned his head to look at the armored man with flickering eyes. After a long time, he said, Do you think his swordsmanship is very strong? When he performed his swordsmanship, the sword principle aura in my body vibrated and caused a resonance, and I can feel that he did not use his full strength. If I can obtain his swordsmanship, I will definitely be able to enter the top 10, said the armored man. He looked at Black Face with a burning gaze, waiting for the latter's reply. Hearing this, Black Face grinned. I promise you. Who asked me to owe you a favor before? Thank you, Brother Face. The armored man was overjoyed and thanked him with cupped fists. On the nominal peak, because the official disciple assessment was about to begin, every disciple was cultivating in seclusion. At a glance, the entire nominal peak was extremely quiet. Darkness shrouded the earth, and the stars twinkled under the night sky. Fong Chun sat on a stone bench and looked up at the void. With a thought, he could sense everything that happened in the ancient Saint Chaos. His original body and avatar shared the primordial spirit, so the avatar could also benefit from the original body's comprehension. Yinner Honor. A happy smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. When I have a firm foothold in the ancient chaos, I will bring you here, muttered Fong Chun. Rip. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Fong Chun didn't panic, and his face didn't show any abnormality. His divine sense gradually spread out, scanning the surroundings. In an instant, he discovered the black-faced man hiding in the dark. Black Face ranked second on the nominal peak. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Come out. Fong Chen picked up the wine cup on the stone table and drained it in one gulp. In the darkness, Black Face walked out in surprise. You could discover me? Black Face asked. Fong Chen sneered. You think you can fool me with that level of skill? What? You want my swordsmanship? It seems that you're much smarter than I thought. I, Dark Face, love to make deals with smart people. Since you already know why I'm here, you should know what to do, right? Dark Face said. Fong Chen nodded. Yes, I already know what to do. Dark Face stretched out his palm. Hand over your swordsmanship, and I can spare your life. From now on, I will shelter you on the nominal peak. Fong Chen slowly got up, his dark eyes looking at Dark Face. Do I need your protection? The black-faced man's outstretched palm suddenly stiffened. His whole body exuded a terrifying aura. So, you don't intend to hand over your swordsmanship? Dark Face looked at Fong Chun playfully, rubbing his fists, ready to attack at any time. Fong Chun gently shook his head and didn't say anything more. Being ignored by Fong Chun, Dark Face was completely enraged. Damn guy, Dark Face said in a deep voice. Immediately, he took a step forward, and the courtyard was suddenly filled with a strong aura. His big hand grabbed at Fong Chen's head. Stop! Swoosh! At the gate of the courtyard, a fist light roared and blocked Dark Face's attack with a bang. Chi Xiao. Dark Face's body kept retreating. After stabilizing his body, he saw that the person who attacked was Chi Xiao. He roared angrily. You want to stop me? Fong Chun is my nominal peak's disciple. Isn't it too much for you to attack him in public? Chi Xiao walked in front of Fong Chun and confronted Dark Face. Fong Chun was calm and indifferent. He didn't look Dark Face in the eye from beginning to end. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he was watching a play. Chi Xiao, mind your own business. At this point, if Dark Face retreated, what face would he have in the nominal peak in the future? Therefore, even if the person in front of him was Chi Xiao, he had to fight him. Boom! Chi Xiao attacked. He blasted out dozens of punches in a row, each containing a powerful force. Damn it! Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. Dark Face exerted all his strength and barely withstood Chi Xiao's fist light. Chi Xiao, do you really want to go against me? Dark Face roared. It's not that I'm going against you, but that you're going against me. Chi Xiao spread out his hands and said, Brother Fong and I hit it off at first sight, regarding each other as bosom friends, but you attacked him in public. How can I sit idly by and do nothing? Humph, who doesn't know how to say high-sounding words? Chixiu, I overestimated you. I didn't expect that you're also a sanctimonious guy. In order to get the supreme treasure on Fang Chun, you didn't hesitate to play this kind of trick. Dark Face sneered. I, Dark Face, disdain to associate with people like you. Finished speaking, Dark Face flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left. This matter isn't over. See you in the official disciple assessment. Looking at Dark Face's departing back, Chixiu sneered, arrogant and conceited guy. Immediately, he restrained his aura, turned to look at Fang Chun, and said with a smile, Brother Fang, I was also passing by and happened to see Dark Face attacking you, so I helped you stop him. But I believe that even if I don't make a move, Dark Face can't possibly be Brother Fang's match either. Chixiu said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded. Although Chixiu was deliberately making friends with him, it could also be seen that he treated him sincerely. Brother Chixiu, I appreciate your kindness. Fang Chun said, during the official disciple assessment, I'll let you see my sincerity. Brother Fang, what are you saying? Chixiu said. Courtyard number 2. Brother Face, how was it? Seeing Dark Face return, the armored man hurriedly asked. Humph. Dark Face snorted coldly, his face full of gloominess, and his heart full of anger. Damn Chixiu, actually daring to ruin my good deed. Dark Face gnashed his teeth. Chixiu, he helped Fang Chun block your attack? The armored man cried out involuntarily. Could it be that he also has his eyes on Fang Chun? Thinking of this, the armored man looked flustered. If Chixiu got Fang Chun's inheritance treasure, how could he have a share? Don't worry, a mere Chixiu is not in my eyes. My trump card is reserved for the official disciple test. When the time comes, I'll definitely let Chixiu know the outcome of going against me. Blackface. Blackface said solemnly, during this period of time, you don't have to be impatient. We have plenty of time. Despite his reluctance, the armored man still nodded his head. Chixiu made his position clear. He could only rely on Dark Face, otherwise, the chances would be even slimmer. Above the nominal peak, the 3 giants looked down. Since the 3 of them returned, they had been valued by the chief of Tianshu Yuan. The fact that they were able to bring back a 17,000-year-old void ancient realm prodigy was a great achievement. Their status in the Tianshu courtyard was rising steadily. This guy has only been at the nominal peak for such a short time, and he's already caused such a big commotion. Wu Yu laughed. With his strength, there's no problem for him to become a core disciple. He's wronged at the nominal peak. Wu Qian said. The dean naturally has his reasons for doing this. The Lin family is watching covetously. If they find out that Fang Chun is still alive, they will definitely fight back crazily. Bai Ling said indifferently. The dean has already trained Fang Chun as his last disciple. Wu Yu and Wu Qian heard this and nodded. Indeed, although Fang Chun was at the nominal peak, the chief of Tianshu Yuan was always paying attention to his movements. The nominal peak can also be considered training. Bai Ling said, it's easy to lose yourself when you just came to the ancient chaos. The dean let him start as a nominal disciple. In addition to protecting him, it can also be considered a baptism of his heart. I really look forward to this guy's rapid growth. Wu Qian's eyes were full of a fiery look. Once such a prodigy grew up, he would definitely shock the entire ancient chaos. Chapter 2711. After the annual gathering, the nominal peak was quiet again. However, from time to time, some nominal disciples would mention Fang Chun's name. This name was in the limelight at the annual gathering. It was incomparably dazzling. However, Fang Chun was not idle. He had been studying the fusion of Azure Sky sword art and Azura sword art. A few months later, in the 100th courtyard, Fang Chun was cultivating. Layers of powerful halos of sword qi appeared around him. The 2 completely different types of sword qi merged together to form an even more powerful power of the way of the sword. Bang! Fang Chun controlled the sword Dao power and condensed it into a sword light. At this moment, Ziqiang Fairy gently knocked on the door and then walked in with light steps. Seeing Ziqiang Fairy, Fang Chun's mind moved and the sword light in front of him directly dissipated. There was a lingering sword Dao aura in the air, which was extremely terrifying. After seeing this scene, Ziqiang Fairy's heart skipped a beat. Her beautiful eyes twinkled and became more charming. She smiled brightly, thinking that she had chosen the right person. Fangshan was the person she was looking for. With him, it would be easy to enter the ancient ruins. Can we go now? Fangshan asked. Ziqiang Fairy gently nodded, and her red lips slightly opened. It's been a few months. Although you're still in the limelight, many people don't pay attention to you. It's time to move. When do we leave? Now. Fangshan nodded, and after a little tidying up, he followed Ziqiang Fairy and left the nominal peak. In the first courtyard, Qi Xiu looked down at the foot of the mountain. Fangshan and Ziqiang Fairy's back appeared in his eyes. The two of them left the nominal peak now. What are they doing? Qi Xiu's heart was full of doubts, but in the end, he gently shook his head. Since he had chosen to cooperate with Fangshan, then he should not interfere with his life. However, unlike Qi Xiu, in another direction, Blackface, who was hiding in the dark, also noticed Fangshan and Ziqiang Fairy's departure. Bitch, the black-faced man sneered. Immediately, he used void evasion and silently followed Fangshan. As soon as they reached the bottom of the mountain, Ziqiang pushed her speed to the limit. Fangshan followed closely behind, and the two of them dashed into the depths of the mountain range. The relic is in the depths of the mountains. With our speed, it will take us about 2 hours to get there. Fairy Ziqiang said. Fangshan nodded and looked around. Suddenly, his ears twitched as he sensed a change in the void. Fangshan's spirit sense spread out and merged into the void. In an instant, he found the black-faced man behind him. Humph! With a cold harumph, Zhang Xian feigned ignorance and continued on his way. 2 hours later, Fangshan and Fairy Ziqiang arrived at the heart of the mountain range. There was a huge mountain range here. The relic is in the mountains. Let's go in. Fairy Ziqiang said. Wait, Fangshan called out. Fairy Ziqiang was surprised and was about to ask, let me deal with this annoying fly first. After saying that, Fangshan flicked his finger, and a bright light shot out from his finger. It pierced through the void and directly hit the black-faced man. Poochie! The light shot through the black-faced man's chest, and his body was revealed. Blood spurted out, and his breath was weak. He was seriously injured. His eyes widened, and he looked at Fangshan in disbelief. You found me? The black-faced man was so proud of his space concealment technique, but Fangshan saw through it. How could the black-faced man not be shocked? He forced himself to stop the bleeding and wanted to retreat. Caught off guard, Fangshan pierced through his chest. His injuries were serious, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Seeing the black-faced man retreating, Fangshan sneered. Since you are here, there is no need for you to leave. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. Boom! When the sword light came, the black-faced man was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. Fangshan, you can't kill me. We are from the same sect. The black-faced man finally felt fear, and he shouted loudly. However, it didn't help. Now you know that we are from the same sect. Fangshan sneered, and the power of the sword light didn't decrease, and it went straight to the black-faced man. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The black-faced man's body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! A breeze blew, and the powerful force in the air was blown away. The sword chi that was raging in the air also gradually dissipated. Fangshan withdrew his aura, held the hidden star sword, and walked to the side of Fairy Ziqiang. Let's go, we can go in now. Fairy Ziqiang was stunned for a moment, and then she recovered. Her heart beat faster, and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Although she knew that Fangshan was powerful, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even Qi Xiu couldn't withstand a single attack from him. Fairy Ziqiang thought to herself, in the depths of the mountain, there was a huge seal. This seal was very strong, and if it wasn't for Fangshan's powerful array formation, it would be difficult for ordinary people to break it. I see. Fangshan grinned. This ancient ruin should be left behind by a star ancient realm elite. For Tian Shu Yuan, it wasn't that attractive. Plus, the seal was special, so no one had discovered it until now. However, Fairy Zi Qiong found it by accident. How is it? Can you break the seal? Fairy Zi Qiong asked hurriedly. Fang Chen opened his eyes, and his aura spread out. In just a few seconds, he had seen the core structure of the seal. Seals and arrays are different, but they lead to the same goal. Fang Chen said calmly. This seal was set up with a unique method. Its defensive power is comparable to a peak void ancient realm elite, and ordinary void ancient realm ancient gods can't break it. But at this point, Fang Chen paused. Fairy Zi Qiong's face was full of smiles. If Fang Chen said so, it meant that he was confident in breaking the seal. Let me give it a try. Fang Chen said. Do you need my help? Fairy Zi Qiong asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Step back. Fairy Zi Qiong retreated to a safe location. Fang Chen closed his eyes as a thick aura of the Tao of formations gushed out from him, colliding with the ceiling formation hidden in the void. Buzz! Fang Chen waved his hands, and a series of hand seals drilled into the seal. Crack! After a long time, Fairy Zi Qiong heard a crisp sound. Soon after, the seal was revealed, showing signs of cracking. Did it work? Fairy Zi Qiong was overjoyed, and her eyes shone with excitement. Dong! Suddenly, Fang Chen threw out a punch. It was as heavy as Mount Tai as it smashed into the cracked seal. Crack! A crack appeared in the seal, and Fang Chen shouted, Go in! He took a step forward and jumped into the forbidden area. Fairy Zi Qiong followed closely behind. Crash! Fang Chen and Fairy Zi Qiong landed in a dark underground. Is this the ancient ruins? Fairy Zi Qiong looked around and asked in surprise. Buzz! An incredible sound came from the underground, and Fairy Zi Qiong's body trembled, and her face turned pale. Don't listen, Fang Chen shouted, and at the same time, he used his power to isolate his ears from the outside world. Layers of ripples appeared. The power hidden in the darkness seemed to have a demonic nature that could destroy people's hearts and lungs. Go! Fang Chen endured the attack and jumped, and at the same time, he slashed with his sword. Crack! One of the statues in front exploded with a loud bang, and the demonic sound stopped abruptly. Phew! Fairy Zi Qiong heaved a sigh of relief. The demonic sound was too strong, and it targeted the primordial spirit. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Fairy Zi Qiong shook her head. I'm fine, thank you. The demonic sound came from this statue, and it targeted the primordial spirit. Your primordial spirit hasn't evolved yet, so it can't withstand the demonic sound. Fang Chen shrugged. The primordial spirit was divided into 9 stages, and above the 9 yuan stage was the king stage. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had already evolved to the king stage when he broke through to the void ancient realm. Therefore, the demonic sound just made him feel uncomfortable, but didn't pose any threat to him. On the other hand, Fairy Zi Qiong's primordial spirit was at the 9 yuan stage, and it couldn't withstand the demonic sound's attack. Something is wrong here. Be careful. Fang Chen looked at the statue that he destroyed and continued forward. This seems to be a passage. Fairy Zi Qiong looked around and whispered. Chapter 27:12. The giant sword contains a powerful sword Tao energy that protects the stone room. If you try to take the illusion flower, you will be hurt by the sword chi. Fang Chen said. Fairy Zi Qiong lowered her head in shame and put the illusion flower into her bag. Buzz! The giant sword vibrated and a vast aura entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen felt his scalp tingle. He endured the pain and accepted the inheritance. After a while, Fang Chen's face relaxed. Are you okay? Fairy Zi Qiong asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head. The stone room itself is a powerful seal that gathers sword chi. It is a paradise for sword cultivators. I plan to cultivate here for a while. What about you? I have already got the illusion flower. I am fine for now. I will protect you here, Fairy Zi Qiong said. Okay. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and held the giant sword in his hand. He sensed the power in his mind. Slaughter, sword Tao? Among the sword Tao, The Slaughter Sword Dao was one of the top. Even the Azura Sword Dao was no match for it. External force is still external force. You can use the Sword Dao of others as a reference, but if you use it to cultivate, you will never be able to reach the peak of Sword Dao. This was the first sentence of the Sword Dao inheritance. After reading this sentence, Fang Chun felt as if he had been enlightened. His heart instantly became clear. I have been cultivating the Slaughter Sword Dao since I obtained it many years ago. However, when I reached the Star Ancient Realm, I finally realized the shortcomings of the Slaughter Sword Dao. If I want to reach the peak, I must create my own Sword Dao. There were many supreme insights about Sword Dao in the inheritance, which was very useful to Fang Chun. My own Sword Dao. After all, the Azura Sword Dao and the Slaughter Sword Dao did not belong to him. If others can create their own Sword Dao, why can't I? Fang Chun was eager to try. He wanted to use this opportunity to create his own Sword Dao. His understanding of Sword Dao had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, his potential in Sword Dao was also incredible. Let me first comprehend the Slaughter Sword Dao. If he wanted to create a Sword Dao, he had to start from these two Sword Daos. As time passed, killing intent surged from Fang Chen's body. Even Fairy Ziqiang, who was standing at the side, was shocked. His killing intent is so strong that I don't even have the courage to fight him, Fairy Ziqiang murmured. Half a month later, Fang Chun used the Sword Dao inheritance left behind by the Star Ancient Realm elite to successfully comprehend the Slaughter Sword Dao. At this point, he had a clear understanding of the two Sword Daos. Next, he began to attempt to create a Sword Dao. Since he wanted to create the Sword Dao, he had to extract the essence and get rid of the dross. He took the essence of the two great Sword Daos and mixed them together before adding his own Sword Dao concept. This way, it would be much easier. The essence of the Azura Sword Dao is to appear and disappear unpredictably, Fang Chun murmured, and the essence of the Slaughter Sword Dao is bloody slaughter. Creating Sword Dao was like creating swordsmanship. Fang Chun had his own methods. He was also using different concepts to perfect his Sword Dao. Half a year later, Fang Chun had created a new Sword Dao. However, he was not satisfied with the new Sword Dao and continued to overturn it. A year later, he created a new Sword Dao, but he was still not satisfied. During this time, Fairy Ziqiang witnessed Fang Chun's performance and was dumbfounded. Monster, this is the real monster. In a year, Fairy Ziqiang had completely refined the illusion flower. After I get the illusion flower, I will try to break through when I return to the nominal peak. I will succeed. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziqiang's face was full of smiles. Day after day, year after year. One day, 3 years later, a powerful Sword Dao aura suddenly exploded from Fang Chen's body, causing the entire stone room to tremble. Crack! The stone room was in ruins, destroyed by the sword chi that shot out from Fang Chen's body. The sword chi on his body contained a power that made people tremble. Fairy Ziqiang shook her head. She had never felt such a powerful sword chi. In the sword chi, there seemed to be confidence, invincibility, and a strong will. Clatter! Fang Chen opened his eyes, and the sword chi was freely released. In his mind, the sword chi was like a rainbow. He grinned and stood up. Just as this senior said, the way of the sword requires a courageous heart. Moreover, one must have great confidence in oneself, murmured Fang Chun. Always think that one will be invincible in the future. Invincible, let's call it the invincible Sword Dao. Fang Chen's mind flashed, and he gave a name to the new Sword Dao he created. Even he didn't expect that years later, the invincible Sword Dao would shake the whole starry sky. Everyone in the Chaos Realm was shocked. Of course, this was a story for another day. Did you succeed? Fairy Ziqiang asked. Fang Chen nodded. This time I've gained a lot. I sincerely thank you. Fairy Ziqiang hurriedly shook her head. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the illusion flower. Fang Chen shook his head. Fairy Ziqiang didn't understand, but he knew best. To Fang Chen, creating the unparalleled Sword Dao was an important step on the path of the sword. it was very likely that it would affect his future cultivation. Let's go back first. On the way back, they didn't encounter any danger. That night, Fang Chun and Fairy Ziqiang returned to the nominal peak. Fang Chun, thank you very much. Fairy Ziqiang smiled sweetly and returned to the third courtyard. In the dark sky, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan looked down, and the moment he saw Fang Chun, his eyes lit up. Huh? The aura on his body seems to have undergone a great change. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan was surprised. The Sword Dao aura is more powerful, and it is different from the aura he released before. Could it be he has inherited some powerful Sword Dao? The mayor of Tianshu Yuan didn't even dare to think that Fang Chun could create a new Sword Dao. Of course, all of this was thanks to the Sword Dao left behind by the Star Ancient Realm Elite, which was a great help to Fang Chun. In the 100th courtyard, Fang Chun sat on a stone bench, carefully thinking about the process of creating the Invincible Sword Dao. The Invincible Sword Dao is a combination of my Sword Dao and the essence of the Slaughter Sword Dao and the Azura Sword Dao. It is amazing. Even Fang Chun couldn't imagine it. Whoosh! He flicked his finger, and an invincible sword chi instantly appeared, flashing in the void, and then shot up into the sky. Seeing this, the smile on Fang Chun's face widened. Although my cultivation is at the peak of the Void Ancient Realm, if I use the Sword of Destruction with the Invincible Sword Dao, my attack will definitely be able to suppress an early Star Ancient Realm Ancient God. Fang Chun said. In other words, he finally had the strength to fight an ancient god of the Star Ancient Realm. He could even crush an early Star Ancient God. I can feel that the Invincible Sword Dao has great potential. Fang Chun clenched his fists, full of confidence. Invincible Sword Dao. Invincible belief. He looked up at the dark starry sky. Starting from the bottom, I can still climb to the top step by step. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the mayor of Tianshu Yuan. On the quiet, nominal peak, undercurrents were surging. As time passed, the official disciple assessment was approaching. Especially the nominal disciples who lived in Purple Tea Garden. They were doing everything possible to improve their cultivation. This was an opportunity, and if they missed it, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. In the second courtyard, in the past year, the armored man had been here countless times. Where did Brother Face go? Why hasn't he appeared in a year? The armored man frowned. He had something important to discuss with Blackface. However, the latter hadn't appeared for a year. Could it be that Brother Face has been cultivating in seclusion to become an official disciple? The armored man could only comfort himself. Forget it, I'll just wait. The armored man turned and left. He would never have thought that Blackface, who was as powerful as a god in his heart, had already died at the hands of Fang Chun. Huh, isn't he? As soon as he walked out of the second courtyard, the armored man saw a person walking towards him. He was so scared that he immediately hid and lowered his head. He only raised his head after the person entered the second courtyard. Chu Yunfeng, it's actually Chu Yunfeng, an official disciple. He came to find Brother Face. Could it be? Thinking of this, the armored man became even more excited. If Brother Face became an official disciple with Chu Yunfeng's help, wouldn't he have a powerful backer in the future? Chapter 27:13. After Chu Yunfeng entered the second courtyard, he quickly came out. At this time, the armored man was still in his fantasy and did not notice Chu Yunfeng's arrival. Do you know where Blackface went? Chu Yunfeng asked. The armored man shivered and immediately said, I don't know. I came here almost every day this year, but I didn't see Brother Face. Chu Yunfeng frowned and no longer paid attention to the armored man, turned and left. Where did Brother Face go? The official disciple assessment was a major event on the nominal peak. When the official news came out, it caused a great sensation. Before, there were only 2 spots, but this time there was an extra spot, making a total of 3 spots. This also meant that among the many disciples on the nominal peak, 3 could become official disciples. For a time, many disciples were discussing who would win. Needless to say, it must be Qi Xiao and the other 2. That's not necessarily true. Fairy Ziqiang is not weak. Don't forget, their strength doesn't mean they can become official disciples. Yes, the official disciples who are ranked at the bottom will also participate and stop them. In short, it's too difficult to become an official disciple. On the nominal peak, it was very lively. On this day, many disciples gathered in the square. A high-ranking elder personally presided over this assessment. You should know the content of the assessment. The elder said in a deep voice, "There are a total of 3 spots in this assessment. I hope you will work hard." After a few simple words, the next assessment was about to begin. The assessment was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the internal assessment of the nominal peak, where the 3 strongest disciples were determined. The second part was the assessment of these 3 people together. It took 3 days, and in a chaotic battle, the 3 strongest people were finally determined. They were Qi Xiu, Fang Chun, and Fairy Ziqiang. This result was beyond many people's expectations. Blackface did not appear. Did he give up the assessment? Many disciples were secretly guessing. Only Fang Chun and Fairy Ziqiang knew that Blackface had already died. If Blackface does not appear, it means that he has given up on the assessment. The 3 strongest people on the nominal peak are Qi Xiu, Fang Chun, and Ziqiang. The elder in charge of the assessment announced, "Next is the second part of the assessment. The 3 of you will enter the mountains below the nominal peak side by side. If you can hold on for a month, you will win." In the mountain range, there were 3 official disciples blocking the way. Fang Chun and the other 2 had to do everything they could to avoid their attacks. As long as he persisted for a month, he would have succeeded. "Do you understand?" The elder in charge of the assessment asked. "Understood," Qi Xiu said loudly. "All right, let's go then." The 3 official disciples have already entered the mountain range. The elder said, "Remember, don't try in vain to fight against an official disciple. You don't have the strength to do so. If you wish to pass the examination, the only way to do so is to conceal yourself completely, such that the official disciples won't be able to find you." After the elder finished speaking, Fang Chun and the other 2 rushed down the mountain peak and entered the mountain range. On the honorary peak, many disciples in the upper echelons were looking down. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the situation in the mountain range. In the mountain range, "Brother Fang, what should we do?" Qi Xiu asked. "There are 3 of them, and their comprehensive strength is definitely stronger than us. If we fight head-on, we will be at a disadvantage." Before Qi Xiu finished speaking, Fang Chun waved his hand to stop him. "Brother Qi Xiu, do you still remember what I said to you?" Fang Chun said. Qi Xiu was surprised, not knowing what Fang Chun was referring to. "I said that during the official disciple assessment, I will let you see my sincerity." Fang Chun said, "So, as long as you follow me, I can guarantee that you will pass the assessment." Qi Xiu's eyes flickered, and he nodded heavily. As for Ziqiang Fairy, since she stood side by side with Fang Chun and experienced the ancient ruins incident, she had already treated Fang Chun as an official disciple. "Since you are all willing to listen to me, then rest here." After speaking, Fang Chun sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Qi Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy looked at each other and also sat down with Fang Chun. On the nominal peak, after seeing this scene, many disciples were very puzzled. Are we going to give up just like that? Humph, really a disgrace to our nominal peak. Yeah, even if you know you're no match for them, you still have to fight back. The 3 of them are just sitting there waiting for failure. Many disciples were quite dissatisfied with the performance of the 3. Even the person in charge of the nominal peak was surprised. The elder in charge of the assessment shook his head gently. It seems that no one from the nominal peak can become an official disciple this time. Hearing the elder's words, the higher-ups of the nominal peak felt even more complicated. In the mountain range, Chu Yunfeng. After the 3 official disciples gathered, Chu Yunfeng was the leader. "The 3 of them are no match for us. They will definitely hide." Chu Yunfeng said, "However, I have a way to find them." "Well, let's directly defeat them and let them see the strength of our official disciples. A mere nominal disciple dares to provoke us." Chu Yunfeng and the other 2 moved erratically in the mountain range. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After more than 10 days of searching, the three of them finally found the whereabouts of Fang Chun and the other two. It was funny to say that Chu Yinfeng and the other two had never thought that Fang Chun and the other two would directly give up the assessment and sit at the entrance to wait. These days, they had been searching in the depths of the mountain range. Damn it! Chu Yinfeng clenched his fists, his heart full of anger. Found them. The three of them walked side by side and appeared in front of Fang Chun and the others. Where's Blackface? Because Chu Yinfeng entered the mountain range in advance, he did not know that Blackface did not participate in the first part of the assessment. That idiot was actually eliminated? Chu Yinfeng thought that Blackface was eliminated by the three of them. In that case, there's no need to hold back. Thinking of this, Chu Yunfeng's body emitted a powerful force. The three of you, get over here. Chu Yinfeng stretched out his finger, pointed at Fang Chun and the other two, and shouted loudly. Whoosh! Fang Chun opened his eyes and slowly got up. Ziqiang Fairy and Qi Xiu were a little nervous. After all, the three of them were all official disciples, and the difference in strength was too great. It took you 10 days to find this place. I overestimated you. Fang Chun shrugged. You? Chu Yinfeng was completely angered by Fang Chun's lazy attitude. He said coldly, Boy, do you think we don't dare to kill you? This is the official disciple assessment. As long as it is not over, even if we kill you, the higher-ups will not blame us. Interesting. Are all the nominal disciples this year like this? Humph, you gave up the assessment as soon as you came in. Do you still have the face to stay in the nominal peak? In the face of the three official disciples scolding, Fang Chun said lightly, Who said we gave up the assessment? Before the three of them spoke, Fang Chun continued, If you can't find this place within a month, we can easily pass, right? Hearing Fang Chun's words, the three of them sneered. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is wrong. Chu Yinfeng said maliciously. Fang Chun stretched and said, However, it doesn't matter if you find this place. The result is doomed, and you can't change it. On the nominal peak, when Chu Yinfeng and the other two found Fang Chun, many disciples were in an uproar. 10 days later, they finally met. Forget it, don't look at it. If we fight for it, maybe we can succeed. Yeah, now there is no room for negotiation. Some disciples shook their heads and turned away in disappointment. Chu Yinfeng alone can suppress the three nominal disciples. The elder in charge of the assessment said, The result has been decided, and there is no suspense. It seems that the resources of the nominal peak will be reduced by half in the next 3 years. Hearing this, the faces of the higher-ups of the nominal peak suddenly changed. The nominal peak specializes in training nominal disciples for Tianshu Yuan. Originally, there were few cultivation resources, and now, because no disciple became an official disciple, the cultivation resources will be reduced by half. This is too cruel. Elder, no need to say more. Everything will be done according to the rules and regulations. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the nominal peak looked gloomy, and their hearts were complicated. Chapter 27:14. In the opinion of all the disciples, Fang Chun and the other two would definitely lose if they met Chu Yinfeng. However, they didn't know where Fang Chun got the courage to challenge the three of them, which made many nominal disciples very puzzled. However, they didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Even the elder in charge of the assessment thought that this official disciple test would end in failure. In the mountain range, behind Fang Chun, Qi Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy's faces changed. Brother Fang is not a reckless person. Since he has confidence, then he must have a way. Qi Xiu gritted his teeth and gave up trying to dissuade Fang Chun. Ziqiang Fairy on the side, her beautiful eyes flickered, staring at Fang Chun curiously. She was also guessing what means Fang Chun had to dare to ignore Chu Yinfeng and the other two. Being ridiculed by nominal disciples, Chu Yinfeng and the other two were very unhappy. Boy, you're digging your own grave, Chu Yinfeng said coldly. Fang Chun shrugged, looking like he didn't care. It's too early to say who is digging their own grave. I originally planned to let you go after you admit defeat, but now it seems that it's completely unnecessary. Chu Yinfeng said gloomily. Brother Chu, why talk nonsense with them This kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him. That's right, stupid nominal disciples. Do you really think you are invincible in the nominal peak and can look down on the entire Tianshu Yuan? Let me tell you how stupid your idea is. A black-clothed disciple. As soon as his voice fell, a violent force suddenly emerged from his body. The next moment, he suddenly punched at Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun shook his head gently. Courting death. Seeing Fang Chun so contemptuous, the black-clothed disciple was even more furious. He mobilized all the strength in his body and fiercely punched at Fang Chun's head. Dong! Before Qi Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy could react, a deafening sound came from the battlefield. The violent power exploded in front of Fang Chun, and a vast aura directly engulfed Fang Chun. The entire world was filled with terrifying waves of air. Brother Fang, Qi Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy's faces changed dramatically, and they cried out involuntarily. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally confident black-clothed disciple was sent flying like a cannonball. Dong! He crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge crater. Dust flew everywhere as he fainted. When Chu Yunfeng, who originally had a disdainful expression, saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. What happened? Chu Yunfeng's divine sense spread out and quickly enveloped the center of the battlefield to check on Fang Chen's movements. Suddenly, his pupil shrank as he saw the halo of sword qi around Fang Chun. How is this possible? Chu Yunfeng's heart trembled in disbelief. How could a nominal disciple's defense be so powerful? Just by relying on his defense, he was able to withstand an all-out attack from an official disciple? Wasn't this too terrifying? Boy, go to hell. While Chu Yunfeng was in a daze, another official disciple arrogantly attacked. Knowing that Fang Chen's defense was strong, his figure flashed, and a diamond-shaped dart appeared in his palm. Swoosh! The dart contained a powerful force that made people tremble. Flying Cloud Dart. The man shouted in a low voice and displayed his trump card. The diamond-shaped dart streaked across the void and transformed into an incredible trick, whistling toward Fang Chen's body. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he sneered. Swoosh! In the eyes of everyone, he gently raised his palm, stretched out 2 fingers, and suddenly caught the flying dart in his hand. Crack! A shocking force erupted from the flying dart, but it couldn't break free from Fang Chen's control. Instead, it was directly crushed by Fang Chun. Hiss! The flying dart was annihilated and turned into countless powder, floating in the sky. There was an uproar on the nominal peak. Countless nominal disciples cheered and jumped for joy. Fang Chun was also a nominal disciple of their nominal peak. To be able to erupt such a powerful force and beat the official disciples, it could be regarded as an honor for their nominal peak. Ha! I knew Fang Chun must have a trump card. Too powerful. No wonder he can be ranked in the top 3 of the nominal disciples. Even Qi Xiu, who is ranked first, can't be compared with such means. Such a powerful flying dart was actually caught by his bare hands. Many of the nominal disciples were discussing among themselves. The faces of the senior members of the nominal peak, who had been overshadowed, were full of excited smiles, and their hearts were burning. Caught the flying dart barehanded? Even the elder in charge of the assessment was stunned. Among the 3 official disciples, Chu Yunfeng was the strongest. But even if Chu Yunfeng used all his strength, he wouldn't dare to catch the flying dart barehanded, but the nominal disciple in front of him did it. Good guy. The elder in charge of the assessment was secretly delighted. He was determined to get his hands on such a monstrous genius. In a mountain range, in a flash, the 2 official disciples were defeated by Fang Chun. At this time, Chu Yunfeng's face was completely gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. Earlier, I was still wondering where you got the courage to challenge an official disciple. Now, I finally understand. Your so-called defense is your confidence. In Chu Yunfeng's view, Fang Chun only had a strong defense. I have to say that your defense is very strong. Even among the official disciples, you are considered one of the best. Chu Yunfeng said. However, if you think that you can scare me with just this, then you're wrong. Otherwise, Fang Chun sneered. Chu Yunfeng's face was gloomy as he walked step by step towards Fang Chun. Sometimes, a strong defense is useless. Chu Yunfeng said, let's see how I break your defense with one hand. Boom. Chu Yunfeng's aura fluctuated as he pulled out a short sword from his arms. Chu clan's secret sword. Chu Yunfeng also recognized the terrifying defense of Fang Chen's fleshly body. He immediately used his trump card. The Chu clan's secret sword was Chu Yunfeng's strongest sword technique. The reason why he could stay among the official disciples was because of the Chu clan's secret sword. Interesting. But if this is all you have, then don't waste your strength. The chaotic origin sword body was fully activated, and sword chi enveloped his body. With Fang Chen's current strength, the chaotic origin sword body's defense was comparable to the Star Ancient Realm. How could Chu Yunfeng break it? Xiao. The Chu clan's secret sword was displayed. The short sword spun a few times in Chu Yunfeng's hand before it shot out with a powerful force. Die! Chu Yunfeng jumped and followed the short sword. Kacha! The short sword hit Fang Chen's body, but was blocked by the sword chi halo around him. Kill! Chu Yunfeng roared furiously, but the short sword could not move forward. Damn it! Chu Yunfeng gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned scarlet. A monstrous aura surged. Kacha! The chaotic origin sword body rotated, and the sword chi halo shattered the short sword. At the same time, Chu Yunfeng's body was directly sent flying by the powerful sword chi. Dong! He smashed into a towering tree in the distance, directly shattering it. Puchi! Chu Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. The whole process only took a few breaths. Qi Xiao and Fairy Ziqiong widened their eyes in disbelief. Their bodies were trembling. Chu Yunfeng's defeat meant that they had passed the assessment and become official disciples. This was what they had dreamed of for many years, and it was realized so easily. Now, Qi Xiao finally remembered that Fang Chun had once said to him that he would show his sincerity during the official disciple assessment. Amazing! After the shock, Qi Xiao gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. On the nominal peak, a stormy wave was set off. Countless nominal disciples went completely crazy. Complete victory. Fang Chun had defeated the 3 official disciples by himself. Moreover, he did not take the initiative to attack and only relied on his powerful defense to accomplish this feat. This kid is not simple. The elder in charge of the assessment nodded in satisfaction and said, with his physical defense, he is not bad among the official disciples. The higher-ups of the nominal peak were even more excited. They originally thought that with the cultivation resources reduced by half, they had fallen into despair. Who would have thought that Fang Chun turned the tide with his own strength and defeated Chu Yunfeng and the other 2? My nominal peak finally has a monstrous genius. For a time, everyone was praising Fang Chun. As for Chu Yunfeng and the other 2, they had long been forgotten. Chapter 27:15. The official disciple assessment finally came to an end with such a unique result. Even though Qi Xiao and Ziqiong Fairy had imagined countless results, they still didn't expect that they could win. When Chu Yunfeng and the other 2 were defeated, Qi Xiao felt like he was dreaming. I became an official disciple. Tianshu Yuan is one of the most powerful forces in this void, standing side by side with giant families, such as the Lin family. In the vast sea of people, there are countless martial artists whose highest goal is to become a disciple of Tianshu Yuan. However, if you want to become an official disciple, you have to start from a nominal disciple. Don't underestimate nominal disciples. The nominal disciples of Tianshu Yuan in the outside world are also considered famous among the younger generation. However, if you want to be recognized by Tianshu Yuan, you must become an official disciple. Once you become an official disciple, you are considered a real disciple of Tianshu Yuan. There is a huge gap between nominal disciples and official disciples. Qi Xiao originally thought that there would be a fierce battle. But who would have thought that they didn't move from beginning to end and have been quietly watching? Amazing! Ziqiang Fairy shook her head and smiled brightly. Let's go, Fang Chun said, and immediately took the lead and walked out of the mountain range. Qi Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy froze for a moment, and then remembered that there was no point in continuing to stay. Ha! Qi Xiu's mood at this moment can't be described with words. On the nominal peak, many of the nominal disciples were completely shocked. The high-level powerhouses were even more excited, and even the elder in charge of the assessment nodded with satisfaction. This is the strongest official disciple assessment since he took charge. Crushing 3 official disciples with his own strength is enough to be recorded in the history of Tianshu Yuan. This kind of potential among the official disciples is considered outstanding. The elder in charge of the assessment whispered. When Fangchun and the other 2 reascended the nominal peak, everyone's eyes were burning, as if welcoming the return of heroes, watching the 3 of them. Congratulations, the elder in charge of the assessment said. From today onwards, the 3 of you are official disciples of Tianshu Yuan. Elder, in the crowd, a disciple said unconvinced. They are cheating. Fang Chun is strong. We have nothing to say, but Fairy Ziqiang and Qi Xiu are not strong enough to fight against senior brother Qi Yinfeng. Shut up. The face of the elder in charge of the test changed abruptly as he berated loudly. The rules of Tianshu Yuan are not for you to dictate. Instantly, the crowd quieted down. No one dared to question Qi Xiu and Fairy Ziqiang anymore. Countless people looked at the 2 of them with burning eyes, especially the nominal disciples who had been in the top 10 with them. They were even more envious. With such a powerful teammate, even if it were them, they would definitely be able to become an official disciple. Damn it. Some people gritted their teeth and cursed. They had missed the best opportunity. All right, go back and pack up. Report to Sakai Peak tomorrow morning. The elder in charge of the assessment said a few words to Fang Chun and the other 2 before leaving. On the nominal peak, there was an incomparable carnival. That night, many martial artists, including the higher-ups, were drinking and singing, celebrating the passing of Fang Chun and the other 2. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Chun and the other 2 arrived at Sakai Peak. This peak was many times larger than the nominal peak. The entire peak was enveloped by a huge array, and the power of the heavenly path was abnormally rich. What big deal? Fangchun couldn't help but be speechless. Only Tianshu Yuan could make such a big deal. He could see that this array could gather the surrounding power of the heavenly path. If it was in the ancient Saint Chaos, such a peerless array would definitely be priceless. However, in Tianshu Yuan, it was just a protective array. You're here. Elder Lei walked over with a smile. He was the elder in charge of the assessment and had a high status on Sakai Peak. Elder Lei. The 3 of them greeted him. Elder Lei nodded. Sakai Peak is different from the nominal peak. The rules here are more relaxed. As long as you don't betray Tianshu Yuan, everything is free. Along the way, Elder Lei introduced the 3 of them to the official disciples of Sakai Peak. When they arrive at their residence, Elder Lei said, "You've just become official disciples and need to complete the missions issued by the sect." This was the rule of Sakai Peak. Every new official disciple had to complete at least 1 mission. You are free to accept any of the missions on this file. Of course, the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. After that, Elder Lei turned and left. Fangchun and the other 2 returned to their own residences. Hunting astral ancient realm monsters? Fangchun saw such a mission. It was almost the same as the elite disciple assessment. Of course, the rewards were also very generous, and there were many cultivation resources. However, Fangchun wasn't tempted. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to improve further, he had to go through life and death experiences. He glanced at the file and finally saw a mission that he liked. Looking at the mission, he licked his dry lips. Training in the Demon God Mountain? According to the level, this mission should be the most dangerous. However, Fangchun liked challenging, difficult missions. He didn't care for ordinary missions. After reading the mission description in detail, Fangchun had a general understanding of the Demon God Mountain. Despair Continent? Fang Chen's eyes shone with a dazzling light. After coming to Tianshu Yuan for so long, he finally had a general understanding of the situation in this area. The primordial chaos was too big and was divided into countless continents. Each continent was almost the same size as the primordial chaos void in the wildlands. The continent where Tianshu Yuan was located was called the Despair Continent. The ruler of the Despair Continent was the famous Hand of Despair. Hand of Despair. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. As expected of the primordial chaos, the competition is very fierce. Fang Chen sighed. In the primordial chaos, as long as you had the strength, you could open up a territory and become a king. The Despair Continent was forcibly occupied by the Hand of Despair and changed its name. In other words, as long as you were strong enough, you could open up a continent and make it your own. The Despair Continent had a total of 108 cities. The city lord of each city was a super expert of the life ancient realm. Blood fiends. Fang Chen's pupil shrank. This was the first time he had heard this name. According to the historical records, the 108 city lords were the strongest life ancient realm experts of the Despair Continent. They were called the 108 blood fiends. Since ancient times, the number of the 108 blood fiends had never changed. However, the members had always changed. This was because the dream of countless life ancient realm experts was to become a blood fiend. Therefore, they often challenged the blood fiends. As long as they could defeat them, they could replace them. Amazing! Fang Chen exclaimed. The 108 blood fiends are known as the strongest life ancient realm experts. Then the ruler of the Despair Continent, the Hand of Despair, should be a peerless expert that surpasses the ancient god realm. The Hand of Despair was one of the famous super experts in the primordial chaos. Who? Fang Chen took a deep breath. The blood fiends were still some distance away from him, let alone the Hand of Despair. So far, he still had to be down to earth and move forward step by step. I'm still too weak. With his current strength, he could deal with early star ancient realm experts. However, he couldn't crush mid-star ancient realm experts. Since Tianshu Yuan wants to protect me and not let the outside world discover my potential, then the Demon God Mountain must be a suitable place for me to train. Fang Chen smiled. The Demon God Mountain was famous in the Despair Continent. Countless experts went there because of its fame. It was said that the peerless geniuses of the Despair Continent would also enter the Demon God Mountain to seek opportunities. Here it is. Fang Chen made his decision. Although the Demon God Mountain was dangerous, it was better than staying in Tianshu Yuan. 3 days later, Fang Chen submitted his mission application. Elder Lei came looking for him. Are you sure you want to go to the Demon God Mountain? Elder Lei asked. Fang Chen nodded. The slaughter in the Demon God Mountain can help me train. Seeing Fang Chen's determined expression, Elder Lei didn't try to dissuade him. The time limit for this mission is 100 years. Be careful. Don't act recklessly no matter what happens. Elder Lei said, also, be careful in the Demon God Mountain because some blood fiends will enter. Chapter 27:16. The Demon God Mountain was located in the northwest of the continent of Despair. It was quite far away from Tianshu Yuan. However, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He left Tianshu Yuan on the same day. As for Qi Xiu and Fairy Zi Qiong, they didn't choose to go crazy with Fang Chen. They chose a simpler mission to be safe. Since they had become official disciples, they wouldn't take any risks in the near future. In the sky above Tianshu Yuan, Dean Tianshu looked down and watched Fang Chen's back as he left. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Whoosh! The mayor of Tianshu Yuan flicked his finger, and an invisible light passed through the air and quietly entered Fang Chen's body. I hope this mark can save your life at a critical moment. Demon God Mountain, a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. It looked like a mountain from afar, but it was actually very spacious. Moreover, there was a huge black vortex at the entrance of Demon God Mountain. There was a suffocating aura inside the vortex. In front of the black vortex, there were countless cultivators, all of them carefully observing. Demon God Mountain was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Many people have come to Demon God Mountain recently. Fang Chen was also among the crowd. He He was carefully observing the situation of Demon God Mountain. He could feel that the Demon God Mountain was giving him great pressure. If it weren't for the chaotic origin sword body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying aura. The ruins of Demon Extreme Supreme. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. According to his understanding of Demon God Mountain, it was incomparably ferocious and the environment was harsh. There were very few martial artists who came here to train. But now, there were so many people. Moreover, there were experts coming from time to time. Look, it's the young master of the Fu family in the southwest. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. In the distance, a large group of people swarmed over. In the middle of the crowd, there was a dazzling golden carriage slowly coming over. The carriage was very domineering. There were 4 pure-blooded mutants pulling at the front, and a vast aura spread out. There was a large Fu written on the carriage. The Fu family of the Southwest was a superpower second only to the Lin family and Tianshu Yuan in the Despair mainland. It was said that the current patriarch of the Southwest Fu family was a powerful Shui Sha. The Fu family of the Southwest. Fong Chen was also stunned for a moment, as expected of a superpower second only to Tianshu Yuan. Just the carriage alone was already so impressive. The 4 pure-blooded Xenogeneics pulling the carriage were also close to the Void Ancient Realm. A pure-blooded ancient god Xenogeneic pulling a carriage? Only a power like the Fu clan of the Southwest would be able to do such a thing. Scram! A cold voice came from the front of the carriage. Immediately, many of the spectating cultivators retreated and opened up a path. It said that the one who entered the Demon God Mountain this time is the second young master of the Fu clan. He's an invincible void ancient cultivator. It's actually him? The Fu family actually dares to let second young master take the risk? What do you know? The Fu clan had secretly sent star ancient realm cultivators to tail the second young master of the Fu clan. Who could hurt him? Or rather, who dares to attack the Fu family? That's true. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. Roar. The 4 pure-blooded Xenogeneics, with scarlet eyes, let out a furious roar. The space shattered, and everyone was terrified. The carriage didn't stop. It slowly drove into the black vortex and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! After the people of the Fu clan left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The heavy burden on their shoulders was suddenly lifted. However, just a moment ago, Fong Chun actually felt a strange aura. What's going on? His eyes were twitching uncontrollably. Ever since his eyes evolved into the ancestral eye, they had never escaped his control. But now, they were completely out of control. What's going on? Fong Chun forcefully suppressed the ancestral eye, but he still couldn't stop it from twitching. Dong dong dong. The ancestral eye released a heart-palpitating aura. However, this only lasted for a second before it disappeared. Whoosh! When the Fu clan's carriage disappeared into the black vortex, the ancestral eye regained its calm. Could it be that the experts in the Fu clan's carriage discovered my ancestral eye? Fong Chun was surprised. Or is there something that attracted the ancestral eye? In the black vortex, the Fu clan's carriage was still advancing steadily. A man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes twitched, and a trace of surprise appeared in his heart. After a while, he muttered, "The ancestral eye?" After the Fu clan of the Southwest, the geniuses of the Dark Wind Pavilion also came. This Dark Wind Pavilion is incredible. Someone in the crowd was discussing. Yeah, I heard that not long ago, a shocking battle occurred in the Despair continent. The main character was the Dark Wind Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Although he wasn't Shui Sha, his strength was comparable to Shui Sha's. He even lasted 3 days and 3 nights in the battle against Shui Sha. Everyone praised Dark Wind Pavilion endlessly. Fong Chun watched as the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion entered the Demon God Mountain. They were more low-key, unlike the Fu clan of the Southwest. Following that, various factions swarmed into the Demon God Mountain. The inheritance of the Monster Extreme Supreme attracted many forces. Of course, those who were really interested in the inheritance were basically Void Ancient Realm martial artists and a small number of Star Ancient Realm martial artists. As for the Life Ancient Realm and the 108 Shui Sha, they didn't care about the inheritance of the monster Extreme Supreme. They were at the Demon God Mountain to comprehend the supreme laws and improve their cultivation. It's about time. Just as Fong Chun felt that it was about time to enter, there was another commotion in the crowd. The Lin clan also wants the inheritance of the monster Extreme Supreme. Someone exclaimed. Fong Chun looked over and found that a carriage that was not inferior to the Fu clan of the southwest appeared in front of everyone. Lin Xiaozhong's clan? Fong Chun murmured. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Back then, when they set off from the ancient Saint Chaos to the immemorial Chaos, they were intercepted by Lin Xiaozhong on the Void Warship. The Void Warship was destroyed, and they fell into the Golden Cloud Primal Chaos, almost dying in the spatial storm. It could be said that Fong Chun and the Lin clan were mortal enemies, even though they didn't know each other. The Lin clan is also here. It seems that there will be a good show to watch in the battle for the inheritance of the monster Extreme Supreme. Fong Chun could no longer hear the voices in the crowd. After he watched the Lin family's carriage enter, he also took a step forward and entered the Black Vortex. Wong, the heavenly Tao energy in the Black Whirlpool, spun crazily. Fong Chun pushed his chaotic origin sword body to the extreme, and layers of sword chi halos surrounded him, barely resisting the invasion of the Black Whirlpool. What a powerful force! Just this Black Vortex alone should be able to stop most of the warriors. Fong Chun was speechless. It was almost impossible for anyone below the ancient god realm to enter this place. As Fong Chun advanced in the Black Whirlpool, he suddenly saw a blood-red light in the distance. So strong. Even from a distance, Fong Chun could feel his scalp going numb. The powerful shock wave almost knocked Fong Chun over. Fortunately, the blood-red light that caused one to tremble flashed and disappeared. It seemed to tear the world apart and suppress everything. The blood-red light was too shocking. Blood fiends, Fong Chun exclaimed. Only the 108 blood fiends would be able to unleash such a powerful force, right? Voila! After advancing for a while, they finally entered the Demon God Mountain. Fong Chun's vision turned white. Immediately, the piercing sunlight shone on his face. In front of him was a picturesque landscape. There were some mountains that weren't too tall, and below them was a winding stream. Is this the Demon God Mountain? Fong Chun muttered. Ignorant. What kind of Demon God Mountain is this? Suddenly, a sneer came from behind Fong Chun. Fong Chun turned around and saw a black-robed martial artist looking at him mockingly. Foolish martial artist. This is only the outer region of the Demon God Mountain. The real Demon God Mountain has a heaven-shaking aura. With your strength, your fleshly body will be shattered the moment you enter. The black-clothed cultivator walked towards Fong Chun. All right, let's not waste any more words. Hand over all the valuables you have. Fong Chun was stunned. The moment he entered, he encountered a bandit. Robbery? Are you a bandit? Cut the crap. This daddy is different from a bandit. This daddy only wants to rob. Furthermore, I have a choice. The black-robed man said. Fong Chun was stunned and nodded. Chapter 27:17. Fong Chun was a little speechless. Wherever he went, he would meet such people who only picked on the weak. This person looked at Fong Chun with a greedy look in his eyes. Brat, if you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly. The black-robed cultivator threatened Fong Chun. Why don't you rob the Fu clan, the Lin clan, or the Dark Wind Pavilion in the southwest? Do you think I'm stupid? Of course, I'll pick on the weak. The black-robed cultivator sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. That's why I can only start with you. Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? Fong Chun asked. The black-robed cultivator seemed to not want to waste any more time with Fong Chun. He punched out. Kacha! The space distorted as the majestic fist light whizzed out. Noisy. At the same time, the black-robed cultivator stomped his foot and leaped, flying in front of Fong Chun. Boom! The powerful fist light hit the ladder. The chaotic origin sword body was activated, and layers of sword chi surrounded the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator's fist light could not even penetrate Fong Chun's defense. Amen? The black-robed cultivator's expression changed when he saw this scene. How is this possible? He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. You've finished your attack. It's my turn now. Pong. The world was shocked when he punched out. The power of Fong Chen's punch was enough to force an early-stage Star Ancient Realm expert back, let alone this ordinary black-robed cultivator. Kacha! The black-robed cultivator screamed miserably and frantically retreated, but it was too late. Fong Chen killed him with a punch. The smell of blood lingered in the air. The periphery of the demon god mountain, Fong Chen muttered. He looked around and found that the aura here was not as strong as he had imagined. Let's go. His king realm's spiritual consciousness spread out and scanned the surrounding 100 miles. There's someone ahead. Fong Chen discovered a few cultivators moving forward. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In a few breaths' time, Fong Chen used the space-time escape technique and appeared in front of them. Third brother, are we really going to enter the inner area of the Demon God Mountain? Many experts have gathered in the Demon God Mountain recently. Even the second young master of the Southwest Fu clan is here. If you want to succeed, you have to take risks. If you don't even have the courage, how can you succeed? The third brother scolded them. The two of them looked at each other and shut their mouths. Voila! Fong Chen appeared in front of the three of them and blocked their path. Who are you? The three of them looked at Fong Chen warily and asked in deep voices. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just want to ask about the situation of Demon God Mountain. After hearing Fong Chen's question, the three of them sneered. Even if we didn't know, we wouldn't tell you, let alone us. Kacha! Just as the three of them finished speaking, a spear of sword chi that pierced through the heavens and earth suddenly whistled over from the distant horizon. The bodies of the three were instantly pierced through. This sword chi spear didn't stop for long. It shot straight towards Fong Chen. Amen. Fong Chen frowned. He activated the chaotic origin sword body, and a powerful sword domain covered the area around him. At the same time, he activated his weapon controlling Dao. A strange aura emerged from his mind and enveloped the sword chi spear. Condense. Fong Chen roared. The absolute power of the weapon controlling Dao was instantly revealed. The sword chi spear was forcefully restrained by Fong Chen in the void. Sila. The void was torn apart, and a ferocious-looking black figure walked out. Pa pa pa. The ferocious-looking man clapped his hands and laughed sinisterly. Not bad. You can withstand my attack. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Fong Chen asked in a cold voice. He was certain that this person's target was him. The three people just now had been killed by mistake. With just a sword chi spear, he was able to kill 3 void ancient realm cultivators. Such strength made Fong Chen not dare to be careless. Dark Wind Pavilion, Yu Xiaofeng. The ferocious-looking man said. Dark Wind Pavilion? Fong Chen frowned. His expression turned gloomy. He had no relationship with Dark Wind Pavilion. Why would this person attack him? I can sense a powerful sword Dao aura from your body. Yu Xiaofeng said. If I'm not wrong, your fleshly body is the legendary chaotic origin sword body. Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at Yu Xiaofeng. Coincidentally, I also cultivate the sword Dao. My sword Dao is to devour countless sword cultivators and use their sword Dao for my own use. Finally, I reached the peak of the sword Dao. Yu Xiaofeng sneered. It was as if Fong Chen was just a prey in his eyes. My cultivation has reached the limit of the void ancient realm. I'm just one step away from a star ancient realm. If I devour you, I'll definitely break through the bottleneck. Yu Xiaofeng licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. Fong Chen understood. So that's how it was. At the same time, he was also surprised. Yu Xiaofeng's soul Dao power was too strong. He was able to discover Yi Shiwen without Yi Shiwen noticing. Hong! Yu Xiaofeng took a step forward. His body turned into a powerful giant sword. The giant sword exuded a peerlessly powerful sword principle aura. Die! Yu Xiaofeng roared. The giant sword pierced through the sky and whistled. Invincible sword Dao destruction. Facing Yu Xiaofeng, Fong Chen did not dare to be careless. He took out the hidden star sword. With a wave of his hand, he executed the destruction sword. Hoo-hoo-hoo! In the sky, two streaks of sword light condensed in succession and then quickly merged into one. Wong. The merged sword light released an invincible aura. Amen? Even Yu Xiaofeng was a little surprised. What sort of technique is this? Yu Xiaofeng felt his heart palpitate. He continued to increase his strength and charged at Fangchun. In the sky, flames splashed everywhere. The powerful sword light was like a meteor whistling down. Suppress. The sword light pierced Yu Xiaofeng's body and immediately broke his sword technique. Bang! Yu Xiaofeng's body returned to its original form and retreated. Damn it! Yu Xiaofeng's face was gloomy. His eyes were solemn. He did not expect to meet a tough opponent. However, Yu Xiaofeng sneered in his heart. Die! Yu Xiaofeng's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Fangchun. In his palm, a short sword whistled out. Targeting the primordial spirit, Fangchun felt his primordial spirit tremble. He was slightly surprised. His eyes glowed red as a powerful eye power shot out from them. The supreme ancestral eye, the supreme suppression. Wong. All the heavenly Tao power in the world gathered crazily and drilled into the supreme ancestral eye power. In an instant, Yu Xiaofeng felt that his body could not move. He was imprisoned in the void. What is that? Yu Xiaofeng exclaimed. His heart was filled with fear. He quickly took out a blood-red mirror from his bosom, and a scarlet light shot out from the mirror. Crack! The scarlet light temporarily blocked the attack of the supreme ancestral eye power. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Xiaofeng's body flashed. At the same time, the surface of the mirror also cracked and shattered. Whoosh! 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 Yu Xiaofeng's body constantly shuttled through the void. You want to leave? Fangchun sneered and used the space-time escape technique to chase after him. Soon, he saw Yu Xiaofeng's back. The latter also noticed that Fangchun's speed was incomparably fast. He was even more anxious. Fellow Taoist, for the sake of the Dark Wind Pavilion, how about we let this matter go? In your dreams. Fangchun instinctively refused. He had the upper hand. Seeing that Fangchun was about to catch up to him, Yu Xiaofeng was even more anxious. He frantically fled in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. In the distance, there was a tall mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, standing straight on the ground. Faster, Yu Xiaofeng murmured. As long as he entered the inner area of the Demon God Mountain and reunited with the Dark Wind Pavilion, he would not be afraid of Fangchun. Suddenly, his speed doubled. His body turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the horizon. After a while, he arrived in front of the towering mountain. He was only a step away from the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Brat, wait until I reunite with the senior brothers of the Dark Wind Pavilion. I will definitely make you suffer. Yu Xiaofeng said viciously. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a sword chi rainbow pierced through the heavens and earth. It carried the power of gold as it tore through the void and stabbed into Yu Xiaofeng's body. Bang! Chapter 27:18. He had already taken a step into the inner area of the Demon God Mountain, but the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a ferocious and furious expression. His body continued to struggle as he lowered his head with great difficulty. Suddenly, he discovered that a long sword had pierced through his chest. Pain instantly spread throughout his body, causing his Yuan spirit to tremble. No! A gale swept up Yu Xiaofeng's body, destroying it. I can't accept this, Yu Xiaofeng roared. A powerful imprint appeared in his nascent soul and sealed the area. Then he disappeared into the void. Amen? Fangchun arrived with a whistling sound, his gaze fixed on the entrance. An imprint? Needless to say, the imprint in Yu Xiaofeng's Yuan spirit was left behind by an expert from the Dark Wind Pavilion. What a pity. Fangchun sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for that imprint, Yu Xiaofeng would have died. However, after this heavy injury, Yu Xiaofeng was almost unable to recover to his peak cultivation. In the future, his martial path would be cut off, and he would be like a cripple. Such a person wasn't worthy of Fang Chen's attention. So this is the entrance to the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Fang Chen was startled. This place was very hidden, and there was a powerful illusion around it, making it look like a maze. If he hadn't followed Yu Xiaofeng, he wouldn't have found this place in a short time. Go in. Fang Chen did not hesitate and stepped into the entrance. A moment later, he passed through the storm and entered the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. The inner area of the Demon God Mountain was many times more oppressive than the outer area. It was simply an azure battlefield. What is that? As soon as Fang Chen arrived, he saw two peerless experts fighting fiercely at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The shockwaves from the two's battle could still reach Fang Chen from a great distance away. Dang, dang, dang. Fang Chen's body kept retreating. He activated the chaotic origin sword body, barely blocking the terrifying shockwaves. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging blood in his body. His face was slightly pale. His eyes were filled with fear. Shueisha? After trying his best to calm the shock in his heart, Fang Chen increasingly believed that these two powerhouses were the legendary Shueisha. That was because he had seen the strength of an ancient life realm expert. Bai Ling and the other two were simply unable to reach such a level of strength. Then, there was only one explanation, and that was the Blood Fiend. Within the Despair Continent, there were 108 Blood Fiends. They were the strongest life ancient realm powerhouses. Two Blood Fiends are fighting? Fang Chen exclaimed inwardly. Whoosh! One of them turned into a blood-red ray of light, sweeping up the heavenly energy in the void and starting a shocking battle. Is that the blood-red light from before? Before this, Fang Chen had vaguely seen a blood-red light flash by. Roar! The other Blood Fiend roared at the sky. He reached out his hand and grabbed the mountain under his feet. Boom! A gigantic mountain smashed directly onto the blood-red light. Crack! The mountain shattered, and the blood-red light also flashed. The battle between the two peerless powerhouses continued, but they had already disappeared from Fang Chen's sight. This is the Blood Fiend? Too strong. Fang Chen's heart trembled, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. This was a true peerless powerhouse. Such a powerhouse could destroy a chaotic void with a raise of his hand. Fang Chen's blood boiled. When would he be able to reach such a level? The strongest life ancient realm expert, the 108 city lords of the Despair Continent. Since ancient times, every Shueisha had experienced intense battles of blood and tears before they were able to reach where they were today. They were constantly facing the challenge of countless life ancient realm powerhouses. Once they failed, they would lose their identity as a Blood Fiend. Thus, as time passed, the strength of the 108 Blood Fiends grew stronger and stronger, to the point where no one was a match for them. It was difficult for a super powerhouse to defeat a Blood Fiend in 1,000,000,000 years. From this, one could see how powerful Pavilion Master Dark Wind was. He wasn't a Blood Fiend, but he was stronger. After watching this battle, Fang Chen was even more shocked. At the same time, he couldn't wait to improve his cultivation base and strength. There are 3 great levels of ancient gods, and the gap between each level is too great. Although I can fight against middle star ancient realm cultivators now, it will be difficult to defeat some peerless monsters. Fang Chen murmured. The inner area of the Demon God Mountain wasn't big. Fang Chen swept the entire space with his mind. Is this the place of inheritance of Monster Extreme Supreme? Fang Chen found a huge array in the northern area of the Demon God Mountain. There were many talented cultivators in front of the array. Most of them are Void Ancient Realm cultivators. There are very few Star Ancient Realm cultivators, Fang Chen said. Immediately, he used the space-time escape technique and disappeared. After a while, Fang Chen came to the crowd. Monster Extreme Supreme's inheritance is in this huge array. Unfortunately, we don't have a share. Yeah, the Lin family's prodigy, Dark Wind Pavilion's young master, and Southwest Fu family's second young master are all top prodigies. Everyone discussed fervently. The ones standing at the forefront of the matrix were none other than these 3 geniuses. Lin Sanzhong of the Lin family's cultivation base had reached the limit of Void Ancient Realm, and his fighting strength was comparable to Star Ancient Realm cultivators. Behind him was the powerful Lin family, which made many cultivators wary. Dark Wind Pavilion's young master, Yasu, had also reached the limit of Void Ancient Realm, and his fighting strength was comparable to Star Ancient Realm cultivators. The one with the highest profile was Fu Buiyuan of Southwest's Fu family. He exuded a proud aura, and his face was full of disdain. This array is very strong. I'm afraid it can't be broken by one person. Lin Sanzhong turned his head and said slowly, "Yes, I agree with Brother Lin's idea. The three of us can work together to break the array," Yasu said. How can a mere array stop me, Fu Buiyuan?" Fu Buiyuan sneered and walked down from the dazzling carriage. He stepped in front of the array. Rumble. A roar came from within the array. Fu Buiyuan opened his hands, and thick hair appeared on the surface of his skin. The hair was like thorns, piercing deeply into the array. Crack! The array shook, and the sky changed color. Lin Sanzhong and Yasu looked at each other. The cultivators behind them were even more shocked. Is Fu Buiyuan so strong that he can ignore Lin Sanzhong? Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. Only Fong Chen sneered. Fu Buiyuan's method seemed shocking, but it was actually stupid. Idiot, this array is formed by the power of the Big Dipper, but you used the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan to break it. How laughable. Fong Chen sneered. Pretending to know when you don't move will only make things worse. Although Fong Chen's voice was soft, it was unusually harsh. The noise on the vast plain instantly disappeared, and everyone stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes. Bang! At this moment, a vibration came from Fu Buiyuan's body. A vast power erupted from the shaking array formation, forcing Fu Buiyuan to retreat. He was in a sorry state, and his clothes were in a mess. Is this guy crazy? How dare he criticize Fu Buiyuan? Stupid guy, what do you know? Many cultivators stared at Fong Chen angrily and shouted. Even Yasu and Lin Sanzhong, who were at the front, turned to look at Fong Chen. You said I'm stupid? Fu Buiyuan was already unhappy that he did not break the array, and when he heard Fong Chen's voice, he was even more furious. You know about arrays? Fu Buiyuan asked coldly. Seeing that Fong Chen did not speak, Fu Buiyuan sneered. You don't know about arrays, but you dare to say such arrogant words. You are unforgivable. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Buiyuan was ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fong Chen spoke. How can a prodigy of the Southwest Fu family be so magnanimous? Fong Chen shrugged. Boom! Fu Buiyuan's body emitted a raging aura as he looked down at Fong Chen. Those who truly know about arrays can see at a glance that this array is formed by the power of the Big Dipper. This array is focused on the core, and the most taboo is to break it with the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. The power of the Big Dipper and the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. These were all technical terms used in the field of array formations. Let me guess what you want to do. Chapter 2719. Fu Buiyuan didn't say anything and just looked at Fong Chen indifferently. The latter ignored everyone's pointing and continued. The 9 turns of Fleeting Swan is the power of the 9th level of the formation. You didn't fully control it. When you saw this formation, you had already made your decision. You wanted to break it with brute force, so you chose the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. Moreover, when you cast it, you deliberately added your own strength. However, what you didn't expect was that this formation was completely beyond your imagination. At this point, Fong Chen smiled and said, Of course, there's another possibility, which is that you didn't see the innate Big Dipper force contained in this formation. Whoosh! The whole world was in an uproar. Countless martial artists stared at Fong Chen with their eyes wide open. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who knew a little about formations. After Fong Chen's guidance, they suddenly understood and looked at the formation in disbelief. The innate Big Dipper force. Many people discovered the innate Big Dipper force and were shocked. Fu Buiyuan still didn't say anything, as if all this had nothing to do with him. But Yasu and Lin Sanzhong's eyes lit up. Brother, You must be an expert in formations, right? Lin Sanzhong smiled and said, You must have come here for the inheritance of supreme, sovereign Yaoju. Why don't we work together to break it? What do you think? That's right. This formation is blocking our way, and we can't do anything about it for a while. If you're willing to work with us, you'll benefit a lot, Yasu said. Fangshan didn't say anything and looked straight at Fu Buiyuan. Are you done? Fu Buiyuan finally opened his mouth and asked casually, What? Is the Southwest Fu family's prodigy angry? You want to capture me, search my soul, and extract the formation insights in my mind? Fang Chun said with a smile. As if Fang Chun guessed his thoughts, Fu Buiyuan's face gradually darkened. But soon, he regained his composure. Nonsense. Do you think you can scare me just because you know some theoretical knowledge? Fu Buiyuan sneered. If you have the ability, then break this array formation. Are you trying to goad me? Fang Chun murmured. However, even though he knew that it was a provocation, he did not back down. The three geniuses were no match for him. However, there were Star Ancient Realm cultivators secretly protecting them. If there was any danger, they would definitely step in to stop him. Therefore, he only had one choice if he wanted to obtain Supreme Monarch Monster Extinction's inheritance. Watch me break it open. Fang Chun decided to beat him at his own game. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the formation. The three of them didn't stop him. Each of them had their own ulterior motives as they waited for Fang Chun to break it open. Just now, Fang Chun had already seen through this array formation. He had to admit that the person who set up the array formation had a deep understanding of array formations. The method of condensing the innate Big Dipper force was very unique. If it weren't for Fang Chun's strong attainments in array Dao, he wouldn't have been able to see through it in a short time. So with Yintian's power, Fang Chun chanted, and a powerful aura of array Dao whizzed out. His hands formed a complicated hand seal, and in an instant he stirred up the array. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. As Fang Chun's array Dao power poured into the array shook even more violently. In the end, it directly broke away from the innate Big Dipper force. Condense. After forcing the innate Big Dipper force out of the array, Fang Chun took the opportunity to pour Zhuo Yintian's power into it. Dong! A rumbling sound rang out. Fang Chun had secretly switched the array and secretly took control of it. Seeming to sense that something was wrong, Fu Buiyuan roared and attacked at lightning speed. Bang! A vast power surged toward Fu Buiyuan, forcing him to retreat. You deserve to die. After stabilizing his body, Fu Buiyuan glared at Fang Chun and said coldly, What the hell happened? Yasu and Lin Sanzhong also noticed that something was wrong with the array and hurriedly asked. He forced the innate Big Dipper force out and poured his own power into it. Now, the array is under his control, Fu Buiyuan said in a deep voice. How dare you use us? You're courting death. Standing in the array, Fang Chun sneered. What a joke. Aren't the three of you using me as well? Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of the Star Ancient Realm experts hiding in the dark, do you think the three of you can compete with me? Fang Chun sneered. His body exuded an invincible aura as he looked down on the world. With the peerless array, even a Star Ancient Realm elite would not be able to hurt him. Therefore, at this moment, he was unscrupulous. Foolish fellow, I can suppress you all by myself. Yasu was furious and attacked at lightning speed. Two fangs appeared in his mouth and kept growing bigger. Crack! The wind and clouds in the sky changed as a violent power swept over. Thunder rumbled and lightning dragons flashed. The entire world seemed to be covered with a thick layer of power. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Child's play. One man can hold back 10,000 men. Fang Chun casually grabbed the heavenly energy in his hand. Then he suddenly punched out. Clang! The fist and Yasu's fangs collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Crack! Fang Chun's fist was forced back, and Yasu continued to strengthen his attack. Whoosh! When the sword was drawn, ghosts and gods cried. A cold light shone, shocking the 9 states. A dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. The invincible sword chi was like a real dragon, floating in the air and roaming in space. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar was endless. What sword technique is that? Many of the onlooking martial artists were completely stunned. A guy at the peak of the void ancient realm could unleash such a powerful sword technique. It's too strong. The power of this sword light is no weaker than a star ancient realm expert. I wonder if Yasu can withstand it? Just as everyone was discussing, a loud roar came from the void. Stop, thief! Immediately after, a vast power surged forth, forcefully blocking the dazzling sword light. Pucci! When the star ancient realm cultivator appeared in front of Yakuo, everyone was shocked to see a sword mark on his sleeve. Everyone took a deep breath, and their hearts trembled. What a powerful sword technique. Lin Sanzhong's eyes were burning, and his heart trembled. Fu Boyuan looked greedily at Fang Chun. At the same time, the star ancient realm experts of the three major forces came together. Such an exquisite sword technique. It's really impressive, the star ancient realm expert from Hostile Wind Pavilion said. If he hadn't intervened in time, Yasu would have been seriously injured, if not killed. How is that possible? Yasu shook his head frantically. Remove the formation and hand over the sword technique, and I can guarantee that you can leave safely, the star ancient realm expert from Hostile Wind Pavilion said. That's right. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude. The purpose of the star ancient realm experts of the three major forces was to secretly protect the geniuses of their sections. They wouldn't intervene unless it was a critical moment. But now, because of Fang Chun, they all showed up. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was simply too exquisite. Even for them, their hearts were trembling with fear. As star ancient realm experts, they could see more clearly than Fu Bo Yuan and the others. This kid's potential was the best in the Despair Continent, and his attainments in the Sword Dao had reached the peak. If this sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, it was possible for him to be ranked among the Blood Fiends, let alone fight against life ancient realm experts. At the thought of this, the three-star ancient realm cultivators' hearts burned with greed as they stared at Fang Chun. No one had expected things to develop to this extent. I've seen how shameless the major forces can be, Fang Chun mocked. Rumble. The formation completely closed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. You want my sword technique? Dream on. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. The formation was activated, and the momentum was stronger. Attack together. The three-star ancient realm cultivators roared furiously as they joined forces to attack the formation. In the clouds and the void. This guy is smart, a golden-haired old man said with a smile. He knows how to use his advantages. His sword technique is exquisite, and he has an invincible belief. His sword Dao is very unique. Even I was stunned when he stabbed out with that sword. Another black-haired, black-eyed old man said slowly. The sword that Fang Chun had just stabbed out echoed in his mind. If this news spreads, it will definitely shake the entire Despair Continent, right? The golden-haired old man said, Man Ba, one of the 108 blood fiends, is attracted by a void ancient realm guy. The black-haired, black-eyed old man shook his head. What do you know? I know a little about the sword Dao, and that sword seems to have touched the threshold of the supreme law. Supreme Ancestral Eye? Chapter 2720. In a huge array, Fang Chun moved forward quickly, using the space-time escape technique. Phantoms quickly condensed, looking for the inheritance of monster extinction supreme sovereign. There it is. Suddenly, Fang Chun saw a flickering light in front of him. He took a big stride forward and rushed here. A circular pillar of light was slowly rotating. Above the pillar of light, there was a halo of light. Inheritance. Demonic chi soared into the sky, completely blocking the halo. Fang Chun released his invincible demonic chi, which immediately resonated with the halo. Buzz! Bright ripples spread out from the halo. In the next moment, Fang Chun grasped the halo in his hand. Whoosh! The halo penetrated his palm and entered his body. Then, the rotating light pillar shattered, and countless things scattered on the ground. Fangchun was overjoyed when he took a closer look. Vermilion bird inner core, purple light extreme heart grass, mountain sea life-prolonging pill. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Every time he read a name, Fangchun's heart twitched. When his gaze landed on the last palm-sized short sword, his heart suddenly trembled. Monster Extinction Sword? Fangchun exclaimed. He didn't expect the Monster Extinction Sword to be here. It is said that Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign is good at Sword Dao and is a famous Sword Dao expert in the Monster Clan. Fangchun said, I doubted it at first, but now it seems that the rumors are true. The Monster Extinction Sword was Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign's weapon, and it was also the proof of his Sword Dao. Buzz. Fangchun gently stroked the Monster Extinction Sword with his palm, and suddenly, the sword hummed. The soaring demonic chi and the Monster Extinction Sword complemented each other, and the power of the array suddenly increased. Condense. Fangchun tried to imprison the Monster Extinction Sword with the weapon controlling Dao, and then put it into the Sumeru ring. Phew! I have gained a lot this time. He didn't expect to get Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign's inheritance so easily. But the Star Ancient Realm experts outside are troublesome. Fangchun muttered. After pondering for a moment, Fangchun's face revealed a strange smile. Then, he took a step forward and arrived at the other side of the formation. Open. The aura of Array Dao filled the air. In the blink of an eye, a gap was opened in the array formation. Then, Fangchun walked out of the array with ease. Hoo. Using the space-time escape technique, he was far away from the array formation in the blink of an eye. Explode. Looking back, he spat out a word. Immediately, the vast formation exploded. The entire place was filled with a violent sea of flames. Countless miserable shrieks rang out from within the sea of fire. At the same time, the enraged voices of Star Ancient powerhouses could be heard. Let's go. Fangchun's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the clouds, the black-haired, black-eyed barbaric city lord curled his lips when he saw this scene. This fellow has some tricks up his sleeve. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. If you don't even have this bit of courage, how can you become a powerhouse? The golden-haired old man said. Yeah. However, before the barbaric city lord could finish speaking, the smile on his face froze. Fangchun was traveling through space-time. His countless phantoms returned to his body. Crack! Suddenly, one of the phantoms shattered. Fangchun was startled, and his body moved sideways. Dong! A hole appeared in the place he had just been, and a vast aura surged out. Buzz! Just as Fangchun stabilized his body, a trembling force swept over and imprisoned his body, making it impossible for him to move. What's going on? His heart trembled, and he felt his heart palpitate. Could it be? Seeing the bloody figure in front of him, Fangchun was disappointed. Shuesha, the other party's aura, was not something a life ancient powerhouse could possess. Fangchun was basically certain that this person was a Shuesha. Facing Shuesha, he had no power to resist. Stop! A thunderous voice sounded, and the barbaric city lord arrived. Leihua, as a Shuesha, you actually attacked a void ancient realm cultivator? The barbaric city lord asked. Leihua, the golden-haired old man, appeared beside the barbaric city lord. The Shuesha called Leihua burned his blood, and the power of lightning surged. Since this person is acquainted with you, I, Leihua, will take my leave. Leihua's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Immediately, Fangchun let out a sigh of relief, and he felt the pressure on his body lessen. Thank you, seniors. Fangchun hurriedly cupped his fists. At the same time, he knew that the two in front of him were also Shuesha. In a day, he had seen several Shuesha, and Fangchun was a little surprised. Kid, your potential isn't bad, but you're too weak. The barbaric city lord said, recently, there have been strange movements in the Demon God Mountain. You've already obtained the inheritance of Demon Supreme Sovereign, so leave quickly. The golden-haired old man nodded. After the two left, Fang Chun was dumbfounded. Thinking of the Shui Sha that appeared one after another, he became even more frightened. Leave the demon god mountain quickly. Half a month later, Fang Chun had left the inner area of the demon god mountain with the help of the space-time escape technique. Whoosh! He stepped out and arrived at the outer area of the demon god mountain, and he let out a sigh of relief. So many Shui Sha have gathered at the demon god mountain. Something important must have happened. Fang Chun thought to himself. He spread out his divine sense to check the surroundings. At this moment, there was a loud explosion at the entrance of the inner area. Immediately after, countless figures swarmed out. In just a few breaths, the three sky prides were completely dead. This scene made many of the warriors present even more dumbfounded. Oh my god, what did I just see? Not good. Sword Chi Storm. Run. After the Sword of Annihilation killed Fubuyan, it formed a Sword Chi Storm that swept across the land. Many martial artists who followed the three sky prides back from the inner area of the Demon God Mountain didn't escape in time and died. After a while, the outer area of the Demon God Mountain was covered in ruins. Everywhere one could see with the naked eye, there were sharp sword marks everywhere. There was also a powerful sword chi that filled the entire void. It was a terrifying sword chi. Let's go. Fang Chun didn't even think about it and turned to leave. After leaving the Demon God Mountain, Fang Chun didn't look back. He hurried back to Tianshu Yuan day and night. He guessed that something major must have happened in the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many blood fiends gathered. Fu Buiyuan and the other two wouldn't have fled and given him a chance. Tianshu Yuan, Sakai Peak. After a few months, Fang Chun returned to Tianshu Yuan. He had gained a lot this time. However, as soon as he returned, he didn't rush to hand in the mission. Instead, he returned to his residence. Sitting cross-legged, the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme, sovereign, appeared in his mind. The monster extinction sword floated in front of his chest, exuding a faint monster extinction aura. The monster extinction supreme sovereign is an expert at the limit of the star ancient realm. Although he hasn't stepped into the life ancient realm, his combat strength is comparable to that of the life ancient realm, Fang Chun murmured. The inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign had been deeply embedded in his mind. After sensing it slightly, a smile appeared on his face. Because he found that the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign resonated with the demon transformation divine skill. The two could be merged. Fang Chun was overjoyed and immediately began to comprehend the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign. Buzz. The monster extinction sword circled around his body, helping him comprehend. Time passed, and 3 months later, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Demon Qi surged around his body as if it was about to break through the sky. It was very terrifying. With a thought, the surface of his skin was instantly covered with powerful scales. In the blink of an eye, he became a scale monster. As expected, Fang Chun grinned. In the past 3 months, he had been trying to merge the two, and now he finally succeeded. The most important part of the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign was disguise. With the help of the demon transformation divine skill, the disguise was flawless. Even the aura of the primordial spirit could be disguised. One could imagine how powerful it was. If I disguise myself as a beast, even a life ancient realm expert won't be able to see through it. Fang Chun said, moreover, there is a fatal move in the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign, which is performed by the monster extinction sword. The monster extinction sword was a short sword with soaring demon chi. Sky-splitting black demon was the most important trump card in the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign. The monster extinction supreme sovereign also relied on this move to become famous. This move is most suitable for sneak attacks and assassinations. It can have an unexpected effect. Fong Chen said. Chapter 27-22. The commotion in the inner area of Demon God Mountain attracted the attention of the entire continent of despair. Everyone knew that something had happened at Demon God Mountain. Many blood fiends gathered at Demon God Mountain. The Star Ancient Realm experts who had escaped from the Demon God Mountain were even more enraged, because they found the death of their clan's prodigies in the outer area of Demon God Mountain. After investigation, they confirmed that it wasn't the Blood Fiends. If it was the Blood Fiends, they wouldn't have left behind such a scene. They would have destroyed everything. Moreover, judging from the traces at the scene, it was a sword cultivator. When the news reached the three major forces, the higher-ups said that they had to find the mysterious sword cultivator no matter what. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they wouldn't allow him to roam freely in the continent of despair. The news soon spread throughout the continent of despair. Countless martial artists were shocked. Who dared to provoke the 3 major forces? The prodigies he had killed were all the top talents of the 3 major forces. Lin Sanzhong was one of the best in the Void Ancient Realm. Yasu was a prodigy of the Dark Wind Pavilion. As for Fu Buiyuan, he was the second son of the Fu family in the southwest. His brother was the famous eldest son of the Fu family in the southwest. He was also one of the top prodigies in the history of the continent of despair. The deaths of these 3 caused a great sensation. However, even after several months, they still couldn't find a single clue. Some people even suspected that Tian Shu Yuan had done it secretly. However, it was difficult to investigate without evidence. Tian Shu Yuan, Sakai Peak. Fong Chun spat out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. It had been 3 months since he returned to Tian Shu Yuan, and he had fully mastered the Black Demon sky-splitting art. His strength had reached a new level, and he was fearless against mid-stage Star Ancient Realm cultivators. If he could use the Black Demon sky-splitting art in a sneak attack, he could seriously injure or even kill mid-stage Star Ancient Realm cultivators. Whoosh! It's time to turn in the mission. Fong Chun walked out of the courtyard and went to the mission hall. Brother Fong. As he walked through the tree-lined avenue, he suddenly heard a shout behind him. Fong Chun turned his head to look and suddenly discovered that the people who came were actually Qi Xiu and Fairy Ziqiang. The 2 of them walked over with smiles on their faces. We haven't seen each other for a few months. Has Brother Fong been well during this time? Qi Xiu asked. Fairy Ziqiang also pursed her lips into a charming smile. Not bad. Fong Chen nodded. What about you guys? Hearing this, the smile on Qi Xiu's face gradually dimmed. He sighed and said, I originally thought that I would be able to soar into the sky after becoming an official disciple. Who would have thought that it would be so difficult to stand out when I actually came to Sakai Peak? The competition at Sakai Peak is too fierce. Even though we've become official disciples and have more cultivation resources than nominal disciples, the competition is too fierce. However, the competition we face is even more intense. Previously, Brother Qi Xiu and I went to challenge the 7 Stars W formation, but we were all defeated. We couldn't even last an incense stick's worth of time. In recent months, almost all of our cultivation resources have been won by the senior brothers on Sakai Peak. A hint of disappointment appeared on Fairy Ziqiang's fair face. 7 Stars W formation? Fong Chun was a little startled when he heard this. He had gone out to hone himself as soon as he arrived at Sakai Peak. It wasn't until recently that he returned that he had never heard of the so-called 7 Stars W formation. The 7 Stars W formation is a strange formation. Even life, ancient realm powerhouses find it difficult to crack. It is said that it was personally arranged by Tian Shu Yuan. We official disciples enter it to temper ourselves. The longer we persist, the more benefits we can get. Qi Xiu said, of course, disciples can also gamble with each other. Official disciples had a fixed amount of cultivation resources every month. This was the most basic thing. They didn't need to do anything to have it. Presumably, Qi Xiu and Fairy Ziqiang used these cultivation resources to gamble with others. Originally, Fong Chen didn't care. However, when he heard Qi Xiu's next words, he frowned slightly. Brother Fong, there's something you don't know. When we first came here, the senior brothers looked down on us. I, Chixiu, know that I'm weak, so I gambled with many senior brothers. But who would have thought that they would force me? If I didn't agree, they would harass me every day. Chixiu didn't say the rest of the words, but Fang Chun could feel the helplessness in his heart. I'm fine. I was just forced to lose my cultivation resources. Fairy Ziqiang, on the other hand, is a little more troublesome. She's beautiful and has attracted the attention of many senior brothers. Many senior brothers have openly touched her and even threatened to give her cultivation resources if she gives in. Otherwise, she'll be banned from the Zuoshu Peak. Fairy Ziqiang's expression changed a little sad. There's such a thing? Fangshan was a little unhappy and asked in a deep voice. Chixiu nodded, but before he could speak, he heard a mocking laugh in the distance. Chixiu, what's wrong? Scared? Still looking for help? A duck-like voice came from the distance. A fat man with a big head and big ears, wearing a black armor, walked over with a smile. Beside him, there were a few disciples following him. Senior brother Fatty, seeing this, Chixiu's face changed greatly and hurriedly greeted. Fairy Ziqiang also faked a smile and nodded gently. How about it? Have you thought about it? If you follow me, I promise that from now on, no one in Sakai Peak will dare to bully you. Fatty Wu smiled and looked at Fairy Ziqiang with eyes full of greed. I'm sorry, senior brother Fatty. Fairy Ziqiang politely refused. Humph. Fatty Wu's face changed drastically and he turned hostile. Fairy Ziqiang, you have to think about it. Can you bear the consequences? Fatty Wu threatened. For a moment, Fairy Ziqiang didn't know what to say. At this moment, Fangshan walked to Fairy Ziqiang's side and stood in front of her. Fairy Ziqiang has her own choice. No one can force her. Fangshan said lightly. Hearing this, Fatty Wu noticed that there was a person called Fangchun. If my guess is correct, you're the Fangchun who helped these two pieces of trash defeat Chu Yunfeng and pass the trial by yourself, right? Fatty Wu sneered. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated Chu Yunfeng. In the whole Sakai Peak, who doesn't know that the reason why you can succeed is because of your strong defense? Fatty Wu sneered. You only know how to defend and not attack. How dare you point your finger in front of me? Are you tired of living? Fatty Wu was arrogant and didn't put Fangshan in his eyes at all. You have one breath's time to disappear from Fat Lord's sight. Otherwise, Fat Lord doesn't recommend breaking your legs. Fat Five threatened. Fangshan glanced at Fatty Wu and turned to leave. Seeing this, Fatty Wu laughed. See? No newcomer is qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Fatty Wu said, at least you know what's good for you. If I see you again, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. After saying that, Fatty looked at Ziqiang Fairy with his five-colored eyes. Fangshan's departure made Chixiu and Fairy Ziqiang panic. Fairy Ziqiang, I told you long ago, don't be with this kind of trash. As Fatty Wu spoke, he punched Chixiu's body. Bang! Chixiu was thrown off his feet and smashed on the ground, and he bared his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. Fairy Ziqiang, although I'm not a top genius in Sakai Peak, at least I have a good network. If you follow me, your life will be much better in the future. Fatty Wu said slightly. On the path of martial arts, cultivation resources are very important. You have seen it. You have been with this trash for a few months, and you can't get any cultivation resources. Your cultivation has stagnated. If this continues, you will be expelled from Sakai Peak in the next official disciple assessment. Fatty Wu explained to Fairy Ziqiang earnestly. The purpose was to make Fairy Ziqiang agree. However, Fairy Ziqiang's eyes flickered and fell into silence. Fairy Ziqiang, you have to know, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Fatty Wu said with some displeasure. Ding, ding, ding. Footsteps sounded. Fairy Ziqiang doesn't want to agree. Why do you have to force her? Fangshan appeared in front of Fatty Wu again. Seeing this, Fatty Wu was very angry. Boy, do you want to die? Chapter 27-23. Hearing this, Ziqiang Fairy's beautiful eyes flickered. She just subconsciously thought that Fangshan was scared by Fatty Wu and didn't want to get involved, so he left. Who would have thought that he was actually going to turn in the task? This For a moment, Ziqiang Fairy's face changed, and she didn't know what to say. Turn the task? Fatty Wu was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and said angrily, "Boy, do you really want to make things difficult for me?" Fang Chan shrugged. "It's not me who wants to make things difficult for you, but you want to make things difficult for them." Fang Chen pointed to the slightly embarrassed Qi Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy, whose expression was changing. "So, you insist on intervening?" Fatty Wu's face was gloomy, his fists clenched, and his aura was overflowing, and killing intent leaked out. "If you have to do this, then this is the only way. You're courting death." Fatty Wu was furious, and he suddenly punched out. At the same time, his fist constantly changed in the void, and finally blasted at Fang Chun from an extremely tricky angle. Dong! Fang Chun didn't move at all, and sword chi patterns surrounded his body. Dang dang dang! A powerful recoil force came from Fang Chen's body, making Fatty Wu's body involuntarily take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he licked his dry lips and narrowed his eyes at Fang Chun. "No wonder Chu Yunfeng lost to you. With this kind of defense, you can protect yourself on Sakai Peak." Fatty Five said, "However, if you think that you can go against me with this, then you're too naive." After knowing the strength of Fang Chen's defense, Fatty Wu took out a long spear from his arms. On the long spear, there were shocking patterns flashing. Rip! Fatty Wu grabbed with his hand, and the long spear suddenly burst into the void. The tip of the spear flashed, carrying a trembling power, and whistled out. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen didn't care about Fatty Wu's strength. "Brother Fang, be careful," Qi Xiu reminded, his expression changing greatly as he was incomparably worried. Fang Chen gently shook his head and raised his hand. While everyone was still in shock, his hand kept changing. Finally, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he firmly grasped the spear that was shooting towards him. Whoosh! The spear stopped moving forward, and the tension in the air instantly collapsed. At the same time, a fierce killing intent shot out from the long spear and pierced towards Fang Chen. Crack! The illusory light struck Fang Chen's body and was instantly shattered by the sword chi. Fatty Five used all his strength to stab out with his spear, but he realized that his spear was restrained and could not move at all. At this moment, Fatty Five finally realized that something was wrong. His expression changed, and his heart beat rapidly. "Let go!" Fat Five roared, and a vast power surged from his body. Fang Chan released his grip, and the spear returned to Fat Five's control. Thud, thud, thud. Fatty Five's bloated body retreated step by step, gasping for breath. Fang Chun crossed his arms and stared at him with a smile. Fatty Five wanted to continue to attack, but in the end he did not act rashly. He stared at Fang Chun, and after a long time, he fiercely flung his sleeves and turned to leave. "Stop!" Fang Chun berated. "What? Do you really think that I, Fatty Five, am afraid of you?" Fatty Five said angrily, "If you push me too far, I'll just die with you. Don't even think about taking advantage of me." Buzz! Fang Chen's eyes shot out a terrifying light. The supreme ancestral eye was activated, and a powerful eye force spread out. The entire sky fell silent in an instant. Fatty Five's body was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. "What about now?" Fang Chen shrugged and asked. Fatty Five's heart was frightened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He tried his best, but he could not break free. "What the hell did you do to me?" Fatty Five roared frantically, struggling desperately. "I disdain to kill you, but that doesn't mean I don't have the strength to kill you." Fang Chan said, "Hand over all their cultivation resources for the past few months, or I don't mind cutting off your head." Although Fatty Five was furious, he did not want to give in. But in the end, he still surrendered under Fang Chen's powerful pressure. Even he himself could not imagine how Fang Chen's strength could be so powerful. Here, with a thought, 2 Sumeru rings appeared in his arms, and he threw them over. After Fang Chen took the Sumeru rings, he withdrew his eye force. Fatty Five broke free from the imprisonment and fled in a panic. Qi Xiao and Fairy Ziqiang were already dumbfounded. Brother Fong, what have you experienced in the past few months? How did you suddenly become so strong? Qi Xiao asked hurriedly. Really? Fong Chen smiled and said, I have always been so strong. Qi Xiao and Fairy Ziqiang took back their cultivation resources and were secretly delighted. Their faces were full of smiles. To be able to suppress Fatty 5 with a flip of the hand, Brother Fong's strength can be ranked among the best on Sakai Peak. Qi Xiao said excitedly, In the future, let's see who dares to bully me. Fatty 5 is just a small character. I am worried that Fong Chun, your actions this time will attract the person behind Fatty 5. Fairy Ziqiang's expression changed. It's okay. Fong Chun waved his hand. The 7 Stars W array is the peerless array on Sakai Peak and is also the holy land for many official disciples. Fong Chun stood outside the array, and what he saw was a vast expanse of gray. What an exquisite array! Fong Chun couldn't help but exclaim. This exquisite array made him gasp in amazement. Only a powerhouse like the mayor of Tianshu Yuan can arrange such a magnificent array. The entire formation is connected with the heavens and the earth, and it's constantly absorbing the energy of the heavens. In this way, after the power of heaven is refined by the array, it will automatically be transformed into cultivation resources for many disciples. It is really amazing. Fong Chun said, Moreover, this array is invisible. I can't see through it. Thinking of this, Fong Chun stepped out and entered the 7 Stars W array. Brother Xing, it's over there. As soon as Fong Chun entered the array, Fatty 5 came here with a person. The arrival of Zhao Longxing caused a great commotion. Isn't this Zhao Longxing? Why is he here? It is said that Zhao Longxing broke through the 7th level of the 7 Stars W array half a year ago and is only 1 step away from the 8th level. Looking at Sakai Peak, only a few geniuses can compete with him. Yes, Zhao Longxing will become an elite disciple in the near future, or even a core disciple. Many voices of praise rang out incessantly. Zhao Longxing looked ahead indifferently. The 7 Stars W array set off a ripple and drowned Fong Chen's figure. Fong Chen, Zhao Longxing murmured to himself with a playful smile on his face. Brother Xing, that guy is too arrogant. I know that Brother Xing values Ziqiang goddess a lot, so I wanted to invite her here, but Fong Chun stopped me. Fatty 5 said, also, that guy is arrogant. He said that even if Brother Xing went, he wouldn't be afraid. Hearing this, Zhao Longxing nodded. To be able to defeat you in an instant, this guy's strength is not to be underestimated. Zhao Longxing said. What he really cared about was Fong Chen's shocking swordsmanship. Wait for me here. Zhao Longxing stepped out and entered the 7 Stars W array. The murky aura instantly dispersed, opening up a path for Zhao Longxing. Zhao Longxing strode in, and many disciples outside were amazed. Amazing, really amazing. I have been cultivating for so many years, but I can't understand the 7 Stars W array. Zhao Longxing actually walked in directly. Yes, the first 7 floors are no pressure for Zhao Longxing. I wonder if he can enter the 8th floor this time. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Zhao Longxing could enter the 8th floor. Inside the 7 Stars W array, Fong Chun had just entered, and he felt that it was extremely mysterious. This array is not inferior to the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao. Fong Chun said, one step at a time, just like how I've been cultivating my entire life. After thinking for a while, Fong Chun sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the 7 Stars W array. Soon, Zhao Longxing arrived and saw Fong Chun. Blocked on the first floor? Whoosh! As Zhao Longxing spoke, he flicked his finger and a vast array Dao aura swept out, blowing away the surrounding 7 Stars W array. Buzz. Chapter 27-24. So weak. Zhao Longxing disdained to make a move. Zhao Longxing sneered, and the aura of the 7 Stars W automatically made way for him as he walked into the depths. He turned around and glanced at Fong Chun with a disdainful expression. What? Not convinced? Not satisfied, Zhao Longxing continued. When you bullied others, have you ever thought that such a day would come? Fang Chun was silent. If you want revenge, come to the 8th level to find me. With that, Zhao Longxing disappeared. Fang Chun grinned, the corners of his mouth filled with mockery. Do you think you could trap me like this? You underestimate me. Fang Chun, too much, don't you? Starting from a nominal peak, he had been honing his state of mind. And no matter where he went, there were people who bullied the weak. Fatty Wu was like that, and so was Zhao Longxing. Moreover, Zhao Longxing's method was even more despicable. He relied on his powerful understanding of the 7 stars W formation to forcibly separate the aura of the 7 stars W formation and trap him in the middle. Subduing the enemy without a fight? Zhao Longxing's wishful thinking was probably wrong. If one day I trap you, Zhao Longxing, in the 7 stars W formation, how will you feel? After thinking for a while, Fang Chun continued to cultivate. After a short period of comprehension, he had already grasped the basic essence of the 7 stars W formation. For the rest of the time, he just needed to comprehend with all his heart. 3 days later, Fang Chun passed the 1st level. 9 days later, he passed the 2nd level. Half a month later, he passed the 3rd level. Starting from the 4th level, Fang Chun's understanding of the 7 stars W formation became more and more powerful. His monstrous talent in the Tao of formations was also gradually revealed. Every time he passed a level, he could receive a baptism of the heavenly Tao. His physical body became stronger, and his overall strength was steadily increasing. 5th level, 6th level, 7th level. Fang Chun broke through to the 7th level as if he was taking a stroll. On Sakai Peak, there were only a handful of disciples who could reach this level. During this month, many things happened in the outside world. Fang Chun never came out, and Fatty Wu once again unscrupulously bullied Ziqiang Fairy and Qi Xiao. You two, get the hell over here. In front of the 7 stars heavenly pivot formation, Fatty Wu looked at Qi Xiao with his big belly and said coldly, "Senior brother Fatty." Qi Xiao braced himself and greeted. "Fang Chun, that brat, offended senior brother Zhao Longxing. We haven't heard from him for a month. He might have already died in the 7 stars W formation." Fatty 5 said, "Don't expect him to save you. If it wasn't for this Lord Fatty being merciful, just what Fang Chun did to this Lord Fatty last time would be enough for this Lord Fatty to kill you all." Fat Fifth fiercely said, "Like I said, Qi Xiao, you will be my servant for 10,000 years, and Fairy Ziqiang will follow Brother Xing. This is a win-win choice." "Senior brother Fatty, isn't this inappropriate?" Qi Xiao said nervously. "Ha!" Fatty 5 slapped Qi Xiao's face, and the latter's body immediately retreated repeatedly. A red handprint appeared on his cheek. He suppressed the anger in his heart. "Senior brother Fatty, have you forgotten Brother Fang's words?" "Ha!" Hearing Fang Chen's name, Fatty 5 became even angrier and slapped him again. "Don't mention that trash to me again." 7 stars W formation, inside the 7th floor. When Fang Chun came here, he felt the vast aura of array Tao. Amazing. The more he understood, the more he admired Tianshu Yuan for being able to arrange such an exquisite array. With my current attainments in array Tao, I can at most comprehend the 7 stars W formation, but I can't arrange it at all. On the 7th floor, the baptism of heavenly Tao's power became more and more powerful. Buzz. The rich power of heavenly Tao sprinkled on his body, and Fang Chun enjoyed it to his heart's content. After a while, the power of heavenly Tao retreated, and the baptism ended. 8th floor, I'm coming. In his mind, he recalled what Zhao Longxing said to him a month ago. If you want revenge, come to the 8th floor to find me. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that Fang Chun could enter the 8th floor in such a short time, right? On the 8th floor, Zhao Longxing's forehead was full of sweat. He sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the invasion of the 7 stars W formation with difficulty. The power on the 8th floor is so powerful that even I can't resist it, Zhao Longxing said with difficulty, his face ashen. "Rip." Suddenly, the aura of Array Dao on the 8th floor roared wildly and flickered endlessly. What's going on? Zhao Longxing also noticed the abnormality. He looked around and was a little surprised. Zhao Longxing. Fang Chun called out calmly. Zhao Longxing turned his head, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. You entered the 8th floor? In the end, Zhao Longxing stuttered a little. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The martial artist who stumbled in the first floor a month ago was now standing in front of him. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. After a brief daze, Zhao Longxing shook his head frantically. You must have a supreme treasure on you. Otherwise, you can't break my restraint. He, Zhao Longxing, had comprehended for several years and barely entered the 8th floor. However, the person in front of him was standing calmly on the 8th floor without any abnormalities. Zhao Longxing did not believe that he had entered with his own strength. Swoosh! Fang Chen opened his palm, and the aura of the 7 stars W formation raged wildly. A vast ray of light shot out from his body. These rays of light cleverly bound Zhao Longxing and blocked the aura of the 7 stars W formation. You want to trap me? Zhao Longxing sneered when he saw this. Boom! Boom! He threw out 3 punches in a row, each one hitting the flesh. The power of each punch erupted with extreme power. The 3 punches hit the surrounding ripples one after another. Crack! What shocked him was that the ripples did not have any abnormalities, and his fist light shattered one after another. This is impossible. Zhao Longxing was even more frantic. He could not break the seal in front of him. How did you do it? Seeing that Zhao Longxing was on the verge of madness, Fang Chun sneered. In my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. I don't want to kill you. If you want revenge, come to the 9th floor and find me. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After saying that, Fang Chun casually walked into the 9th floor. Boom! Zhao Longxing's head exploded, and he was stunned on the spot. After entering the 9th floor, Fang Chun was once again baptized by the heavenly Tao energy. His chaotic origin sword body had evolved to the most perfect stage. Sword chi surrounded his body, giving off a heavy and sharp feeling. I wonder when I can evolve into the primal chaos sword body. The primal chaos sword body was the ultimate existence of the sword body. However, this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Hence, Fang Chen was not in a hurry. After a while, the baptism ended. Rumble. The 7 stars W formation shook, and a violent energy surged. Amidst the clouds and the void, Dean Tianshu arrived with a roar. Not far behind him, the person in charge of Sakai Peak also appeared one after another. What's going on? Is there a problem with the 7 stars W formation? The person in charge of Sakai Peak exclaimed. Tianshu Yuan waved his hand. It's fine. The smile in his eyes deepened. He liked Fang Chen more and more. Your potential in the Sword Dao is heaven-defying, and your potential in the Array Dao is so monstrous. I really can't think of any reason not to focus on training you. Outside the 7 stars W formation, Fatty Wu was about to teach Qi Xiu a lesson when the formation suddenly shook. What's going on? Many disciples exclaimed, and their expressions changed. After the panic, Fatty Wu calmed down. Brother Xing must have broken through and entered the 8th floor. Yes, it should be so. Some of Zhao Longxing's followers were wild with joy. Did you see that? Brother Xing is a true dragon of the 9 heavens. If you follow Brother Xing, your future will be limitless. And have you thought it through? Fatty Wu gave the final arrest order to the 2. If the 2 don't agree, then he will take action. Now, Zhao Longxing entered the 8th floor, causing the 7 stars W formation to shake, which greatly boosted Fatty Wu's morale. For a moment, he had a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. Ziqiang Fairy and Qi Xiu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. You don't agree? Fatty Wu's face was gloomy. He took a step forward, and on his fist, power surged and aimed at the 2. Then don't blame me for being rude. Ziqiang Fairy and Qi Xiu's faces were ugly, and they kept retreating. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped by Fatty Wu's powerful aura. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Fatty Wu. No one noticed that the shaking 7 stars W formation had stabilized. The gray aura scattered on both sides, and a wide road appeared in the middle. Chapter 27-25. The change in the 7-star sky pivot array attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gaze returned to the dusky array formation. Who is that? It was unknown who shouted, but the entire square immediately went into an uproar. On both sides of the array, majestic forces attacked, but no matter how ferocious they were, they could not sweep the path in the center. On that path, a figure was slowly moving forward, approaching from afar. Brother Xing. Ha! It must be Brother Xing. Fatty Wu was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Immediately, he turned to look at Fairy Zi Qiong and Qi Xiao, and became even more unscrupulous. The two of you no longer have the chance to choose. Fatty Wu said in a deep voice. Do you feel your heart trembling? It's useless. Brother Xing's majesty cannot be blasphemed. When Fatty Wu spoke, Fairy Zi Qiong and Qi Xiao widened their eyes, dumbfounded. Fatty Wu thought that the two were completely intimidated by Zhao Longxing's pressure and did not dare speak. However, he did not expect it all. Fang Chun slowly walked out of the 7-star sky pivot array. His body was covered with sword qi, and his momentum shook the sky. Many disciples retreated. Their hearts trembled, and they were stunned on the spot. Brother Xing's talent is unparalleled. Are you still counting on Fang Chun, that trash, to come out and save you? Fatty Wu still said disdainfully, let me tell you, if Brother Xing comes out, it means that Fang Chun is very likely to die in it. Then if Fang Chun comes out, what does it mean? Abruptly, after Fatty Wu's voice fell, a voice sounded. How could he come out? He has been. Fatty Wu's words froze on the spot. He was in a daze, as if he had seen something extremely shocking. His body staggered, and he almost fell. After stabilizing his body with difficulty, he kept retreating, looking at Fang Chun with a face full of horror. Say it. Why don't you say it? Fang Chun said, if you don't say it, I will say it for you. Zhao Longxing was trapped in the 8th floor by me, and I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a few years. You're lying. Fatty Wu couldn't accept this fact and cried out. The disciples in the square felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In just 1 month, Zhao Longxing was trapped on the 8th floor by Fang Chun. Hurry up and call Senior Brother Xing Lei. A disciple in the crowd whispered. Pa! Fang Chun flicked his sleeve, and a crisp sound rang out. He slapped Fatty Five's face. Immediately, Fatty Five's body was heavily injured, as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. He turned into a black shadow and flew out. No! In the distance, Fatty Five's miserable cries could be heard. Dong! At the bottom of Sakai Peak, the sound of tremors could be heard. Birds shrieked as Fatty Five's body crashed to the bottom of the mountain. This sudden scene made many warriors tremble in fear. They kept retreating, afraid of angering Fang Chun. Are you all right? Fang Chun asked as he walked towards Zi Qiong and Qi Xiao. The two shook their heads, unable to conceal the shock in their hearts. Brother Fang, Zhao Longxing was really. Before Qi Xiao could finish his words, he was stopped by Fang Chun. He knew what the former wanted to ask. He nodded gently and smiled. A mere Zhao Longxing is nothing. If he didn't come to trouble me, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with him at all. But he tried to trap me in the 1st floor. Fang Chen's words were full of disdain. Zhao Longxing thought that his array talent was powerful, but in front of him, it was not worth mentioning. In addition, he received the baptism of the heavenly Tao on the 9th floor, and his overall strength became stronger. Not to mention using the 7 stars W array. Even if he was barehanded, he could kill Zhao Longxing. However, after all, they were all from the same sect. Moreover, their strength really couldn't make Fang Chun think of killing them. In the end, Fang Chun just chose to bind Zhao Longxing for a few years and teach him a little lesson. The person who was originally suppressed by Fatty Five and almost became a slave turned around and became a disciple envied by everyone on Sakai Peak. This change also made Qi Xiu realize more deeply that only by being powerful could one be respected. He looked around and saw the burning gazes shooting at him from all directions. He shook his head slightly. These people respected him because they wanted to use him as a bridge to get close to Fang Chun. If he dares to bully you again, I will kill him, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Although his tone was understated, it contained an extremely domineering aura. How arrogant of you. This is Zuiyu Peak, not your territory. The crowd dispersed and made a path. 3 figures walked over from afar. The 3 of them walked side by side. The one who spoke was the man in brown clothes in the lead. His eyes were like thunder dragons, his aura shook the sky, and there was a faint aura of thunder on his face. Can you bully others as you wish on Sakai Peak? Fang Chun asked directly without looking up. But I only see you bullying others because you are strong, the man in brown clothes said. He took a step forward and instantly entered the 7 stars W array. A moment later, he calmly returned, holding Zhao Longxing in his hand. Bang! He threw Zhao Longxing to the ground. The latter's face was pale. Obviously, Fang Chun's restraint made him uncomfortable. He looked at Fang Chun with some fear in his eyes. However, after seeing Xing Lei and the other 2, he was much more confident. Fang Chun, how dare you sneak attack me, Zhao Longxing? Zhao Longxing roared coldly, his aura trembling as he pressured Fang Chun. The disciples of Sakai Peak should be united. But you relied on your powerful array formation potential to break into the 8th floor and sneak attack Zhao Longxing. How pathetic, the man in brown clothes, Xing Lei said. Fang Chun sneered. There was no need to explain. They were in cahoots with Zhao Longxing. So what? Fang Chun said. Boom! A vast aura burst out violently. Zhao Longxing, you know what to do, Xing Lei said. Zhao Longxing nodded and rushed towards Fang Chun with a big stride. You sneak attacked me in the 7 stars W array. Now that you don't have the array formation, let's see how you block my attack. After saying that, Zhao Longxing's attack whistled. He extended a finger, and a vast amount of cold light shot out from his finger. Whoosh! There was an extremely cold aura in the finger light. Flick Death Finger. This was Zhao Longxing's trump card. It was also the most powerful finger technique he knew. This finger was invincible in the same realm. Zhao Longxing relied on this finger to successfully rank among the top 10 official disciples. My finger contains rich heavenly energy, and it has been improved by me. How can you block it? Zhao Longxing's face was filled with ridicule. The moment he pointed out, the space shattered. The atmosphere around Fang Chun was extremely stifling. Fang Chun looked at Zhao Longxing calmly. Have you thought about the consequences if you lose? How can I, Zhao Longxing, lose to you? Zhao Longxing shouted crazily as he pressed out with his finger. Gotcha! The space in front of Fang Chun shattered, and a vast amount of finger light shot out from it. Seeing the crazed Zhao Longxing, Fang Chun shook his head. Forget it. Wong. The chaotic origin sword body was activated, and a powerful sword Dao aura surrounded his body, forming a sword chi halo. At the same time, complex sword Dao runes spread out layer by layer, sealing the void around him. Condense. Fang Chun lightly spat out a word. Immediately, the vast finger light was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Kill. Seeing this, Zhao Longxing activated all the strength in his body and pointed out. Unfortunately, it was useless. Break. Fang Chun opened his mouth once more. The sword Dao runes around his body rapidly gathered together, forming a huge sword. Gotcha! An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the finger light shattered. Pong! Zhao Longxing's body flew out as though he was struck by lightning. Blood splattered across the sky, and countless cultivators were shocked. Amen? Xing Lei and the other 2 turned solemn when they saw this scene. Fang Chun's attack was too fast, and the 3 of them did not even have time to help. Puchi! Zhao Longxing's body fell heavily on the ground, and his throat moved, causing blood to spurt out. A few seconds later, Zhao Longxing fell into a coma. His aura withered, and his vitality weakened. Aren't your methods too cruel? Xinglei's palm flashed with cold light as he said in a deep voice. It's still better than some sanctimonious person. Fong Chun retorted. Do you know who the three of us are? Xinglei suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. Chapter 27-26. Xinglei grinned. Since you know, you should know what to do, right? Xinglei looked down at Fong Chun from above, as though everything was under his control. Fong Chun, you should know your place. You're just an ordinary official disciple of Sakai Peak, said Tiger Clamp. With your strength, even if you defeat Zhao Longxing, you can at most enter the top 10. Even if you're an immortal, it's useless in front of the three of us, said Feng Shan in a deep voice. Hearing their words, Fong Chun wanted to laugh. Apologize to the three of us and take out a portion of your cultivation resources as compensation for Zhao Longxing, and we'll let this matter go, said Xinglei. The three of us aren't bullying the weak. We just can't stand your way of doing things. If all the disciples of Sakai Peak were like this, wouldn't it be a mess? Said Tiger Clamp. Feng Shan added, we're already taking into account that your cultivation isn't easy. Otherwise, with your arrogant attitude, we would have crippled your cultivation long ago. In the past, there were disciples of Sakai Peak who offended the three of them and had their cultivation crippled. The three of them didn't come here just for Zhao Longxing. They also wanted to teach Fong Chun a lesson. During the official disciple assessment, the latter had displayed an unusually strong defense and defeated Chu Yunfeng and the other two by himself. This made Sakai Peak lose face. Now, he relied on his powerful array formation skills to attack and restrain Zhao Longxing. If they didn't teach this arrogant guy a lesson, sooner or later, he would surpass them. This was something the three of them didn't want to see. As long as they hadn't become elite disciples, Sakai Peak was their world. No one else was allowed to touch it. Fong Chen's actions were tantamount to provoking the three of them. If they didn't suppress him, what would their dignity be in Sakai Peak in the future? Cripple my cultivation? Fong Chun smiled coldly and walked toward the three of them. I'd like to see how you're going to cripple my cultivation. Xinglei, you've seen it too. This person is too arrogant. Let me cripple his cultivation. Feng Shan made his move. He flipped his hands, and a powerful force appeared, grabbing at Fong Chen's neck. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Feng Shan arrived in front of Fong Chun. However, just as his big hand was about to grab Fong Chun, the latter tipped his toes and kicked his wrist. A miserable scream came out of Feng Shan's mouth. He couldn't control of his hand. Feng Shan was infuriated. He used all of his strength to grab at Fong Chun. Feng Shan remained calm and delivered a casual kick. Even though he saw the kick coming at him, Feng Shan instinctively prepared to dodge it. But no matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't. Crack! His other wrist was also broken by Fong Chen's kick. I'll kill Feng, trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. Feng Shan was enraged. Feng Shan, come back. Xinglei seemed to realize something and shouted. However, it was too late. Feng Shan was already in front of Fong Chun. Crack! Fong Chen's finger was as fast as lightning, poking at Feng Shan's body a few times. Instantly, Feng Shan's body was sent flying like a sandbag. He fell to the ground and his aura dissipated. He was like an ordinary person. You crippled my cultivation? Feng Shan's eyes were scarlet. He went crazy and wanted to tear Fong Chun into pieces. When you say you want to cripple someone's cultivation, you should be prepared to be crippled by someone else. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Everyone in the square was shocked. Feng Shan, who was ranked third among the official disciples, had incredible attack power. However, wasn't it too exaggerated to cripple someone just like that? This scene caused Star Thunder and Vice to be a little stunned. The two of them looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Fong Chun, you're too arrogant. Xinglei waved his hand and thousands of lightning bolts struck, while Vice opened his mouth and roared. When the two powerhouses joined forces, no one in Sakai Peak could defeat them. Normally, it would be impossible to see such a scene. However, a new disciple who had cultivated in Sakai Peak for less than a year dared to provoke them. Moreover, he even crippled Feng Shan's cultivation. Unbelievable. Get lost. Vast lightning bolts swooped down. Fangchen shouted and punched out. Suddenly, the lightning bolts were shattered by his fist. At the same time, Fangchen jumped up and kicked Weiss with all his strength. Dong! Weiss's body flew out. In the next moment, Fangchen's figure turned into thousands of shadows and surrounded Xinglei. Dong! 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 Like a sandbag, Xinglei's head was almost smashed into his stomach. Crack! Xinglei's head exploded, and his skull was completely shattered. His primordial spirit shook and blood splashed in the sky. Miserable and angry cries rang out incessantly. Many martial artists in the square were already numb and stood quietly like statues. In a flash, Fangchen subdued Xinglei and Weiss. He smashed Xinglei's skull like a sandbag, and the latter couldn't resist at all. Qishou took a deep breath and said, "Even someone as strong as Hu Qi couldn't withstand a single kick from Fangchen." Fairy Ziqiang exclaimed. Like a god, he stood on the ground, and his majesty was inviolable. Fangchen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the seriously injured Xinglei and Weiss. If he hadn't shown mercy, these two would have been dead. Fengshan in the distance widened his eyes in disbelief. While many disciples were discussing, the higher-ups of Sakai Peak appeared. The Peak Master looked around with a cold face. Everyone was shocked. Was the Peak Master dissatisfied with Fangchen's actions and wanted to punish him? For a moment, many martial artists looked at Fangchen curiously. "You are Fangchen?" The Peak Master's eyes moved from Xinglei and the other two to Fangchen. Fangchen nodded. Disciple Fangchen greets the Peak Master. The Peak Master nodded with satisfaction. "I understand what happened today. Xinglei and the other two were wrong first, and I will punish them. As for you, from today on, you will be the first disciple of Sakai Peak." The Peak Master's words caused a great stir. The Peak Master appointed the first disciple of Sakai Peak, which was a great honor. Even Xinglei, who had reached the top of the official disciples with his iron fists, didn't receive the Peak Master's praise. It seemed that the Peak Master valued Fangchen more than anything else. "Well, let's disperse." The Peak Master waved his hand and disappeared. In the clouds in the sky, the Peak Master of Sakai Peak appeared. The chief of Tianshu Yuan laughed and said, "You rascal. Dean, I don't understand. Fangchen is so strong. Even among the elite disciples, he is considered one of the best. Why did you let him start from a nominal disciple?" The Peak Master of Sakai Peak didn't understand. He knew that Fangchen couldn't stay at Sakai Peak forever. He sighed. "You will know in the future," the chief of Tianshu Yuan said. Below, in front of the 7 Stars Imperial Pivot Array, Xinglei and the other two had been carried away by many disciples. As for Zhao Longxing and Fatty Wu, who were sent flying by Fangchen, they were already unconscious. The battle shocked the world, and the entire Sakai Peak was moved. Moreover, this battle had completely established Fangchen's title as the first disciple of Sakai Peak. His name gradually spread in Tianshu Yuan. When Wu Yu and the other two heard the news, they were overjoyed. It seemed that the day of Fangchen's return was not far away. He had traveled thousands of miles from the ancient Saint Chaos to this place. He should have enjoyed the attention of everyone, but he was sent to a nominal peak by the chief of Tianshu Yuan. Now he was walking to the top step by step. He was becoming more mature and steady, and he was also becoming stronger. "I heard that this guy went to the Demon God Mountain," Wu Yu said. Yes, after he returned, the Demon God Mountain spread the news. Wu Gan said, "Lin Sanzhong of the Lin family, Yi Qi of the Dark Wind Pavilion, and Fu Buyan of the Southwest Fu family all died at the hands of a sword cultivator. I really can't think of anyone other than Fangchen who would dare to do such a thing. The path of martial arts has always been cruel. If the 3 of them hadn't offended Fangchen, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Do they really think that Tianshu Yuan is afraid of them?" Bai Ling's face was cold. Wu Gan and Wu Yu said in unison, "With Fangchen's current strength, it's not suitable for him to be exposed to the world. If the 3 major forces suspect him, it will be troublesome." Chapter 27:27. formation sword impasse suppressing Xing Lei and the other two with his own strength, and even sending Zhao Longxing flying with a single strike. Such means were truly shocking. This battle shocked the world. Fang Chen's name had spread throughout Tianshu Yuan, especially on Sakai Peak. Sakai Peak personally announced that Fang Chun was #1 at Sakai Peak. This was a great honor. Sakai Peak, Central Palace. Sakai Peak sat at the head of the table and looked at Fang Chun with a smile. It was truly hard to imagine that this fellow would be able to easily enter the 9th level of the 7 Stars Imperial Pivot Formation and receive the baptism of the heavenly energy on his first try. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had created an almost unbreakable record. Fang Chun stood there quietly, his eyes fixed on Sakai Peak. After a long time, the latter chuckled and said, "With your current strength, you can definitely enter the ranks of the elite disciples. However, Tianshu Yuan also has its own rules, and they won't be broken for you. Therefore, in the future, you will have to continue cultivating at Sakai Peak." Sakai Peak said, "However, due to your heaven-defying potential, I, Sakai Peak, have decided to focus on nurturing you." "Thank you, Peak Master." Fang Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. Sakai Peak nodded lightly. "I've been observing you for a long time. Your potential in Array Dao and Sword Dao is incomparably heaven-defying. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to send you into the Formation Sword Impasse to hone your skills." The Formation Sword Impasse was the place where the once famous Formation Sword Great Master cultivated in seclusion. Since the death of Grand Sovereign Formation Sword, it had become one of the most dangerous places on the Despair Continent. Countless forces in the Continent of Despair would send their younger generation to the Sword Formation Extreme grounds to train. Inside the Array Sword Forbidden Ground, there were 2 great inheritances, the Array Dao and the Sword Dao. Anyone who obtained one of them would be above the younger generation. Right now, Fang Chen no longer had any opponents in Sakai Peak. Staying here would be a waste of time. People from other forces will also head to the Formation Sword Extremis. Your purpose in entering the Formation Sword Impasse is not only to train yourself, but also to eliminate the enemy forces in Tianshu Yuan, Sakai Peak said. If you can kill the young prodigies of the enemy forces, Tianshu Yuan will definitely reward you handsomely. You may even be allowed to enter the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was the legendary holy land of the Way of the Sword. If one could enter and comprehend it, one's way of the sword would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, we will personally send you into the Formation Sword Danger Ground, Sakai Peak said. After chatting with Sakai Peak, Fang Chun roughly understood the situation in the Despair Continent. The vast Despair Continent was incomparably vast. Every one of the 108 cities had a blood fiend overseeing them. Of course, the 108 blood fiends all obeyed despair. It could be said that the Despair Continent was in the pocket of the hand of despair. In the Tianshu courtyard, there were 7 blood elemental experts who occupied 7 cities. The Lin family had 6 blood fiends occupying 6 cities. As for the Dark Wind Pavilion and the Fu family in the southwest, they were slightly weaker. 3 days later, Sakai Peak found Fang Chen. In the Formation Sword Extremis, there is a sacred item called the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll. You have to be careful, Sakai Peak warned. Buzz. Every major force in the Despair Continent had built a teleportation array that could instantly teleport one to the Formation Sword Extremis. Whoosh! The teleportation array opened, and Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared in an unfamiliar place. Hiss! In the air, streaks of sword chi whizzed by, and there was a strong sense of oppression between heaven and earth. Is this the Formation Sword Extremis? Fang Chen murmured. He had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible and strive to enter the Star Ancient Realm in the Formation Sword Extremis. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself in the Despair Continent. There's a fight ahead. As soon as he entered the Formation Sword Extremis, he saw a fight ahead. Fang Chen frowned and looked, and suddenly found that one of the parties in the fight was actually a member of the Lin family. The Lin family? Fang Chen's lips curled up, and a cold look appeared on his face. Whoosh! He waved the hidden star sword, and a 1,000-foot sword light suddenly burst out, killing the Lin family member in the fight. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Lin family member's body exploded. As for his opponent, he was instantly dumbfounded and sat on the ground paralyzed. He originally thought that he would definitely die if he encountered the Lin family. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen? He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Fang Chun. His throat moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Do you know where the Lin family is?" Fang Chun asked. The Lin family? Hearing this, the man's expression changed, and he immediately pointed ahead and said, "There's a Lin family stronghold 10,000 miles ahead." Whoosh! Fang Chun nodded, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The man was left in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Could it be that Senior is going to massacre the Lin family's stronghold? Thinking of this, he was shocked. A distance of 10,000 miles was not considered far to Fang Chun. Soon, he entered the Lin family stronghold. At first glance, there were many Lin family members, and 2 of them were leaders of the Star Ancient Realm, while the rest were of the Void Ancient Realm. The Lin family, Fang Chun murmured, his eyes filled with killing intent. Inside the stronghold, the Lin family members were resting. "Brother Mo, do you think we can find the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll?" "Don't worry. As long as the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll appears, it will definitely belong to the Lin family. The Cold Wind Pavilion will not dare to compete with the Lin family for the Fu family." Brother Mo slowly nodded, frowning as if he sensed something. He waved his hand to stop the discussion, and his pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. "Come out." Hearing this, the other disciples were surprised. Was there someone hiding in the dark? Sure enough, as soon as Brother Mo finished speaking, Fang Chun walked out of the darkness. "Who are you?" Brother Mo asked. "The person who will kill you." Brother Mo sneered and spread his hands. "Do you know who is standing in front of you? A member of the Lin family. Then do you think you have the ability to kill us?" Brother Mo looked at Fang Chun mockingly. "Try me." Whoosh! With that, Fang Chun suddenly punched out. The whistling fist radiance instantly enlarged and burst out with a dazzling light. "You're courting death." Brother Mo saw this and roared. He stomped his foot and met the fist radiance head-on. Dong! Brother Mo's attack collided with Fang Chen's fist radiance. Immediately, Fang Chen's fist radiance collapsed, and the powerful force scattered in all directions. Ah! Miserable cries came from the ancient gods of the empty ancient realm. One by one, the Lin family members fell to the ground. Seeing this, Brother Mo's face darkened. "Who are you? I've never seen you among the younger generation of the Despair Continent," Brother Mo said coldly. In just one exchange, more than half of the Lin family's disciples were killed or injured. This made Brother Mo a little fearful. Boom! Without saying a word, Fang Chun punched out again. Boom! 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 The 2-star Ancient Realm experts attacked with all their might to block Fang Chen's attack. However, they still couldn't control the dissipating power. In just a few breaths' time, the Lin family's empty Ancient Realm experts were killed by Fang Chun. The 2-star Ancient Realm experts looked at each other with anger in their hearts. "You're courting death." The 2-star Ancient Realm experts joined forces to attack Fang Chun. Sword of Destruction. Fang Chun didn't hesitate to use the Sword of Destruction. The powerful sword radiance with a destructive aura stabbed toward Brother Mo. Oh no! Seeing this, Brother Mo quickly retreated. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to block the attack. The other Ancient Realm expert attacked with all his might to help Brother Mo rip. Fang Chun silently appeared behind the Ancient Realm expert and gently slashed with the Demon Extinction Sword. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold glint appeared on the Ancient Realm expert's neck. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. "You?" He clutched his neck and said with difficulty. Then he fell to the ground. "No!" Seeing this, Brother Mo's heart was filled with fear. An early star, ancient realm, ancient god couldn't block Fong Chen's attack. Wasn't this too terrifying? Very good. Fong Chen was very satisfied with the demon extinction sword. The dark sky splitting secret technique was very suitable for sneak attacks. Moreover, it targeted the primordial spirit of a cultivator. When Fong Chen slashed with the sword, the dark sky splitting secret technique had shattered the ancient realm expert's primordial spirit. It's your turn. Chapter 27-28. Fong Chen didn't dare to be careless when facing a mid-stage star ancient realm opponent. He used his strongest swordsmanship, the Sword of Annihilation, right from the start. His comprehension of the invincible Sword Dao had reached an extremely high level, so he could use the Sword of Destruction as he wished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A vast sword light burst out and pierced toward Brother Mo. Without the other star ancient realm opponent, Fong Chen could focus on dealing with Brother Mo. After a few consecutive attacks, Brother Mo couldn't resist and kept retreating. The Sword of Destruction split the sky. Two powerful attacks were used consecutively, and Brother Mo was finally pierced by the Demon Extinction Sword. His primordial spirit was severely injured and showed signs of cracking. No, Brother Mo was unwilling to give up, but eventually his body fell to the ground slowly. This is just the beginning. Fong Chen put away the spatial rings of the two-star ancient masters and disappeared into the void. In the following period of time, a mysterious expert appeared in the formation sword extremity and specialized in slaughtering the people of the Lin family, Dark Wind Pavilion, and Southwest Fu family. In just 3 months, the three forces suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their Void Ancient Realm members were killed. Until now, no one had been able to track this person's whereabouts. One day, the three forces issued a bounty at the same time. Anyone who could provide clues could join the three forces immediately. Fong Chen shook his head when he heard the news. As expected of the formation sword extremity. In the past 3 months, he had been slaughtering the people of the three forces while searching for the formation sword massacre scroll. When he found that the formation sword extremity was a huge formation, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, at the same time, he was also secretly delighted. I followed the trajectory of the formation and found the core of the formation. Fong Chen murmured. Perhaps the formation sword massacre scroll is at the core of the formation. With that, Fong Chen used the space-time escape technique and quickly moved forward. On a ferocious mountain in the formation sword extremity, an old man in gray clothes looked down at the ground. Suddenly, a stunned expression appeared on the old man's face. Someone followed the rules of the formation sword impasse and found the core of the formation. The old man in gray was very surprised. The array sword extremity had a powerful restriction that prevented life ancient realm cultivators from entering. Only star ancient realm cultivators and below could enter. A star ancient realm cultivator can actually see the trajectory of a formation. The gray-robed old man was even more surprised. He looked into the distance and instantly noticed Fong Chen flying at high speed. Void Ancient Realm. After seeing Fong Chen, the old man trembled even more. Hoo. The gray-robed old man waved his hand and immediately changed the operation of the formation in the formation sword extreme spot. Not good. Fong Chen, who was moving forward, suddenly felt his body go out of control. He cried out inwardly, and his expression turned grave. A moment later, he appeared on the ferocious mountain peak. What is this place? Fong Chen looked around, somewhat puzzled. You can see the trajectory of the formation. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Looking toward the source of the voice, it was an old man in gray clothes. Fong Chen's pupils shrank. He could feel that the old man in gray clothes contained an extremely powerful force. Although it was just a flash, it still made him tremble. Senior, Fong Chen hurriedly explained. However, the old man in gray clothes interrupted him. Answer me. Fong Chen's expression changed, but he eventually nodded. After so many years, I finally met a formation genius. The old man's wrinkled face showed a trace of smile. You must be curious about my identity, right? I'm Formation Sword Supreme. Buzz. Fong Chen's mind trembled, and he looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief. Formation Sword Supreme? Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. How could this be? Ha! The outside world has always said that I've fallen, but how could they know that I'm still alive and close to them? The old man in gray clothes said slowly, all these years, I've been waiting for an opportunity to find a successor, but their potential is too weak. Your potential in formation is not bad. You can see the trajectory of the formation, so you're qualified to be my successor. The old man in gray clothes asked, are you willing to accept my formation? Fong Chun was stunned for a moment, and he pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? The old man in gray clothes nodded. What else? Of course I am. Fong Chun nodded heavily, his heart burning. Well, from today onwards, you'll stay here with me to comprehend the formation. When you come out, I'm confident that I can help you enter the Star Ancient Realm. The Formation Sword Supreme said. Life was unpredictable. Fong Chun didn't expect to meet the legendary Formation Sword Supreme after only a few months in the Formation Sword Impasse, and even become his successor. In the following days, Fong Chun followed the Formation Sword Supreme to comprehend the formation on the ferocious mountain peak. 30 years passed by leisurely. During this time, many things happened in the Formation Sword Impasse, and the three forces were still looking for the mysterious expert. The outside world, on the other hand, was relatively calm. One day, a piece of news was sent back to the Lin family, causing a stir in the Lin family. In the meeting hall of the Lin family's mansion, the person sitting on the throne at the top was the current head of the Lin family, and below him were the elders of the Lin family. Are you sure? The head of the Lin family looked directly at the white-robed old man standing below. If Wu Yu and the others were present, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, because the white-robed old man was one of the elders of Tianshu Yuan and was highly respected. Head, I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Yu, Wu Gan, and Bai Ling appeared in Tianshu Yuan unharmed, the white-robed old man said. Hearing this, the faces of the Lin family members changed drastically. The head of the Lin family pondered for a moment, and then said, but Lin Xiaozhong sent me news that their void warship was destroyed and they fell into a spatial storm. There's no way they'll survive. Now that Wu Yu and the others have returned, does that mean that the genius is also back? The head of the Lin family hurriedly asked, do you know if there's any genius rising in Tianshu Yuan recently? The white-robed old man shook his head. After Wu Yu and the others returned, they did a very good job of keeping it a secret. I only found out a few days ago when I accidentally saw Bai Ling rushing into the main peak hall. As for the genius, he didn't appear. I even secretly asked around, but I didn't have any clues. Wu Yu and the others are life ancient realm experts. They can survive the spatial storm, but that doesn't mean that guy can survive as well. That's right. I agree with the head elder. Perhaps the guy is already dead. So what if he survived? He can't pose any threat to our Lin family. Many of the elders were discussing the return of Wu Yu and the other two. The head of the Lin family waved his hand to stop them. His sharp gaze swept across everyone, and then he said he stepped into the void ancient realm at 17,000 years. His potential is even greater than Gu Tianhua's, whose name shook the primordial chaos. Once such a genius appears, he'll definitely be fought over by many large clans. Our Lin family intercepted him in the dark void. He's a potential threat. Everyone understood the head of the Lin family's words. But the problem now was how to confirm that guy's survival. That's right. Suddenly, the white-robed old man seemed to remember something. 30 years ago, on the nominal peak, a disciple appeared out of nowhere. During the official disciple test, he easily defeated 3 people by himself and passed the test. After that, on Sakai Peak, he stepped into the 9th level of the 7 Stars W formation and suppressed many official disciples on Sakai Peak with his own strength. He was personally crowned as the #1 disciple of the Sakai Peak by the Sakai Peak. The more the white-robed old man spoke, the more shocked he became. Could it be that this kid was brought back by Wu Yu and the others? The head of the Lin family's face was solemn as he fell into deep thought. Many elders were also discussing in low voices. The entire meeting hall was extremely tense. After a long while, the head of the Lin family sighed. This person is most likely the monster who stepped into the void ancient realm at 17,000 years. In order to protect him, Tianshu Yuan let him start as a nominal disciple. Ed, what should we do? Many elders looked at the head of the Lin family. At that moment, a servant hurried over. Report, young Master Lin has returned. Whoosh! Many higher-ups, including the head of the Lin family, stood up one after another. Xiaozhong is back. Ah, Xiaozhong must have gained something this time. Chapter 27-29. Lin Xiaozhong's return caused the entire Lin family to rejoice. Not only did he return alone, but he also brought back a monstrous prodigy. Xiaozhong, you've contributed greatly to the Lin family this time. Yes, entering the void ancient realm in 900,000 years. Although it's not as good as the one in the ancient Saint Chaos, it's enough to cause a stir in the primordial chaos. At night at the banquet, countless elders were praising Lin Xiaozhong. He had been stationed in the remote primordial chaos for countless years, and he had finally brought back a peerless prodigy, entering the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. Such potential is indeed powerful, but he's still dead in the end. Lin Xiaozhong said indifferently. Fallen prodigies are destined to be forgotten. Xiaozhong. At this moment, the head of the Lin family walked over with a solemn expression. Family head. Lin Xiaozhong raised his wine cup. We've received news that Wu Yu and the other two who were trapped in the spatial storm by you have returned. The head of the Lin family said. What? Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed drastically. He shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Their void worship was completely destroyed by my tiger-headed worship. I even saw with my own eyes that they were trapped in the spatial storm. How could they have returned alive? Lin Xiaozhong obviously didn't believe it, but these words came from the head of the Lin family. He had to believe it. For a moment, Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed. His mind was filled with complicated emotions. Moreover, according to the news we've received, the prodigy who rose rapidly in Tianshu Yuan recently is very likely the one in the ancient Saint Chaos. Hearing this, Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed. How is that possible? He couldn't understand what was going on at all. But Xiaozhong, you don't have to worry. The Lin family will take care of this matter. The Lin family secretly investigated Fang Chun in Tianshu Yuan. Unfortunately, Fang Chun had entered the formation sword extremity for more than 30 years and hadn't come out. This also caused the Lin family's investigation to be hindered, and they had no leads. On the ferocious mountain peak of the formation sword extremity, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a thick aura of array Dao. In front of him, Grand Monarch formation sword sat cross-legged. His hands were pressed against Fang Chen's body as he madly transmitted power. Boom! Fang Chen's mind trembled. It was as if he was floating in a sea of formations, drifting with the waves. The Tao of arrays is so vast. What I have learned is merely the tip of the iceberg. Fang Chen murmured with a solemn expression. Now, with the help of Grand Monarch Formation Sword, his attainments in the Tao of formations had risen steadily. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to set up a super powerful formation. Concentrate and comprehend with all your might. Great Venerable Formation Sword gave Fang Chun timely advice. Such days lasted for hundreds of years. After 300 years, Fang Chen's secluded cultivation finally came to an end. The ferocious mountain peak was filled with a wild aura of array Tao. It was as though it wanted to envelop the entire world within it. That frightening aura of the array Tao brought about endless despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun and Grand Monarch Formation Sword looked at each other and immediately raised their hands. Array come. Fang Chun softly spat out 2 words. Suddenly, a layer of powerful ripples condensed from the aura of the array Tao appeared out of thin air. Under the control of Fang Chun, This layer of ripples kept pressing down until it was completely submerged into the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, the entire ground burst into a dazzling light. The formation was self-contained, as if it was an independent space. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the formation, a vast aura erupted like a volcano, making people feel intimidated. Whoosh! Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the huge formation below with burning eyes. This formation contained his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of Arrays in the past 300 years. Grand Monarch Formation Sword's Tao of Arrays could be said to be the strongest formation he could set up so far. Not bad. Grand Monarch Formation Sword nodded with satisfaction. You have mastered the Massacre Formation. The legendary formation Sword Massacre Scroll was actually made up of two parts. The core of the Array Tao part was the Massacre Formation, while the core of the Sword Tao part was the Massacre Sword Technique. It took him 300 years to completely master the Massacre Formation. It could be imagined how terrifying Grand Monarch Formation Sword's Array Tao inheritance was. Back then, I was able to trap the Blood Evil experts with the Massacre Formation as the foundation. Grand Monarch Formation Sword said, "Now, even without this formation, I can compete with the Blood Evil experts." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Did this mean that if Grand Monarch Formation Sword activated the Massacre Formation, he could suppress the Blood Evil experts? Grand Monarch Formation Sword seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts and nodded gently. With my current strength, I have no problem fighting against the Blood Evil experts who are ranked lower. There is a huge gap in strength between the 108 Blood Evil experts. Those who were ranked in the top few had taken the last step and reached the critical point of the Life Ancient Realm. As for Grand Monarch Formation Sword, he was still a little short. Even so, it was enough. 300 years was just a snap of the fingers for a martial artist. I said that I would help you enter the Star Ancient Realm. Now is the time. As soon as his voice fell, Grand Monarch Formation Sword suddenly slapped Fang Chen's chest with his palm. Buzz. Vast power rushed into Fang Chen's body crazily. Fang Chen was shocked and exclaimed at his heart. Grand Monarch Formation Sword was transferring his own power to Fang Chen to help him break through. After a while, Grand Monarch Formation Sword's face turned slightly pale. He looked at Fang Chen with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You're stronger than I expected. You're about to reach the limit of the Void Ancient Realm." Whoosh, whoosh. Life Ancient Realm experts were extraordinary when they attacked. The power in their bodies could shatter a piece of the chaotic void. Their power was too great. And now, Grand Monarch Formation Sword was wholeheartedly helping Fang Chen, even at the expense of his own body. Under such circumstances, how could Fang Chen's cultivation not improve rapidly? After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Fang Chen's cultivation base finally reached the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chen felt the power in his body surging and his aura still rising. This state lasted for a day and a night before it finally stopped. Bang! With a loud bang, Grand Monarch Formation Sword's body was sent flying. He fell hard on the ferocious mountain. His aura was chaotic, and he looked a little embarrassed. Grand Monarch, Fang Chen hurriedly withdrew his aura and ran over to help Grand Monarch Formation Sword. Grand Monarch Formation Sword's face was pale, as if he had suffered a backlash. I overestimated myself. With my power, I can only help you reach the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. I'm not strong enough to cross the barrier. If Grand Monarch Formation Sword forced himself to help, it would only make his cultivation fall. Grand Monarch, are you okay? Fang Chen asked worriedly. Grand Monarch Formation Sword shook his head. I'm fine. I just lost too much power. I'll recover after a few years of rest. You, on the other hand, have reached the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. It shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with early Star Ancient Realm warriors. If you activate the Slaughter Formation, you won't even be afraid of Mid-Star Ancient Realm warriors. Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't know how to answer Grand Monarch Formation Sword. After all, he couldn't say that he was already strong enough to suppress a Middle Star Ancient Realm cultivator 300 years ago. 300 years later, even Fang Chun didn't know how strong he was. It's a pity that you can't cultivate my slaughter sword art. Otherwise, Grand Monarch Formation Sword was famous for his array Dao and sword Dao. Whether it was the slaughter formation or the slaughter sword art, the power of the two would increase exponentially. But now, Grand Monarch Formation Sword thought that Fang Chen's potential had been squeezed dry. It was too difficult for him to cultivate the slaughter sword art. If I wasn't injured, I might be able to guide you carefully, Grand Monarch Formation Sword said regretfully. Fang Chun helped Grand Monarch Formation Sword to sit down on a blue stone. Great sage, let me have a look at the massacre sword technique, Fang Chun said. Grand Monarch Formation Sword shook his head. It's useless. Without my guidance, you won't be able to cultivate it. The slaughter sword art contained an extremely profound sword principle profound. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword did not think that Fang Chun could be a self-taught genius. Maybe my sword Dao potential is stronger than my array Dao potential, Fang Chun said with a smile. Chapter 2730. After a while, Grand Venerable Formation Sword's face became ruddy and was no longer pale. He took out a file from his arms and slowly opened it, as if he was looking at an old friend. This is the sword art that made me famous. I accidentally found it in an ancient relic, Grand Venerable Formation Sword explained as he opened it. Hearing this, Fang Chun realized that the massacre sword art was not created by Grand Venerable Formation Sword himself, but by a peerless expert. When I first saw the massacre sword art, my heart raced. I felt that this sword art was extraordinary and would shock the world after I mastered it. Grand Venerable Formation Sword said. However, after I cultivated it, I realized that the massacre sword art was only the tip of the iceberg. The creator's understanding of sword principles had reached an incredible level. I plan to teach you personally, but now it seems that I can only wait a few more years. Grand Venerable Formation Sword could only sigh in the end. Fang Chun took the file and quickly browsed through it. Fang Chun did not listen to Grand Venerable Formation Sword as he talked to himself. After Grand Venerable Formation Sword finished, Fang Chun slowly closed the file and handed it to Grand Venerable Formation Sword. How is it? Isn't it exquisite? Grand Venerable Formation Sword said with a smile. Let me tell you, as a sword cultivator, I feel that the massacre sword art is one of the most exquisite sword arts in the world. Grand Venerable, Fang Chun said. What's truly profound about the massacre sword art isn't his moves. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Grand Venerable Formation Sword was a little surprised and looked at him. You can understand it? Grand Venerable Formation Sword asked with his eyes wide open. The essence of the massacre sword art is the super powerful sword principle comprehension contained in it that has been sublimated to a certain level. Fang Chun continued, this kind of sword principle comprehension is not on the same level as ours. If it is compared to a god, then we are just the best among mortals. After a pause, Fang Chun continued, I can feel that the sword principle comprehension in the massacre sword art is incomplete. As a result, I'm unable to comprehend the mysteries within it right now. All I can do is master the slaughter sword technique. Grand Monarch Formation Sword nodded. Indeed, without a foundation in sword Dao, it's very difficult to cultivate. However, he stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. He raised his head and looked straight at Fang Chun. What did you just say? Fang Chun was stunned. Was there a need to make such a fuss? I said that the comprehension of the sword Dao in the massacre sword technique is incomplete, and I am unable to comprehend it completely. At this stage, I can only cultivate it, Fang Chun repeated. Great Venerable Formation Sword jumped to his feet and said hurriedly, You said you can cultivate it? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword looked a little displeased after saying that. It's good for young people to have drive, but they shouldn't talk nonsense. Great Venerable Formation Sword said, When I obtained the massacre sword art, it took me 100 years to comprehend it before I could barely cultivate it. Fang Chun was a little speechless. You don't have the potential, but you don't allow others to have good potential. However, he certainly wouldn't say such a thing. He patiently explained to Supreme Venerable Formation Sword, Supreme Venerable, I have cultivated a sword technique before, and it's somewhat similar to the massacre sword technique. I think I can cultivate it. Humph. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword flicked his sleeve and ignored Fang Chun, sitting on the bluestone with his back to him. Seeing this, Fang Chun spread his hands helplessly. He immediately sat cross-legged, shook his head with a wry smile, and began to cultivate. Young people nowadays are too arrogant, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days for 7 days, Fang Chun was cultivating. There was no fluctuation of sword chi around him, as if he was just sitting there. Whoosh! On the 7th day, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying sword lights shot out from his eyes. He slowly stood up and looked at Supreme Venerable Formation Sword. The latter still had his back to him, as if blaming himself for being young and impetuous. Supreme Venerable, Fang Chun said, if you're not impetuous, are you still a young man? You've been cultivating in the Formation Sword extreme spot for countless years. Has your spirit also been worn out? What do you know? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said angrily. Supreme Venerable, I don't want to explain too much. Please watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chun stretched out his finger and used it as a sword. Sword lights burst out. Huh. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword was a little surprised. This guy is also a sword cultivator? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword went from being angry at the beginning to being completely shocked in the end. He stared at the huge sword lights in front of Fang Chun, dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that those sword lights contain a very strong, killing aura. This is the massacre sword technique? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword exclaimed. He couldn't believe that he had only barely comprehended it after cultivating for hundreds of years. However, this guy in front of him had only seen it once and cultivated it. Was this a legendary genius? A monstrous genius? After performing the massacre sword technique, Fang Chun withdrew his aura and looked at Supreme Venerable Formation Sword with a smile. Supreme Venerable, do you still stand by your original opinion? Fang Chun asked. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword froze for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I've wronged you. The massacre sword technique is very profound. Even a sword cultivator can't cultivate it in a short time. I watched you perform it. Although you use your finger as a sword, you've completely grasped the essence of the massacre sword technique. You're a sword cultivator. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword apologized to Fang Chun. I take back my previous words and also apologize to you. Fang Chun waved his hand. Your attitude is normal. I'm afraid no one would believe it. I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be such a monstrous sword cultivator. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword swept away his displeasure and laughed. In just 7 days, he had mastered the massacre sword technique. Coupled with his massacre formation, it was enough to kill a middle-stage star ancient realm martial artist. In fact, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword had underestimated Fang Chun. I'm really happy for you to have such potential. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said, you have great potential. It won't be a problem for you to enter the life ancient realm in the future. It's only a matter of time before you become a blood evil. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword hesitated. I have a small request. It's fine if you don't agree. Please go ahead. Do you know why I've been in the Formation Sword impasse all these years? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword asked. Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Because as soon as I leave the Formation Sword impasse, my enemies won't hesitate to kill me. I don't dare to act rashly before I'm strong enough to fight them, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said. With Supreme Venerable Formation Sword's explanation, Fang Chun finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. He also knew that the enemy Supreme Venerable Formation Sword mentioned was actually the Dragon Controller, who ranked first among the 108 Blood Evils. This person's strength was heaven-defying. He was invincible in the life ancient realm and was respectfully called Lord Dragon. He was also the right-hand man of the Hand of Despair, the ruler of the Despair continent. The Hand of Despair usually lived in seclusion, and the Despair continent was under the control of the Dragon Controller. I see. Fengshen understood and nodded slightly. Don't worry, Supreme Venerable. If I have the strength in the future, I'll definitely avenge you, Fengshen promised. I'm very happy that you have such thoughts, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said with relief. After bidding farewell to Supreme Venerable Formation Sword, Fengshen rushed into the Formation Sword impasse. I wonder how strong my combat strength is now. Fengshen murmured. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of him. Dark Wind Pavilion. Judging from their clothes, they were from the Dark Wind Pavilion. 3 of them were in the Star Ancient Realm, and one of them had even reached the late stage of the Star Ancient Realm. This is a forbidden area of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Unrelated people leave immediately. Before Fengshen approached, the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion berated him. When did the Formation Sword impasse become a forbidden area of the Dark Wind Pavilion? Fengshen frowned and approached the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Didn't you hear me? One of the Star Ancient Realm experts said coldly. I heard you. Then why aren't you leaving? Why? You're courting death. The middle stage Star Ancient Realm expert was furious. He stretched out his hand with killing intent. Die. Fengshen flicked his finger, and a bright sword light burst out. Crack. The middle stage Star Ancient Realm Ancient God of the Dark Wind Pavilion was killed instantly. Huh? Seeing this scene, the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion panicked. Who are you? The leading late-stage Star Ancient Realm Ancient God asked. You're courting death by killing an ancient god of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Courting death. Fengshen chuckled and flicked his finger. Bright sword lights crisscrossed in the void, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 2731. The late-stage Star Ancient Realm Ancient God retreated in fear. Who the hell are you? He roared angrily, his heart filled with fear. I'm a member of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Who will know if I kill you? You. Knowing that he was going to die, he roared at the sky and clenched his fists. He instantly appeared in front of Fengshen. He felt bitter. As a late-stage Star Ancient Realm cultivator, he was forced to this extent by a void Ancient Realm cultivator. I can't accept this. He roared and secretly used a secret technique to send a message. Crack. However, when he sent the message, he was shocked to find that the surrounding void was sealed. The heavens want me dead. He finally gave up resisting and activated the power in his body to self-destruct. Rumble. Vast power burst out, and the aura was so powerful that it made people tremble. Buzz. Fengshen was already prepared for this. He casually set up a slaughter array to block the self-destruction. After a long while, the slaughter array finally calmed down. The smile on Fengshen's face grew wider. After this battle, he had a rough idea of his true combat strength. If I go all out, I can even defeat a peak star Ancient Realm cultivator, Fengshen murmured. Tianshu Yuan, Sakai Peak. After 300 years, Fengshen returned. I'm finally back. The moment Fengshen stepped out of the teleportation array, he took a deep breath of the air and felt extremely refreshed. Why is it so quiet? Fengshen looked around and found that Sakai Peak was unusually quiet. It was a little strange. What the hell happened? Fengshen quickly left the teleportation array and arrived at the square of Sakai Peak. At this moment, a disciple suddenly hurried over. What happened at Sakai Peak? Fengshen stopped the disciple and asked, Seen your brother Feng? After seeing Fengshen, the disciple exclaimed in surprise and joy. Senior Brother Feng, you've returned just in time. All of our Sakai Peak's official disciples have been defeated. If no one dares to fight, we'll be completely defeated, said the disciple. After hearing the whole story, Fengshen finally understood what was going on. A member of the Lin family? Fengshen frowned. Why had the Lin family suddenly come to visit? What was going on? Recalling that Lin Xiaozhong of the Lin family had once tried to stop him, Fengshen changed his appearance and walked towards the arena. Battle arena. With a loud bang, Lin Luohua waved her fist and sent the star thunder flying. The huge battle arena became deathly silent. That was because Xinglei's defeat meant that Sakai Peak had lost completely. Sakai Peak, the official disciples of your Tianshu Yuan, are just SOSO. The Lin family elder said with a smile. Luo Hua has already defeated countless of your Sakai Peak's official disciples. If no one dares to fight, then the Lin family will be the winner of this friendly duel. The Lin family elder continued to mock. Tianshu Yuan's official disciples this time are so weak. They were completely defeated by a girl from the Lin family. His words caused a great deal of anger. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes, and they could not refute it. Is there no one else in Tianshu Yuan? Lin Luo Hua was dressed in black, and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. She could be considered a beautiful woman. However, she was too arrogant. Every time she attacked, she would severely injure the Sakai Peak's disciples. This caused many of the Zuiyu Peak's disciples to harbor hatred toward him. Xinglei, if I remember correctly, you're the #1 official disciple of Sakai Peak. If even you were defeated, then there's no one else in Sakai Peak. Lin Luo Hua sneered. Xinglei was vaguely angry. If Senior Brother Fong was here, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Oh, Lin Luo Hua's eyes flashed when she heard that. She sneered and said, if this person is stronger than you, why doesn't he dare to show himself? Could it be that Sakai Peak is a sore loser and purposely said that this person doesn't exist? If that's the case, then Tianshu Yuan is too disappointing. Then Lin Luo Hua shook her head. The arrogance on her face was infuriating. Who said that there's no one in Sakai Peak? Boom! A powerful aura came from the distant horizon. Then, Fong Shen's figure tore through the void and arrived with a whistling sound. Boom! His tall figure suddenly landed on the martial arts arena, and his body was surrounded by a biting cold aura of swordsmanship. Count me in. Fong Shen stared straight at Lin Luo Hua and said in a low voice, Who are you? Lin Luo Hua frowned and asked. He's the top disciple of Sakai Peak, Sakai Peak said. While Xinglei and the others were puzzled, Sakai Peak spoke up. At first, when he saw Fong Chun, he was also a little surprised, but after Fong Chun explained to him through telepathy, he finally understood. This was Fong Chun in disguise. Xinglei and the others were instantly sure. Senior Brother Fong, please show us your power. In the huge arena, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Oh, you're the top disciple of Sakai Peak that Xinglei mentioned? Lin Luo Hua looked at Fong Chun with interest. Fong Chun nodded. So, you going to stop me? Lin Luo Hua asked. Fong Chun shook his head. Why should I stop you? Then what do you mean? Are you going to admit defeat? Lin Luo Hua chuckled. Her eyes were full of mockery. For the sake of Sakai Peak's reputation, you're going to force someone out. But what can you do? Lin Luo Hua didn't hold back at all and mocked him directly. This made the faces of Sakai Peak and the others turn gloomy. Luo Hua, that's enough. The Lin family elder said. In fact, what he meant was that there was no one left in Tianshu Yuan, and he wanted Lin Luo Hua to end the battle quickly. Look at your skinny body. I can send you flying with one punch. After she finished speaking, Lin Luo Hua's pink fist suddenly enlarged. With a powerful force, it bombarded Fong Chun. Seeing that Fong Chun didn't dodge and was still calm and composed, Lin Luo Hua mocked, Idiot. Dong! When the pink fist hit Fong Chun, the smile on Lin Luo Hua's face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a trace of panic. Boom! The powerful rebounding force forced his body back. Lin Luo Hua steadied herself and looked at Fong Chun seriously. You're too weak. You can't even tickle me. Fong Chun said, Originally, I didn't want to fight with a woman, but you mercilessly injured my Sakai Peak disciple and even said that there was no one left in Sakai Peak. Considering all these factors, I have no reason not to fight. Boom! As Fong Chun spoke, his body was full of shocking sword chi. At this moment, even the Lin family elder's expression changed drastically. Oh no! When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Fong Chen's body turned into a sharp sword and pierced toward Lin Luo Hua. Lin Luo Hua tried her best to resist, but it was to no avail. Crack! Lin Luohua's delicate body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. A large crater appeared on the ground. Pucci! Lin Luohua's throat moved. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Silence. Dead silence. Lin Luohua, who was arrogant just a moment ago, was now seriously injured and unconscious. Oh my God, isn't he too strong? He injured Lin Luohua with just one blow. As expected of senior brother Fong, he's too strong. Many Sakai Peak disciples were wild with joy. On the other hand, many Lin family disciples were lifeless. Fong Chen's attack was too big a blow to them. Who else in the Lin family doesn't agree? Fong Chen stood on the martial arts stage with an imposing aura. His gaze swept across the Lin family area. As long as you're from the younger generation, feel free to fight. Even if you join forces, it's fine. Arrogance. This was true arrogance. However, Fong Chun had the right to be arrogant. He injured Lin Luohua with one blow. With such strength, even if many Lin family disciples joined forces, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. From the moment Fong Chun appeared, the Lin family had already lost. Damn it. The Lin family elder cursed silently. Tianshu Yuan had turned the tables at the last moment. Behind the Lin family elder, Lin Xiaozhong, who was disguised as an ordinary disciple, stared at Fong Chun with burning eyes. He was certain that this person was Fong Chun. Although you're disguised, you can't fool my eyes, Lin Xiaozhong said to himself. Let's go. Lin Xiaozhong transmitted his voice to the Lin family elder. The latter led many official disciples of the Lin family and left Tianshu Yuan. Although their attempt to suppress Tianshu Yuan failed, at least their guess was confirmed. Chapter 2732. Buzz. Fong Chen's face wriggled and quickly returned to normal. There was a thunderous applause in the arena. Even Xing Lei and the other two couldn't help but admire Fong Chun. Well done. Sakai Peak was secretly delighted. The Lin family had come in a threatening manner. They wanted to use their power to oppress and humiliate Tianshu Courtyard. Who would have thought that Fong Chen's appearance would foil their plan so easily? At night, Fong Chun returned from Sakai Peak. Along the way, he was thinking about the Lin family's movements. Did they discover me? Fong Chun wondered. Soon, he returned to his residence. Fong Chun frowned. He felt that his heart was beating abnormally, as if something was about to happen. This is Sakai Peak, Tianshu Yuan's territory. Who dares to invade? Fong Chun comforted himself. He sat on the stone bench, grabbed the wine cup, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. At the same time, he secretly set up the slaughter array. I'm restless. What will happen? The more time passed, the more restless Fong Chun felt. The night was silent. Whoosh! The wind started to blow. Fong Chun suddenly looked around vigilantly. The wind was very strange. Rip! Suddenly, the void was torn apart and a big hand shot out from it. Oh no! Fong Chun cursed inwardly and immediately activated the massacre array. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the slaughter array emerged and completely enveloped the entire courtyard. It's too strong. He could feel the power contained in the big hand descending from the sky. It was so terrifying that he didn't even have the courage to resist. With a thought, he performed the space-time escape technique and transformed into thousands of incarnations, hoping to avoid the attack of the big hand. It's such a big movement. I just need to hold on until Sakai Peak arrives. Humph! A furious roar came from the void. Then, the big hand pressed down, and wherever it passed, the illusions were all shattered. Crack! In just a breath's time, the thousands of phantoms were crushed by the palm of the giant hand. Fong Chen's true body appeared under the giant hand. No! Fong Chun roared as he desperately tried to resist. Sword of Annihilation. Fong Chun urged the power of the hidden star sword with all his strength. The Annihilation sword burst out with the most dazzling power. Crack! Unfortunately, the attack that he was so proud of was shattered when it collided with the giant hand. Die! The giant hand quickly pressed down, enveloping Fong Chun within it. The latter's body was imprisoned, and he lost his freedom. Just as Fong Chun was about to fall, a furious roar came from the darkness. Following this, a brilliant ray of light burst out and blocked the giant hand. Dong! With a deafening sound, the huge hand was blocked, and Fang Chun took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the huge hand. At this moment, Sakai Peak appeared. He stood in the darkness with his hands behind his back, staring at the depths of the sky. Who dares to be so arrogant in my Tianshu Yuan? A cold snort came from the depths of the sky, and then it fell into silence. After a long while, the oppressive aura in the sky disappeared. Sakai Peak restrained his aura and turned to look at Fang Chun. "Are you okay?" "Thank you for your timely help, Peak Master," Fang Chun said. "Peak Master, do you know who attacked me?" Fang Chun could guess that it was a life ancient realm powerhouse that had taken action. This person's concealment technique is very strong, and his true body is not here. After seeing me appear, he directly scattered his clone and fled, Sakai Peak said. "Don't worry, I will investigate this matter clearly. Whoever dares to be so arrogant in my Sakai Peak will be punished." On a distant plane, Lin Xiaozhong restrained his aura, and his face was full of anger. Damn it! Obviously, Lin Xiaozhong had underestimated Fang Chen's strength and thought that he could easily kill him with a clone. You won't be so lucky next time. With Sakai Peak attacking, Lin Xiaozhong had no chance. It was not the time to completely break off relations with Tianshu Yuan, so he could only endure. "Let's go." Lin Xiaozhong's figure flashed, and he was ready to leave. Crack! Suddenly, a large hand pressed down from the sky. Not good. Lin Xiaozhong used the blood escape technique and quickly fled. Crack! Blood sprayed into the sky as Lin Xiaozhong fled in a sorry state. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan looked at him from afar. The Lin family's bloodline technique, giving him a taste of his own medicine. When Lin Xiaozhong's sneak attack on Fang Chun failed and he retreated, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan already knew. He slapped down with his palm across the endless void and only seriously injured Lin Xiaozhong. At the critical moment, Lin Xiaozhong used the Lin family's bloodline technique to escape. Tianshu Yuan, main peak. Dean, Wu Yu and the other two were also alarmed by the battle on Sakai Peak and hurried to find the dean. During the day, the Lin family sparred with the Sakai Peak disciples, and at night, Fang Chun was ambushed. This must be the doing of the Lin family. That's right, but I don't know if the Lin family attacked because of Fang Chun's potential or because they recognized him as the monstrous genius who stepped into the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan was silent. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the void. The stars twinkled, adding a hint of elegance to the night. After a long time, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan turned and left. Lin family. With a clang, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed in the Lin family's mansion. Immediately, many powerhouses in the mansion were alerted. They rushed over, and when they saw Lin Xiaozhong, they all exclaimed, "Go and call the family leader." After a while, the family leader of the Lin family was called in. Lin Xiaozhong had already been helped to the meeting hall. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. All the blood in his body had been sealed, and he couldn't move. After the family leader of the Lin family checked him, he quickly reached out his finger and tapped a few times on his body. Immediately, Lin Xiaozhong felt his blood boiling, and his injuries were much better. "Tianshu, old man," the family leader of the Lin family said coldly. "Family leader, although I'm severely injured, it's not like I didn't gain anything." Lin Xiaozhong said with difficulty, "I've confirmed that the monstrous genius on Sakai Peak is the one from the ancient Saint Chaos world." The family leader of the Lin family nodded. The elders and heroes were furious. "Let's go and ask for him. This person has too much potential. We can't let him go, or he'll be a big problem in the future. That's right. We must kill him at all costs." Many of the elders shouted out. "Or we can spread the news. When the super overlords of the ancient chaos world hear about it, they will definitely swarm over. When that time comes, even the hand of despair won't dare to resist, let alone Tianshu Yuan. In that case, the threat will disappear, and Tianshu Yuan will plummet. Some elders wanted to spread the news. However, the family leader of the Lin family refused. Have you ever thought that if the news spreads, it will cause the super overlords of the ancient chaos world to go crazy? When that time comes, not only will Tianshu Yuan suffer, but the entire continent of despair will sink. The family leader of the Lin family said, "The Lin family won't be spared." Family leader, what do you mean? The elders looked at the family leader of the Lin family. The family leader pondered and said, "This person has monstrous potential and is a peerless genius. As an enemy, I naturally hope that his body and soul will be destroyed, but what if he's a friend?" The elders were shocked. "Keep the news a secret for now. Think of a way to capture this person and bring him to the Lin family. When the time comes, I have 10,000 ways to control this person." The family leader of the Lin family smiled sinisterly. Hearing this, the elders were enlightened. They all gave him a thumbs up. That's a brilliant move. Think about it. The prodigy of Tianshu Yuan slaughtering Tianshu Yuan. That's just too exciting. Ha ha. It'll be difficult to capture him, but there's nothing the Lin family can't do. Lin Xiaozhong wanted to remind everyone when he saw how excited they were, but he gave up in the end. That guy's not simple. If we're not careful, we'll make a fool of ourselves. Lin Xiaozhong thought to himself. Tianshu Yuan took the Battle of Sakai Peak very seriously. After the battle, the Sakai Peak even asked Fang Chun to move out of the courtyard and directly into the central palace. That was a palace that only the Peak Lord could live in. One could imagine how high Fang Chun's status in Sakai Peak was. "Fang Chun, you can stay here with peace of mind. As for what happened before, Tianshu Yuan will not let it go," the family leader of Sakai Peak reminded him. Fang Chun nodded and watched as the family leader of Sakai Peak left. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. The Lin family. He didn't need to think to know that it was the Lin family. He just didn't know if they had already guessed his true identity. Chapter 2733. Sakai Peak. After the night attack by the Lin family, the defense had become extremely strong. Not only were the elders paying close attention, but even the governor of Tianshu Yuan was paying close attention. Fang Chun, on the other hand, was cultivating in his residence. One day, Fu Huan came to Sakai Peak and found Fang Chun. "Brother Fu Huan." "Brother Fang, how have you been?" The five of them came to the ancient chaos together, but hundreds of years had passed, and their situation was completely different. Back then, after seeing Fang Chun, Fu Huan couldn't help but recall the time when Fang Chun was sent to the nominal peak. With Brother Fang's strength, not to mention the Sakai Peak, even among the elite disciples, you are one of the best. Fu Huan gently patted Fang Chun on the shoulder and sighed. "Brother Fu Huan, how come you have time to come to see me?" Fang Chun felt that Fu Huan should have come to see him for something. Sure enough, Fang Chun guessed right. Fu Huan's face instantly darkened. "Sit." Fang Chun pointed to the stone bench in the courtyard, took the lead to sit down, and poured a glass of wine for Fu Huan. "Brother Fu Huan, the five of us are all from the ancient Saint Chaos, and we are not outsiders. If you have something to say, just say it." Fang Chun raised his glass, clinked it with Fu Huan's, and then drank it in one gulp. "To tell you the truth, I did come to see Brother Fang for something." Fu Huan's face was full of bitterness. "Back then, the four of us became elite disciples, and we thought that we could show our skills and achieve great things in Tianshu Yuan and even the ancient chaos. But who knew that the elite peak was not what we imagined at all?" Fu Huan said tirelessly. After a long while, Fang Chun finished listening to Fu Huan's narration. He finally understood what was going on. His expression changed as he muttered to himself, "Is this Huanlong guy? He is the number one on the elite peak, and also the most promising one to become a core disciple this year," Fu Huan said with a wry smile. Fang Chun nodded. So that was how it was. The potential of Fu Huan and the other three was not weak. However, their rise was too fast, which caused the dissatisfaction of the indigenous disciples of the elite peak. Of course, this was nothing. After all, it was normal for disciples to compete with each other for resources. However, To Fu Huan's surprise, some time ago, the four of them joined forces and obtained a powerful treasure in a certain relic. Who would have thought that Huan Long would find out about this matter? This guy publicly threatened that Fu Huan and the other three should obediently hand over their treasures. Otherwise, he would teach them a lesson. 3 days later was the appointed day of the Mirage Dragon. Fu Huan had no choice but to come to Fangchun. Others might not know, but Fu Huan knew very well that hundreds of years ago, when they came to the ancient chaos together, Fangchun's strength was already above the four of them. Moreover, his potential was at the level of a monster. Hundreds of years had passed, and the four of them had significantly improved. If someone said that Fangchun had not improved, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Brother Fang, if I had a way, I wouldn't have come to you. Fu Huan smiled bitterly and said, Heart Demon Lord quarreled with Huan Long's henchman and was seriously injured by Huan Long. He is now lying in bed. Fangchun frowned and was a little unhappy. Brother Fu Huan, don't worry. I will accompany you to meet Huan Long in 3 days. Brother Fang, Huan Long is the number one on the elite disciples. His strength is extremely powerful. Before Fu Huan finished speaking, Fangchun waved his hand to stop him. Don't worry. I will handle everything. Elite Peak. Being able to become an elite disciple was already considered the core of Tianshu Yuan. Under normal circumstances, official disciples were not qualified to enter the elite peak. However, if there was an elite disciple to guide them, it was a different case. Under Fu Huan's lead, Fangchun easily arrived at the elite peak. Hey, isn't this Fu Huan? What's wrong? Have you thought about it? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from a distance. Fu Huan paused for a moment, but he ignored it and continued to move forward. Trash like you dare to challenge Brother Huan Long? You are really looking for death. Brother Fu Huan. Fangchun stopped Fu Huan, slowly turned around, and looked at the person. Repeat what you just said. Fangchun said. Who do you think you are? With a cold snort, the elite disciple looked at Fangchun disdainfully and said, Fu Huan, how dare you bring an outsider into the elite peak? You, Fu Huan said in a deep voice, kneel down and beg for mercy, and then get out of the elite peak. I can spare your life, otherwise whoosh. Before the elite disciple finished his words, Fangchun's body turned into a black phantom and rushed toward him. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the elite disciple's body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing heavily onto the ground. Trash! I don't want to kill you. After that, Fangchun and Fu Huan gradually went away. Damn it! The elite disciple clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. Brother Huan Long, I don't know where Fu Huan came from, but he is very strong. The elite disciple who fought with Fangchun before whispered. In front of him, a man in gray stood with his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Oh, that man's strength should be above Fu Huan. Although Fangchun was suspected of sneak attacking, he felt that Fangchun was stronger than Fu Huan. No matter who he finds, it won't work. Huan Long sneered. He was the first disciple of the elite peak, and he was about to become a core disciple. Watch me take his life in 3 days. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, on the elite peak square, Huan Long majestically led a large number of disciples over. Fu Huan hasn't come yet. Is he afraid of Brother Huan Long and doesn't dare to come? He brought this on himself. If he had handed over the treasure earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Many elite disciples were talking about it. A large number of elite disciples gathered around. After all, one of the participants in this matter was Huan Long. Look, Fu Huan is here. In the distance, Fu Huan and Fangchun walked side by side. Brother Huan Long, it's him, this bastard. Behind Huan Long, the elite disciple cursed fiercely. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fu Huan and Fangchun came to the square. Where are the others? Are they afraid? Someone mocked with disdain. I alone am enough to deal with you. Fangchun's face was full of confidence. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he meddle in Brother Huan Long's business? Get out of here, or Brother Huan Long will kill you. Trash! kneel down and beg for mercy. The voices of condemnation were incessant. Fang Chen stood quietly. His eyes never looked directly at Huan Long. Did you bring it? Huan Long looked at Fu Huan and asked calmly. His calm words were full of cold, killing intent. Fu Huan didn't speak. Fang Chen took out a palm-sized mirror from his arms. The mirror was very smooth, and flashes of light shot out from it, giving people an unparalleled shock. Seeing the mirror, Huan Long's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, "Hand over the treasure, and I, Huan Long, will protect you on this elite peak." Fang Chen shook the mirror in his hand and then put it back in his arms. "Fist salute. Fu Huan has already given this to me." Fang Chen smiled and said, "Although I don't like this thing very much, it was given to me by brother Fu Huan." Fang Chen's words were full of sarcasm. Boom! A vast amount of power surged from Huan Long's body as his ice-cold eyes glared at Fang Chen. "Are you looking for death?" Many elite disciples around also shook their heads. Fu Huan's helper was too unreliable. He dared to challenge Huan Long. Someone in the crowd shouted and recognized Fang Chen's identity. "I remember, this guy is Fang Chen, who has been in the limelight on Sakai Peak recently." "Yes, that's him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar." He defeated 3 official disciples by himself. Sakai Peak personally announced that he is the first disciple of Sakai Peak. Suddenly, many elite disciples in the square were talking about Fang Chen. "The first disciple of Sakai Peak?" Huan Long laughed and said, "So what? Offending me, Huan Long, is a dead end?" Boom! Huan Long suddenly punched out. The vast fist light contained an ice-cold, killing intent. Rumble! When the fist radiance came into contact with Fang Chen, it suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Huan Long's expression changed. Domain? He saw that Fang Chen's body was surrounded by misty, sword chi. Huan Long licked his dry lips and said, "Is this what you're relying on?" "Huan Long, I advise you to stop." Fang Chen said, "Fu Huan and the other 3 didn't snatch your things. They work hard to get this mirror. Don't force them." The ancient chaos era is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Who told them to be weak? Huan Long sneered. Fang Chen frowned and squinted his eyes, looking at Huan Long. "You mean to say that if I am stronger than you and am to snatch away all of your treasures, you wouldn't say anything?" Fang Chen asked. "If you have the ability, then come and try." "Okay." Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward, arriving in front of Huan Long. "Brother Fu Huan, wait for me. After I deal with Huan Long, I'll drink with you." "You're courting death." Behind Huan Long, several elite disciples couldn't stand Fang Chen's arrogance and took the initiative to attack. Boom! The aura in the sky instantly became heavy. The attacks of several elite disciples rumbled like thunder. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen stretched out his hands, and a terrifying aura spread out. He flipped his palms, and 2 mountains swooped down and suppressed the elite disciples. Suppress. With Fang Chen's shout, the elite disciples were completely suppressed. They couldn't resist at all. "How was this possible?" the surrounding disciples exclaimed. Fang Chen's strength was so strong. Just this method alone was enough to suppress most of the elite disciples. No wonder he dared to challenge Huan Long. It seemed that he had some confidence. "Interesting," Huan Long said eerily. Chapter 2734. Huan Long's face revealed a hint of ridicule. All the elite disciples knew that Huan Long was really angry. He had already given face to Fu Huan and the other 3, but they didn't take his words seriously. Then, don't blame him for being impolite. In the current situation, almost everyone supported Huan Long. The gap between the number 1 disciple of Sakai Peak and the number 1 disciple of the elite peak was too huge. It was simply an insurmountable gap. "I don't know where your courage comes from, but you should be proud to be able to force me, Huan Long, to take action," Huan Long said calmly. Boom! His robe fluttered, and a wild aura whizzed out. The whole world was incomparably oppressive, as if the end of the world was coming. "Is that so?" Fang Chen said. "I hope you can still say such words after the battle. You're courting death." Huan Long stamped his foot, and his whole body rushed in front of Fang Chen like a cannonball. "Die!" His speed was too fast, and many of the surrounding martial artists couldn't even see his figure clearly. Brother Huolong's speed is too fast. Yes, even a core disciple would find it difficult to reach such speed. No wonder Brother Huolong is so confident to become a core disciple. Many elite disciples were discussing. Although there was only a difference of 2 words between a core disciple and an elite disciple, the difference was like heaven and earth. Becoming a core disciple was tantamount to obtaining the recognition of Tianshu Yuan. From then on, one would be able to soar freely. Boom! In a flash, Huolong threw out a punch. In the sky, a fist light that seemed to be infused with gold whistled as it appeared. Then, streams of fiery magma appeared on the fist light. The magma contained Huolong's superpower. In Huolong's view, this punch was enough to deal with this arrogant guy. The surrounding elite disciples also shook their heads. There's no comparison at all. Even if he has super potential and can suppress elite disciples, so what? Yes, Brother Huolong isn't someone ordinary elite disciples can compare to. Look, that guy was dumbfounded after seeing Brother Huolong's attack. It's not that he didn't want to dodge, but he didn't expect Brother Mirage Dragon to be so fast. Even Huolong had a mocking expression in his eyes. It was as if he could already see Fang Chun being knocked down by his punch, kneeling and begging for mercy. Thinking of this, Mirage Dragon increased his strength. His fist wrapped in hot magma suddenly punched towards Fang Chun. Crack! Under the heavy fist light, Fang Chun's body was torn to pieces. Just as everyone was about to cry out in alarm, they suddenly discovered something. Behind the Mirage Dragon, a black shadow gradually condensed. That is, everyone cried out in shock. They were stupefied and tongue-tied, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Heavens! How did he dodge Brother Mirage Dragon's attack? It was unimaginable. It was simply unimaginable. Mirage Dragon's fist missed, and he turned his head. When he saw Fang Chun, his pupils shrank. Your speed is too slow. Fang Chun shook his head and said disdainfully, You're courting death. The Mirage Dragon bellowed toward the sky and unleashed a thunderous attack. Boom! This time, Fang Chun did not dodge. Instead, he clashed head-on with the Mirage Dragon. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Mirage Dragon's body was struck by lightning and kept retreating. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, his throat moved and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully suppressing the blood in his body, Mirage Dragon's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chun. Brat, you should be proud to be able to force me, Mirage Dragon, to this extent. Mirage Dragon said in a gloomy voice, However, I won't give you any more chances. Wong. Mirage Dragon's eyes moved and a gray aura spread out. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. The gray world was filled with a dense, illusory aura. Illusion. Many elite disciples on the square exclaimed. They were too shocked. An official disciple was actually able to force Mirage Dragon to use an illusion. One had to know that the reason why Mirage Dragon could suppress the elite peak was because of his powerful illusion. The elite peak master had once commented that Mirage Dragon's illusion potential was unparalleled in the Despair Continent. Mirage Dragon used an illusion. Someone in the crowd yelled. Many people were dumbfounded as they looked at Mirage Dragon. They wanted to see how Fang Chun would defend against this attack. The battle can end now. Mirage Dragon's ferocious face gradually calmed down as he said in a low voice. Fang Chun was surrounded by an illusory aura. He was surrounded by nothingness, as if he was in a boundless dark void. Loneliness and desolation were the main themes of this illusory realm. An illusion? If an ordinary person was trapped in Mirage Dragon's illusion, their expression would definitely change. However, Fang Chun wouldn't. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a mocking smile. Shortly after, he opened his mouth and said, You dare to use an illusion in front of me? As his voice fell, the supreme ancestral eye opened. The power of the ancestral eye crazily surged and instantly pierced through the illusion. Bang! Mirage Dragon's body flew out with a bang. Blood splattered across the sky. He heavily smashed into the ground and fainted. Crash! The strong illusion aura instantly dissipated. Fang Chun stood on a square with his hands behind his back. Silence. The entire square was deathly silent. None of the elite disciples had imagined that the final result would be like this. What the hell happened? Why did Brother Mirage Dragon's illusion fail? Heavens, did this guy really defeat Brother Mirage Dragon? After a brief moment of silence, there was a thunderous voice. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Fang Chen's majestic figure. Fu Huan's body trembled. He was incomparably excited, as expected of Brother Fang. Ever since he met Fang Chun in the Celestial Master's Sea, the latter had never disappointed him. Every time they met, the latter would give him an unparalleled shock, and this time was no exception. Mirage Dragon, the number one of the elite peak, was easily defeated by Fang Chun. Who else is not convinced? Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Many elite disciples retreated and looked at Fang Chun with fear. Brother Fu Huan, let's go for a drink. Fang Chun and Fu Huan walked together and disappeared from everyone's sight. After the battle with Mirage Dragon, Fang Chen's name spread across the elite peak. Countless elite disciples began to inquire about Fang Chun. Who was this person and why was he so powerful? This battle also attracted the attention of many high-level officials in Tianshu Yuan. Dean, this is not good, one of the elders said in a low voice. Fang Chun defeated Mirage Dragon and shocked the world. Now all the disciples in Tianshu Yuan are talking about him. The elder said, even many core disciples are investigating his origin. The chief of Tianshu Yuan nodded, his eyes deep. I know what you were worried about. After a pause, the chief of Tianshu Yuan continued. But before the chief of Tianshu Yuan could finish his words, his face suddenly changed and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the sky above Tianshu Yuan, the chief of Tianshu Yuan looked at the distant sky. In front of the city, thick smoke billowed. He clenched his fists, and his face was gloomy. Damn it! Does the Lin family want to start a war with Tianshu Yuan? The chief of Tianshu Yuan tiptoed and came to the sky above the city with thick smoke billowing. Stop! The chief of Tianshu Yuan roared and pressed his hand down. A terrifying force instantly attacked. Tianshu Old Ghost. At this moment, the void was torn and a black fist burst out, blocking the chief of Tianshu Yuan's attack. Then, a figure appeared. The appearance of this figure caused the battle to end temporarily. Old Ghost Lin, what do you mean? The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked coldly. Tianshu Yuan and the Lin family have never interacted, but the Lin family openly declared war on Tianshu Yuan. Old Ghost Tianshu, do you still remember what happened 10,000 years ago? The chief of the Lin family said, the three nearby cities originally belonged to the Lin family, but the Tianshu Yuan forcibly took them away. Now, the Lin family has come to take them back. If you don't want to start a war, then hand over the 3 cities. In your dreams. The chief of Tianshu Yuan bared his teeth and roared angrily. And there is no other way. Boom! The 2 powerhouses started a battle at the pinnacle, and it was exceptionally intense. Chapter 2735. A few days later, a rumbling sound came from the alien battlefield. Then, 2 figures jumped out and landed in the sky above the war-torn city. They looked at each other from a distance. It could be seen that the 2 powerhouses' clothes were disheveled, and they seemed to be in a sorry state. Powerhouses like them had already surpassed the ancient gods. Their attack power was so powerful that it was daunting. If the 2 of them attacked with all their strength, no one could stop them unless the hand of despair appeared in person. Fortunately, powerhouses like them were considered top powerhouses in the primordial chaos, and there weren't many of them. In the vast despair continent, there were less than a handful of them. Tianshu Old Man, the head of the Lin family, spoke first. The Lin family was the first to start the war. They came prepared, so they didn't fear the Tianshu Yuan. If we continue to fight, the despair continent will be destroyed. At that time, the hand of despair will definitely intervene. The head of the Lin family said, and now, we can't determine the winner. What do you think? A ripple appeared in the sky above the war-torn city, completely enveloping the two of them. The people below couldn't hear what the two of them were talking about. After a long while, the ripple disappeared. The head of the Lin family sneered and turned to leave. The head of the Tian Shu Yuan glanced at the destroyed city with a gloomy face. He flung his sleeves and returned to the Tian Shu Yuan in the conference hall of the main peak. In a short while, many elders had gathered. Their faces were very serious because they already knew that the Lin family had launched an all-out war against the Tian Shu Yuan. It was obvious that the head of the Tian Shu Yuan had summoned them here for this matter. Sure enough, after everyone had arrived, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The head of the Tian Shu Yuan said in a deep voice, "The Lin family started the war first and intends to take back the 3 cities. The Tian Shu Yuan naturally won't give up so easily. From today onward, all disciples will participate in the war." The head of the Tian Shu Yuan and the head of the Lin family had an agreement that no high-level powerhouses could enter each battle zone. Otherwise, it would destroy the balance of the war. The mayor of Tian Shu Yuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, this was the custom of the continent of despair and even the primordial chaos. Official disciples will depart today and head to Luotian City. The elite disciples will go to Black Veil City, while the core disciples will go to Chaos City. Soon, the Tian Shu Yuan chief finished assigning the positions. The various elders returned one after another and began to arrange the formation of the various disciples. Dean, Wu Yu and the other 2 stayed behind and asked, "What about Fong Chun? Which zone should he go to?" With Fong Chen's strength, he was fully qualified to be a core disciple, but his current status was that of an official disciple. If he went to the Luotian City War Zone, he would definitely crush the other party. Once the Lin family determined that he was a high-level martial artist, they would definitely tear up the agreement and launch the strongest attack on Tian Shu Yuan. Let him go to Chaos Sky City. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. At this point, the Lin family already knew Fong Chen's identity. There was no point in continuing to hide it. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to let Fong Chen experience more life and death situations and break through as soon as possible. In just 3 days, many disciples left Tian Shu Yuan. The one leading the core disciples to Chaos Sky City was Wu Yu. He walked side by side with Fong Chen, chatting and laughing along the way. This scene surprised many of the core disciples. Who was this person? Why was he on the same level as Wu Yu? A man in black walked in a corner of the group. His dark eyes swept over Fong Chen as he licked his dry lips. "Big brother, this is the official disciple Fong Chen who suppressed the entire elite peak by himself." Beside him, a fat man with big ears said in a simple and honest manner, "It's him." The black-clothed man's eyes emitted a gloomy light. It is said that he has great potential, especially in the field of illusion. He beat Huanlong to a pulp. Oof, Huanlong was not strong. It was just a boast by many disciples of the elite peak. If he was on Tianyan Peak, he wouldn't even be in the top 20, the fat man continued. Obviously, he didn't care about Fong Chen at all. The black-clothed man shook his head. "I can feel that this person has an extremely strong aura. He can't be underestimated." A core disciple was already the highest level of disciple in Tian Shu Yuan. The threshold for a core disciple was the Star Ancient Realm, and the black-clothed man in front of him was an expert at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. "Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know when we pull him out." The fat man said, "When we reach the battlefield of Chaos Sky City, we'll know if he has the strength to make you fight, big brother." A few days later, a group of people arrived at the battlefield of Chaos Sky City. The huge Chaos Sky City had been besieged by the chief of Tian Shu Yuan and the head of the Lin family. The residents of the city had already left. It had become a battlefield of Azura, and the smell of blood filled the air. "After we go in, everyone be careful. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions," Wu Yu reminded. "Chaos Sky City is very big. Don't act blindly. Pay attention to hiding your tracks. If you're seriously injured and your life is in danger, retreat immediately." "Got it." Everyone nodded. "Okay, let's go in." Wu Yu took out a flag from his pocket and waved it gently. Suddenly, A gap appeared in the powerful seal, and a vast aura slowly flowed out. Boom! Many core disciples swarmed into the battlefield of Chaos Sky City. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chun appeared in an open space. Suddenly, a large amount of information about the battlefield of Chaos Sky City appeared in his mind. After a brief check, Fang Chun suddenly understood. Under his feet, there was a circular disc with a radius of about 1 mile. This was the safe zone. As long as one stepped into the circular disc, they could leave the battlefield with a thought. Once they left the circular disc, it meant that they had entered the most brutal battlefield. Let's go. Many of the core disciples did not stop and rushed into the battle zone in high spirits. Hunting the enemy will give me the corresponding merit points. Fang Chun murmured. The more merit points he had, the more precious treasures he could exchange for. Just nice, I can comprehend the invincible sword Dao. The battlefield of Chaos Sky City was filled with smoke, and the entire ground was gray. This place blocked the detection of divine senses and could only be observed with the naked eye. Fang Chun hid in the void and looked around. After waiting for a long time, he did not find any Lin family disciples. I can't waste time like this. Fang Chun thought in his heart and quickly came up with a solution. With a thought, he condensed a phantom doppelganger. He then controlled the phantom doppelganger and slowly walked on the ground. As for himself, he used the space-time escape technique to hide in the void behind him. As soon as the phantom doppelganger appeared, Fang Chun felt a few auras coming over, as if they were sizing up his phantom doppelganger. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden fist radiance appeared in the gray void. Bang! The sudden fist instantly shattered Fang Chun's phantom doppelganger. Not good. At this moment, the Lin family disciple in the dark shouted and quickly retreated. It's too late. Fang Chun descended from the sky and locked his aura on the Lin family disciple. He drew the hidden star sword and swung it. Whoosh! Invincible sword principle, sword of destruction. Crack! The Lin family disciple's body fell to the ground and lost his vitality. His eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. Fang Chun came in front of the Lin family disciple, stretched out his hand, and activated the token. Immediately, the Lin family disciple's bloodline power was absorbed. Buzz! After absorbing the Lin family disciple's bloodline power, a line of information appeared in Fang Chun's mind. Merit points, 100 points. Killing an early stage, star, ancient realm, ancient God only gives me 100 merit points. Fang Chun pursed his lips. It seemed that the token automatically recognized the cultivator's cultivation and awarded merit points. Continue. Next, Fang Chun used this method to lure 3 more Lin family disciples. 2 of them were early stage star ancient realm, and the last one was middle stage star ancient realm. After killing all 3 of them, the merit points in the token increased to 1,300 points. Middle stage star ancient realm ancient god, 1,000 merit points. Seeing this, Fang Chun nodded. As he had guessed, the higher the cultivation of the enemy, the more merit points he would receive. Now, it seemed that he could basically confirm that early stage star ancient realm ancient gods were worth 100 merit points, and middle stage ancient gods were worth 1,000 merit points. Chapter 2736. Fang Chun thought that it would be easy to gain merit points, but he was wrong. He underestimated the cruelty of war. His method was effective in the early stages, but as time passed, the Lin family members became smarter and began to counterattack. There was even one time when Fang Chun fell into the Lin family's trap and lost a phantom doppelganger. Fang Chun, who had the space-time escape technique, didn't have to worry about the phantom doppelganger. But it was different for others. If they wanted to lure the enemy out, they had to pay a high price. Half a month later, Fang Chun's merit points had increased to 4,000. On the merit monument in the Chaos Sky City's war zone, the top 10 disciples had more than 10,000 merit points. His 4,000 merit points couldn't even rank in the top 30. One could imagine how fierce the battle was. The enemy is getting more and more cunning. It's difficult to lure them with phantom doppelganger now. On a mountain peak, Fang Chun stood quietly looking down at the earth and murmuring. But there's still time. The war will last for a long time. There's no need to rush. Fangchen continued. During this time, his understanding of the invincible sword principle had become deeper and deeper. The sword of annihilation was also close to perfection. He even vaguely straightened out the next development of the invincible sword principle. This was definitely a good thing for him. Sure enough, only by experiencing the edge of life and death can one gain enlightenment. Fangchen smiled. Buzz. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void. Fangchen's expression changed slightly, but he soon relaxed, because the token in his arms flashed, indicating that the person was a fellow disciple from Tianshu Yuan. Whoosh! A man in white armor appeared in front of Fangchen. Did you see the Lin family members pass by here? The man in white armor asked. Fangchen shook his head. I've been chasing him just now. I'm sure he passed by here. The man in white armor said, You really didn't see him? While talking to Fangchen, the white-armored man quietly approached Fangchen. When the latter turned around, the man in white armor suddenly attacked. Dying, he held the spear in his hand and abruptly thrust it forward. Rip! The long spear pierced Fangchen's body. Ew. Fangchen did not expect the latter to attack him. What? You didn't expect this, did you? A jumping clown will always be a jumping clown. Even if he defeated the #1 elite disciple, Mirage Dragon, it would still be useless. The white-armored man held his spear and exerted force, wanting to pierce through Fangchen's body. However, at this moment, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the spear would not budge. What happened? The man in white armor looked up and saw that Fangchen's body was shrouded in a halo of sword chi. Sword body? The white-armored man sneered. Watch my spear break your sword body. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white armor kicked the other end of the spear. Bang! Suddenly, the power on the tip of the spear soared to the extreme. Kacha! The spear pierced through the halo of sword chi, causing the halo of sword chi formed by Fangchen's chaotic origin sword body to show signs of cracking. If Tianshu Yuan finds out that you killed a fellow disciple, you will die without a doubt. Fangchen said coldly. Find out? Who would know? I'll kill you and take your head to exchange for some contribution points with the disciples of the Lin clan. Why not? The white-armored man sneered. Bang! So that's how it is. Fangchen nodded. He finally understood why the white-armored man wanted to ambush him. He lightly shook his head, his face filled with disdain. When you ambush others, are you prepared to be killed? Startling spear thrust. The man in white armor pulled back his spear. Then, he exerted his strength and stabbed out again. Die! Bang! This time, Fangchen pushed his chaotic origin sword body to the extreme, raising his defense to the highest level. The white-armored man's spear blocked the halo of sword chi. What's laughable is that you can't even break my defense. Do you think you can kill me? Xiao! Fangchen stomped his feet and stepped on the body of the spear. In an instant, he arrived in front of the white-armored man. Before the white-armored man could react, he punched out. Dong! The powerful fist directly suppressed the white-armored man. Die! With a kacha sound, the white-armored man's head shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Voila! The white-armored man fell. The token on his body automatically appeared and leaned against Fangchen's token. The two tokens spun rapidly and stopped after a while. Fangchen moved his mind and discovered that his token had an additional 7,000 contribution points. Amen? Fangchen was slightly surprised, but after thinking carefully, he understood. You reap what you sow. After glancing at the white-armored man's body, Fangchen turned and left. As time passed, the war became more and more brutal. The number of casualties increased. There were several times when Fangchen was chased by the Lin clan experts and escaped to the round disc. Voila! Fangchen's body appeared outside the chaotic sky city. You're injured? Wu Yu was in charge of this battlefield. When he saw Fangchen appear, he immediately walked over. I was chased by Lin Zilong. Fangchen smiled bitterly. Lin Zilong is one of the best among the core disciples of the Lin clan. His cultivation has reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm, and he is ranked third among the core disciples. It's not bad that you could escape from him. Wu Yu said, "You should recuperate here first." Fang Chun sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, the war had lasted for a year. Fang Chen's merit points had reached more than 30,000, but he still couldn't make it into the top 10. During this period of time, the other two battle zones also had their own results. The Luotian City battle zone had completely fallen. Only a few dozen official disciples, including Xing Lei, managed to escape with their last breaths. Among the official disciples of the Lin clan, a monstrous genius had appeared and completely crushed Xing Lei and the others. The official disciples of Tianshu Yuan had no power to fight back. They struggled for a year and finally lost. 3 months after the fall of Luotian City, news of victory came from Blackvale City. The elite disciples of Tianshu Yuan and the Lin clan were equally matched in the life-and-death struggle. At the critical moment, Huanlong turned the tide and performed a forbidden illusion, temporarily affecting the Lin clan disciples and buying time for the other disciples of the elite peak. Thus, the elite peak disciples defeated the Lin clan disciples in one fell swoop. According to eyewitnesses, when the battle in the Blackvale City battle zone came to an end, it was a scene of devastation. The buildings were almost razed to the ground, and Huanlong was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was carried out by many elite disciples. With the help of the elite disciples, Tianshu Yuan managed to win back a city and tied with the Lin clan for the time being. At this time, on the continent of despair, everyone's eyes were focused on the Chaos Sky City battle zone, because this battle was very important to the success of the two superpowers. If the Tianshu courtyard were to win, then they would become a first-rate force in the Despair continent, suppressing the Lin family until they could not raise their heads. If the Lin clan won, they would have 3 cities and their power would skyrocket. It was very likely that they would surpass Tianshu Yuan in a short time. Therefore, no one could afford to lose this battle. In the Chaos Sky City battle zone, many core disciples were in a killing frenzy. Outside the battle zone, whoosh, Fangchen opened his eyes. Sword aura surrounded his body. His mind was filled with a strong sword aura. In just a year, his understanding of the invincible sword principle had reached an incredible level. The first step of the invincible sword principle, the sword of destruction, has been completely perfected. As for the second step, I already have some ideas. Fangchen got up. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he wanted to create the second move of the invincible sword principle, he would have to experience life and death and carry out endless killing. He plunged into the battle zone. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "This guy has improved a lot in the past year. I can feel a powerful sword principle from him that I have never seen before." Although he didn't know much about the invincible sword principle, Wu Yu's intuition told him that the sword principle that Fangchen cultivated was absolutely extraordinary. "I hope you can complete your transformation in this battle," Wu Yu murmured. He was the one who brought Fangchen back from the ancient Saint Chaos. In his heart, he also hoped that Fangchen could grow. Chapter 2737. Chaotic Sky City War Zone. Fangchen was flying high in the sky, overlooking the earth, looking for the Lin family disciples. They're all hidden. After searching for a while, Fangchen found nothing. He felt a little helpless. No one would dare to act rashly without full confidence, so it was quite difficult to find them. Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure looming on the ground in front of him from the corner of his eye. A disciple of the Lin family. Fangchen recognized the symbol on the latter's clothes at a glance. Immediately, he activated the space-time escape technique to the extreme and whizzed down in an instant. However, before he could get close, a core disciple of Tianshu Yuan appeared out of thin air. Fangchen stopped and didn't continue to dive down, because he could see that the disciple of the Lin family, who was at the late stage of the Void Ancient Realm, was being chased by the core disciple. "You can't escape." The disciple of the Lin family fled in front, but an angry roar came from behind. Damn it! The disciple of the Lin family was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only escape. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. He kept cursing. The guy chasing him didn't hesitate to use the forbidden divine art of Tianshu Yuan in order to kill him. Even at the cost of both sides, he wanted to kill him. Huff, huff, huff. After continuous high-intensity flight, he was gasping for breath. Bang! The disciple of Tianshu Yuan who was chasing him fell to the ground with a bang. What? You're not chasing anymore? Lin Hengyi walked toward the disciple of Tianshu Yuan, the corners of his mouth curled up, full of disdain. Bang! He kicked the disciple of Tianshu Yuan, but the latter didn't react at all. His aura was weak, and he suffered a powerful backlash. If I didn't have the seal of the life ancient realm to protect me, I would have been killed by your forbidden divine art. Lin Hengyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched the head of the disciple of Tianshu Yuan. Bang! Lin Hengyi felt as if his fist had collided with a wall. The pain spread throughout his body. Thud, thud, thud. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, he saw a man appear in front of the Tianshu Yuan disciples. Another one here to die? After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Hengyi discovered that his opponent was only at the Void Ancient Realm. Why would Tianshu Yuan allow a Void Ancient Realm martial artist to enter the Chaos Sky City? Lin Hengyi sneered, "What? You want to save him with your meager strength?" Fang Chen's palm pressed against the Tianshu Yuan disciple's body, and a powerful force was injected into his body. In the blink of an eye, his pale face eased up a lot. "No matter what, we are still from the same sect. How can I just watch you kill him?" Fang Chen said calmly. He recognized the person in front of him. His name was Broken Wisteria, and he was the only core disciple who had greeted him on the way to Chaos Sky City. Although they hadn't interacted much, Fang Chen could feel that Broken Wisteria was a good person. That was why he came to save him. Broken Wisteria used a forbidden divine art and still couldn't kill me. How dare you, a mere void ancient realm martial artist, speak so arrogantly? Lin Hengyi scolded. Do you believe that I won't kill you too? Boom. Fang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He flipped his palm, and a vast palm print fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Hengyi. Not good. Lin Hengyi felt that something was wrong. He cried out in his heart and jumped up with the tip of his foot. He wanted to escape from Fang Chen's suppression. Suppress. At this moment, Fang Chen pushed his strength to the extreme. With his peak void ancient realm cultivation and the perfect chaotic origin sword body, he could easily kill a late-stage star ancient realm martial artist. Sword of Destruction. With a flick of his finger, Fang Chen used the Sword of Destruction. Xiao. The dazzling finger radiance turned into a piercingly cold sword radiance in the void, whistling through the air. No. Lin Hengyi widened his eyes and fled frantically. Block it. He took out the cracked sky dragon crystal from his bosom and smashed it towards the sword light that was coming at him menacingly. Kacha! The sword light pierced the sky dragon crystal, and it shattered. However, the sword light became much dimmer and showed signs of dissipating. Run! Lin Hengyi didn't say anything. He activated the power of the Lin family's bloodline and used the blood escape technique to escape. Fang Chen wanted to chase after him, but he found Broken Wisteria's body trembling violently. What's going on? Fang Chen gave up and came to Broken Wisteria's side. He's forcing out the hidden energy in his body. Soon, Fang Chen found that Broken Wisteria was using the energy he injected into his body to force out the hidden energy. Boom! Broken Wisteria's bones cracked. The energy in his body surged like a vast ocean, flowing endlessly. At this moment, Broken Wisteria swept away his previous weakness and became abnormally strong. Powerful purple patterns circled around his body. Dong! Broken Wisteria's cultivation reached the peak of the star ancient realm. Whoosh! A moment later, Broken Wisteria calmed down, and the purple patterns on his body gradually disappeared. Brother, thank you for your help. Broken Wisteria cupped his fists at Fang Chen, full of smiles. Fang Chen waved his hand. It's okay. We're from the same sect. It's only right for me to help. This time, Breaking Wisteria, owe you a favor. Broken Wisteria said, It's a pity that Lin Hengyi escaped. However, if I meet him again, I'll wring his head off with my own hands. Broken Wisteria was very grateful to Fang Chun from the bottom of his heart. In the process of chasing Lin Hengyi, he suffered a backlash and was severely injured, almost dying. Fortunately, Fang Chun helped him get through the crisis in time. He also stimulated his hidden energy and reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. Brother, how should I address you? Broken Wisteria asked. Fang Chun. Okay, I'll call you Brother Fang. Broken Wisteria said cheerfully. Broken Wisteria straightforwardly said, I really couldn't tell. Brother Fang is so young, yet you have such high achievements. I admire you. Fang Chun chuckled and did not speak. Brother Fang, you owe me a favor. I, Broken Wisteria, know of a place where there are many merits waiting for us. Do you dare to accompany me, Broken Wisteria, on this adventure? Broken Wisteria said, Although I knew about it before, my strength was limited, so I didn't dare to take the risk. Now it's different. I've reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. As long as I don't encounter those few peak experts, there's almost no danger. Oh, when Fang Chun heard this, he said candidly, Why wouldn't I dare? Ha ha ha, straightforward. After this incident, Broken Wisteria was very sincere to Fang Chun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Fang Chun such important news and was willing to lead Fang Chun to this mysterious place. On a dusky mountain peak, with a bang, Lin Hengyi's body fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Damn Broken Wisteria. Damn you. Lin Hengyi's face was pale. He quickly pressed a few points on his body to stop the bleeding. He struggled to sit cross-legged and began to heal. Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely kill both of you, Lin Hengyi said coldly. However, he was also very confused about Fang Chun's background. A void ancient realm cultivator can force me into such a sorry state. Could it be? At the thought of this, Lin Hengyi's expression changed drastically. He immediately crushed the communication jade pendant. What's the matter? A faint voice came. Brother Zilong, I found the person the clan is looking for, Lin Hengyi said hurriedly. After a short silence, the other side said, You mean Fang Chun? Yes, him. Lin Hengyi said, When I was fighting Broken Wisteria, a mysterious man appeared. He was only at the Void Ancient Realm, but he could shatter the Sky Dragon Crystal with a single strike. So, crack. The sound of bones cracking came from the other side. After a long while, a message came. Tell me where he was last seen. It's good. If I can capture him, you'll have contributed greatly to the Lin clan. Thank you, Brother Zilong. On the other side of the communication jade pendant, Lin Zilong's expression was cold. He twisted his hand and broke the neck of a Tian Shu Yuan disciple. The number of merit points in the token increased. However, he didn't care at all. After chasing you for a year, you're finally not a coward anymore. Do you dare to show yourself? In this year, Lin Zilong had been chasing Fang Chun. He even severely injured him several times, but he still managed to escape. Chapter 2738. Chaotic Sky City War Zone. In the northwest direction, in front of a valley surrounded by thick smoke, two figures approached from afar. It's here. Fang Chun stopped and raised his head to look at the valley in front of him. It was gray and hazy, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Yes, this valley is called the Valley of Despair. As far as I know, the top prodigies of the two factions are having an ultimate battle here, Broken Wisteria said. Fang Chun nodded and secretly activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye. The power of the heavenly Tao circled around him, and his eyes looked through the hazy aura and saw the situation in the Valley of Despair. The tragic battle, blood flowing like a river, and the entire Valley of Despair was in ruins. If not for the protection of the seal, it would have been razed to the ground. In the pool of blood, there were countless corpses lying on the ground. The scene was very bloody, as expected of the Valley of Despair. It's enough to make people despair. Fang Chun licked his dry lips, and his heart was restless. How is it? Broken Wisteria asked. It's very dangerous inside. If we're not careful, we might be killed. Fang Chun waved his hand and said, "We're martial artists. How can we retreat because of some difficulties? Okay, let's go in." Broken Wisteria laughed. With his strength, he was fully qualified to participate in this ultimate battle. Whoosh! The two passed through the thick fog and entered the valley. Sound of killing could be heard everywhere. Apart from the hazy aura, the entire valley was filled with the smell of blood. It was very oppressive, and the air was filled with shocking, killing intent. Die! As soon as the two entered, they were targeted by a member of the Lin family. With a low roar, he attacked the two. "You're courting death." Broken Wisteria's cultivation had broken through, and his strength had reached a new level. Seeing the fierce attack, he didn't panic and easily dealt with it. He suddenly punched out and smashed the incoming person's head. Crack! The other person fell to the ground and died instantly. Brother Fong. Broken Wisteria originally wanted to give the contribution points to Fang Chun, but the latter refused. "In that case, I won't be polite." Broken Wisteria didn't pretend anymore and directly took out the token and received the contribution points. The center of the battlefield is over there. Fang Chun looked at the center of the valley, where countless warriors were fighting. He saw Pei Ran, Gong Wei, Ancient God Thundercry, and other experts. He also saw Lin Tianli and Lin Yuan from the Lin family. "Ancient God Thundercry, my Lin family has all the advantages. What can you use to fight against us?" Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was overbearing and arrogant. Beside him, Lin Tianli also sneered. "Today, the Valley of Despair will be the burial ground of your Tianshu Yuan disciples." What arrogance! My Tianshu Yuan is the #1 power in the Despair continent. We've suppressed your Lin family for countless years. What's laughable is that you want to overturn our Tianshu Yuan. Pei Ran said coldly. "The outcome of the other two battlefields has already been decided. It's time for our battle zone to end," Gong Wei said lightly. Ancient God Thundercry, who ranked first, was a peak star ancient expert. It was rumored that he had once escaped unscathed from an ancient life realm expert. Because he was proficient in the Tao of Thunder, every time he attacked, there would be a thunderous roar. That was why he was called Ancient God Thundercry. He was an outstanding figure in the Star Ancient realm. Although he was only a core disciple of Tianshu Yuan in the Despair continent, he could become the master of a sect. In the Chaos Sky City battle zone, many of the core disciples of Tianshu Yuan were led by Ancient God Thundercry. "Fight!" Ancient God Thundercry only said one word, and a thunderous voice echoed in the sky. "Kill!" On the other side, Lin Yuan glanced at the lightning flashing in the sky and bellowed. Suddenly, the Valley of Despair was once again plunged into a bloody mess. Countless miserable screams came from the mouths of many disciples as one disciple after another fell into a pool of blood. "You're courting death." A Lin family disciple approached Broken Wisteria, who waved his hand and snapped the neck of the Lin family disciple before joining the battle. Fang Chun had originally planned to join the battle, but he suddenly saw the battle between Lin Yuan and Ancient God Thundercry. Boom! The vast battle caused a huge uproar. The battle between the two apex prodigies had attracted the attention of the world. Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. So strong. He couldn't help but sigh, his heart beating faster. Swish! Lin Yuan took out a long sword. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword in the void continued to transform. Streaks of sharp sword light whizzed out. Condense! As Lin Yuan roared, the sword light in the sky quickly condensed together, the tip of the sword facing outward, forming a terrifying ball of sword light. The ball of sword light spun rapidly, and sword chi swept out. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, space collapsed. Any martial artist who approached would be instantly shredded. Sword arts can be used to such an extent. Fang Chen's eyes were finally opened. He had always thought that his understanding of sword Tao was deep enough. But after seeing Lin Yuan's sword arts, he was inwardly amazed. Lin Yuan had perfectly combined his understanding of sword Tao with his sword arts, creating a move with incredible offensive power. Although this move was not very flashy, its power left Fang Chun somewhat shocked. Scram! Ancient god Thunder Cry furiously attacked. He raised his hand and drew the lightning in the sky into his palm. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder resounded incessantly. He clenched his hand, and the power of thunder reached its peak. He then flung out, sending the mighty thunder toward the ball of sword light. Thump! When the thunder made contact with the ball of sword light, it exploded. A terrifying thunder energy spread out, drowning out the ball of sword light. Fong Chen activated the supreme ancestral eye, and his gaze pierced through the thunder energy to see the ball of sword light in motion. Disintegrate? Slice. Fong Chen's heart trembled as realization dawned on him. He finally understood why the ball of sword light gave him such a frightening feeling. So that was how it was. Thump! At the same time, his mind trembled. Sword Chi rampaged, and all sorts of sword Dao comprehensions he had in the past instantly emerged. The chaotic origin sword body automatically revolved around his body, completely enveloping him. Brother Fong, be careful. Broken Wisteria, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly discovered that a Lin clan disciple was approaching Fong Chun, preparing to launch a sneak attack. He shouted, but Fong Chun did not respond. Swish! He stomped his foot and arrived beside Fong Chun, barely blocking the attack of the Lin clan disciple. Scram! He then smashed the head of the Lin clan disciple with a fist. Enlightenment? Broken Wisteria was stunned for a moment when he saw Fong Chen's appearance, but soon after, he revealed a smile. Amazing. He can actually achieve enlightenment in this kind of environment. Broken Wisteria followed Fong Chen's gaze and saw the fierce battle between Lin Yuan and ancient god Thundercry. Brother Fong, feel free to comprehend. I'll protect you. After saying that, Broken Wisteria stood around Fong Chun, blocking all intruders. Kill them. Some Lin clan disciples in this area had discovered that Fong Chun was acting strangely and loudly shouted. Immediately, 10 some disciples swarmed forward. Scram! Broken Wisteria roared and punched with both fists. Boom! Broken Wisteria's iron fists were too powerful. With a single punch, a Lin clan disciple would lose his life. However, at this point in the battle, everyone had already entered a frenzied state, charging forward dauntlessly to resist Broken Wisteria. Finally, after a fierce battle, Broken Wisteria's energy was consumed too quickly, and he was somewhat unable to resist. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. Poochie, a Lin clan disciple, took advantage of Broken Wisteria's clone to pierce his thigh with his spear. A miserable scream came from Broken Wisteria's mouth. His expression was savage as pain spread through his entire body. He clenched his teeth and stood on the ground, throwing out a punch with all his might to kill this sneak attacker. He's heavily injured and can't hold on any longer. Attack together and kill him. A Lin clan disciple said in a deep voice. Kill him. Immediately, the remaining Lin clan disciples rushed forward. Even if I die, I won't let you harm Brother Fong. Broken Wisteria clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Purple patterns flickered all over his body as a berserk energy surged out of his body. Buzz. Eerie voices came from the rift nearby. Not good. A sound wave attack. The Lin clan disciples discovered it a little too late. Several disciples' origin spirits were heavily injured and they collapsed to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The remaining disciples barely managed to dodge Broken Wisteria's sound wave attack. He can't hold on any longer. Continue attacking. Chapter 2739. In the face of these ferocious attacks, Broken Wisteria painfully closed his eyes and prepared to self-detonate. Even if he died, he would take one more down with him. This was what Broken Wisteria thought. However, just as he was about to self-detonate, the world suddenly changed, and a vast energy surged toward him. Thump! The entire earth trembled as a dazzling ray of light shot up into the sky. What's that? Broken Wisteria staggered and managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. While his heart trembled in fear, he also felt an immense pressure. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky, his expression instantly changing. Not good. Broken Wisteria almost immediately made his choice. His figure kept jumping, barely dodging the wild power that was swooping down. The Lin family disciples attacking him were also sent flying by the shockwaves. The chaotic valley of despair instantly quieted down. The battle had been forcibly halted by this powerful energy. Thump! The two figures retreated from a vast power. After stabilizing themselves, they floated in the air and looked at each other from afar. Ancient God Thunder Cry. Everyone says that you control the power of thunder punishment, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Lin Yuan sneered. The battle between the two of them was exceptionally intense. The frightening power from earlier was emitted from their collision. Umph! Ancient God Thunder Cry coldly snorted, his icy eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Below, the battle stopped, and the two sides faced each other. With great difficulty, Broken Wisteria stood next to Fong Chun and breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the shock waves from the battle between the two peerless geniuses reaching this place, he would have already died at the hands of the Lin family disciples. Outside the Valley of Despair, Lin Zilong and Lin Hongyi were rapidly advancing when they suddenly felt the earth tremble. "What's going on?" Lin Hongyi cried out. Lin Zilong stopped, his expression dark. After thinking for a few moments, he said, "It should be caused by the energy erupting from the battle between Big Brother Lin Yuan and Ancient God Thunder Cry." After saying this, Lin Zilong's figure flashed, and he entered the Valley of Despair. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few seconds, Lin Zilong and Lin Hongyi arrived at the Valley of Despair. What came into view was the two sides facing each other, as well as Fong Chun, who was in a state of epiphany. Broken Wisteria? When Lin Hongyi saw the Broken Wisteria at first glance, his face suddenly changed, and his killing intent surged. However, when Lin Zilong saw Fong Chun, his heart was filled with killing intent. "Big Brother Lin Yuan, he is Fong Chun." The sudden words broke the silence between the two sides. At that instant, the gazes of the disciples landed on Lin Zilong's figure. What? The expressions of Lin Yuan and the others changed slightly as they stared at Fong Chun with their dark eyes. "Is he Fong Chun?" Seeing this, Lin Yuan and Lin Tianli were secretly delighted. They recalled what the head of the Lin family had said before the war started. The purpose of starting this war was to capture Fong Chun. Once they succeeded, they would receive endless rewards. Lin Yuan licked his dry lips, ignored Ancient God Thunder, and looked at Fong Chun. In an instant, Fong Chun became the center of the entire war. "Broken Wisteria, give me your life." Lin Hongyi roared and leaped in front of the Broken Wisteria. The latter had been seriously injured in the battle just now and was unable to resist Lin Hongyi's powerful attacks, retreating step by step. Boom! With a loud sound, the Broken Wisteria's body flew out and fell at Fong Chun's feet. Poochie! He spat out blood, his face pale, and his aura weak. He no longer had the ability to fight. At that moment, Fong Chun's body was still shrouded in an extremely dense Sword Dao aura. He was still in a state of epiphany. "Oomph! I let you escape last time, but this time you will die for sure." Lin Hongyi strode towards the Broken Wisteria with a mocking smile on his face. In the sky. Seeing this, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He can actually enter a state of epiphany in this kind of war. Lin Yuan was also rather amazed. No wonder the Patriarch personally gave the order to capture this boy. It seems that his potential has already reached an unimaginable level. Across from Lin Yuan, Ancient God Thunder and the others were also rather curious. What was Lin Zilong thinking? Why did he value Fong Chun so much? While everyone was pondering, Lin Hongyi had already arrived in front of the Broken Wisteria. He raised his large hand and pressed down. Wild energy was contained in his palm. As long as this palm struck the Broken Wisteria's body, the latter would undoubtedly die. The Broken Wisteria raised his head and glanced at Fong Chun, saying regretfully, "Brother Fong, I didn't fulfill my promise to you." After saying this, the Broken Wisteria painfully shook his head. "Die." Seeing this, Lin Hongyi increased the strength of his palm, and a biting cold light howled. Buzz! Just as Lin Hengyi's palm was about to touch the broken wisteria, an invisible energy suddenly blocked it. A hint of confusion flashed across Lin Hengyi's face, and he increased his strength. Break! Lin Hengyi angrily roared as he pushed the energy in his palm to the limit, wanting to shatter the barrier and kill the broken wisteria. But the more he used, the greater the barrier became. Crack! Suddenly, the invisible energy broke through his palm and blasted toward his head. It was not until this moment that Lin Hengyi was shocked to discover that the invisible force blocking him was actually a beam of sword light. Not good. Lin Hengyi sensed the power of this sword light and quickly pulled back his palm, preparing to leave. But it was too late. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, this ordinary sword light pierced through Lin Hengyi's head. The latter's body fell into a pool of blood, instantly dying. Whoosh! The entire Valley of Despair was in an uproar. Fang Chun, who was in the midst of his enlightenment, slowly opened his eyes. The sword chi revolving around his body instantly withdrew, making him seem like an ordinary person. No ripples of energy could be felt. He didn't even look at Lin Hengyi as he extended his hand to help the broken wisteria up. How are you? The broken wisteria shook her head. I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Retreat to a safe place first, Fang Chun warned. You killed Lin Hengyi, so I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Zilong's voice echoed throughout the Valley of Despair. In the distant sky, Lin Yuan also frowned. Even he hadn't been able to clearly see how that sword light had been unleashed. This kid isn't simple. This was Lin Yuan's evaluation of Fang Chun. However, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he watched with a mocking gaze as the situation developed. On the other side, Ancient God Thundercry and the others clearly had a hint of surprise on their faces. What exquisite swordsmanship! He was able to kill Lin Hengyi with just one strike. This level of strength should be enough to rank him in the top 10 of the Heavenly Cloud Peak, right? Amazing. So this guy is the one who's been hiding his strength all this time. The Heavenly Cloud Peak core disciples discussed spiritedly. Lin Zilong strode forward, his aura soaring as he arrived in front of Fang Chun. You chased me for a year, but unfortunately, you didn't manage to catch me. Seeing Lin Zilong approach, Fang Chun calmly said, Now, you no longer have the chance. You're courting death. Lin Zilong was enraged and unleashed a wild attack. The heavens and earth changed colors as Lin Zilong thrust out a palm, unleashing the power of a landslide and a tsunami. Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and indifferently said, To deal with you, I only need one strike. Swish! An ordinary sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. Invincible Sword Dao, one sword of heaven and earth. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, countless sword lights appeared in the heavens and earth. Each sword light contained the exact same power. A feeling of oppression arose spontaneously. Die! This was the second move that Fang Chun had created after watching Lin Yuan's exquisite swordsmanship and combining it with his own invincible sword Dao. When this move was unleashed, every inch of the air in the heavens and earth was filled with sword light. It was as if the heavens and earth had become one with his sword light. He named this move as the One Sword of Heaven and Earth. This sword contained the ultimate mystery of Sword Dao. After comprehending this sword, Fang Chun seemed to have understood something. Rumble! Dense sword light shot out from all directions. Damn it! Lin Zilong roared in anger. At the same time, he activated the power of the Lin family's bloodline, wanting to forcibly travel through the void. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the power of the One Sword of Heaven and Earth. Stop! In the distance, Lin Yuan finally couldn't hold back and made a move. Your opponent is me. Chapter 2740. Scram! Lin Yuan was enraged. He waved his sword and stabbed at Ancient God Thundercry. The latter spread out his hands, and the power of thunder in the sky swooped down and combined with his palms to block Lin Yuan's sword. In this instant, the power of the sword of heaven and earth reached its peak. Not even Lin Tianli had time to save him. Squelch! 10,000 swords pierced through Lin Zilong's heart. The dense sword light from all directions instantly pierced through Lin Zilong's body. He vomited blood, his face pale. "I can't accept this," he roared hoarsely. After the swords pierced his body, a powerful destructive force spread out. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with holes. Thump! Lin Zilong toppled to the ground. Fang Chan waved his hand, and the token appeared. His merit points soared once more. Many martial artists in the Valley of Despair were in an uproar. What kind of monster was this? How could he explode with such power? With a peak void ancient realm cultivation, he had killed Lin Zilong with a single sword strike. The latter didn't even have a chance to dodge. Too powerful. This sword strike is like a stroke of the gods. It's too shocking. Inconceivable. Simply inconceivable. Even Lin Yuan, who is also a sword cultivator, couldn't block the power of this sword strike. My Tianshu Yuan actually has such a prodigy. Noises could be heard incessantly. The hidden star sword emitted a series of sword cries. The entire world shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Damn it! Lin Yuan, who had been obstructed by ancient god thunder, roared at the sky. His anger soared, and the long sword in his hand exerted its peak power. Swish! Dazzling sword light shot out, forcing ancient god thunder back step by step. Thump, thump, thump. In one exchange, ancient god thunder was careless and was stabbed by Lin Yuan's sword light. Blood sprayed out as he rapidly retreated. From a great distance, ancient god thunder cry stared warily at Lin Yuan. Today, I will have all the core disciples of Tianshu Yuan buried with Lin Zilong. Lin Zilong's death had thoroughly provoked Lin Yuan, who was now exuding an evil aura. I'm going to avenge Zilong. Lin Tian Li was the first to attack. His attack power was above Lin Zilong's. However, after witnessing Fang Chen's powerful swordsmanship, he dared not let his guard down. Right from the start, he used his most powerful trump card. It's useless. Fang Chen shook his head. After creating the sword of heaven and earth, his attack power had reached its peak. If he went all out, even Lin Yuan, who was at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm, would not be his match. Thus, at the moment of his epiphany and breakthrough, the battle had already come to an end. Whoosh! Invincible sword principle, one sword of heaven and earth. When it was unleashed again, the frightening aura it emitted became even more pervasive. In the blink of an eye, a dense cloud of sword light burst forth from all directions, engulfing Lin Tianli's body. Crack! 10,000 swords pierced his heart. Lin Tianli's fate was exactly the same as Lin Zilong's. Even in death, he could not understand why he could not withstand Fang Chen's swordsmanship, despite wearing a defensive armor that allowed him to escape unscathed from a life ancient realm expert. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but in the end he fell to the ground dead. Boom! The entire Valley of Despair was filled with an aura of despair. Fang Chen stood tall and straight with the hidden star sword in his hand. He was like a peerless god of war, casting a great shadow in the hearts of the Lin family disciples. Devil, he's a devil. Even Brother Tian Li has fallen. Now we can only rely on Brother Lin Yuan to turn the tables. If ancient god Thunder Cry joins forces with this guy, Brother Lin Yuan will definitely not be his match. Let's run. For a moment, many of the Lin family disciples prepare to flee. However, how could the core disciples of Tianshu Yuan, led by Pei Ran and Gong Wei, let go of such a good opportunity? Kill! Pei Ran roared and took the lead, charging into the group of Lin family disciples and starting a massacre. Squelch! A series of blood-curdling screams rang out from the mouths of the Lin family disciples as their bodies continuously fell into a pool of blood. In just a few breaths of time, more than half of the Lin family disciples had been killed or injured. This was a great loss to the Lin family. Lin Yuan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, could no longer hold himself back. Ancient god Thunder Cry. His eyes were scarlet as he roared in rage. At the same time, he took out a red sword from his bosom. The two swords leaned against each other, emitting a resplendent light before quickly fusing into one. This is Lin Longjian. Ancient god Thunder cried out in shock. Swish! Lin Yuan gripped the Lin Longjian and slashed out, causing heaven and earth to weep. Bang! Ancient god Thunder took this strike head-on and was sent flying backward. A sword wound appeared on his clothes, causing blood to seep out. The Lin family actually gave Lin Longjian to you? Ancient god Thundercry's face darkened as he clenched his fists and coldly said, Lin Longjian was the supreme weapon of the Lin family. Not even the ancient life realm experts of the Lin family were qualified to use it. But now, the Lin family patriarch, in order to seize victory in the chaotic Sky City War Zone, had actually bestowed Lin Longjian to Lin Yuan. With Lin Longjian, Lin Yuan's strength had soared, allowing him to completely crush Ancient God Thundercry. A few moments later, Ancient God Thundercry was covered in wounds and sent flying by Lin Yuan's sword. Die! As he watched Ancient God Thundercry's figure fly backward, Lin Yuan took a step forward with the forest dragon sword in hand and slashed at his body. Thump! Lin Long's sword slashed down with a vast amount of power. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Ancient God Thundercry. Fang Chun used the chaotic origin sword body to take Lin Longjian's attack. His body only swayed for a moment before he steadied himself. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as his heart burned with rage. Damn scoundrel, it's all because of you. Seeing Fang Chun take the initiative to attack, Lin Yuan was even more enraged and constantly swung Lin Longjian. Lin Longjian is indeed a supreme weapon, but in your hands, you can't bring out its full power, Fang Chun indifferently said. Let me help you. Fang Chun had bought some time for Ancient God Thundercry. After a short period of rest, the latter had recovered much of his strength. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chun, fighting alongside him. I alone am enough to deal with him. Fang Chun exuded a strong sense of confidence. This was the unparalleled confidence of his unparalleled Sword Dao. BZZ. Unparalleled Sword Dao energy spread out, and Fang Chun's Sword Dao energy grew even denser. Lin Longjian, one sword extinguishes all life. At this moment, Lin Yuan had long since forgotten the Lin family patriarch's warning. There was only one thought in his mind: to kill this damnable scoundrel in front of him. Thus, he used his strongest sword art. The common life sword art. One sword extinguishes all life. Especially with Lin Longjian's help, the power of the sword had far exceeded his imagination. Even if he faced an early life ancient realm ancient god, he would still dare to challenge them. Thus, after using the common life sword art, a crazed smile appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. It's useless. No matter how strong your sword art is, you can't block my common life sword art. Lin Yuan madly roared, his face savage. Once the common life sword art was used, an oppressive aura filled the sky as countless illusions appeared. One sword extinguishes all life, each strike merciless. Kill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan pushed the common life sword art to its limits. The energy emanating from Lin Longjian's sword made Ancient God Thunder cry, and the others constantly retreat. Swoosh! Pei Ran and Gong Wei worked together to kill the last Lin family disciple, and then retreated far away to join up with Ancient God Thundercry. Can he block the common life sword art's attack? It's hard to say. The common life sword art is quite famous on the Despair continent. Lin Yuan has been immersed in this sword art for many years, and when paired with Lin Longjian, its power is unimaginable. Ancient God Thundercry shook his head and muttered, "Perhaps he will create a miracle for us that we can never hope to achieve." For them, Fang Chun killing Lin Zilong in one strike was already far beyond their imagination. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. But now, Fang Chun had forced Lin Yuan to use the common life sword art. One could easily imagine just how strong he was. When they thought of this, Ancient God Thundercry and the others bitterly smiled. Laughably, before coming to the chaotic Sky City War Zone, they had disdained to speak with Fang Chun. Chapter 2741. Common Life, Earth, Starry Sky. Everything was under Lin Yuan's control. The forest dragon sword in his hand proudly soared through the heavens, unleashing the common life sword art's power to its limits. The core essence of the common life sword art was to use heaven and earth as a medium to suppress all life. And this essence was very similar to Feng Chen's invincible sword Dao. Is this the legendary common life sword art? Feng Chen smiled as he looked at the forest dragon sword in front of him. Speaking of which, he had to thank Lin Yuan. If he hadn't seen Lin Yuan use the sword art, it would have been impossible for him to create the sword of heaven and earth. Even if he could create it in the future, who knew how long it would take? Strictly speaking, Feng Chen's sword of heaven and earth was not an ancient star, but an ancient star. Moreover, if he attacked with all his strength, supported by the supreme ancestral eye, he could dominate the ancient star realm. To Lin Yuan, although the common life sword art was impressive, he didn't dare to boast about dominating the ancient star realm. Thus, Feng Chen didn't fear the common life sword art, because he had a way to break it. I wonder what you'll think if I break the common life sword art that you're so proud of. With that, Feng Chen waved his hand, causing the hidden star sword to dance chaotically in the air. Streaks of sword chi shot out from different angles and pierced towards the life sword art that was whistling through the air. What is he doing? Ancient God Thunder Cry and the others couldn't understand. What was Feng Chen doing? Why didn't he display that shocking swordsmanship just now? Could it be? For a moment, a bold idea appeared in everyone's minds. If Feng Chen were to use that shocking sword technique, he would need a lot of power. Feng Chen was not able to support it all. Attack together. In the blink of an eye, Ancient God Thundercry made a decision. If Feng Chen failed, then even if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Yuan's common life sword art. Therefore, the victory or defeat of this battle depended entirely on Feng Chen. No matter what, he could not let Feng Chen die under Lin Yuan's life sword. Do it. Pei Ran and Gong Wei were already prepared. The three of them gave a low shout and attacked together. Rumble. The three of them joined forces and launched a powerful attack at Lin Yuan. Scram! Lin Yuan waved his sleeve and blocked the attack. The expressions of Ancient God Thundercry and the other two changed drastically, and they increased their speed to block Lin Yuan. It's useless, Lin Yuan said with a sinister expression. At the same time, he swung the forest dragon sword at Feng Chen's head. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Feng Chen casually stabbed out a few times. The ordinary sword light collided with the life swordsmanship and exploded. It's useless, Lin Yuan sneered. Feng Chen's attack was too weak and couldn't resist his life sword. Once the life sword art was unleashed, even the heavens and the earth would have to bow before it. Crack! But then, Lin Yuan's smile froze. The life sword had crumbled from the inside, and the sword light had shattered. How is this possible? Lin Yuan cried out, not daring to believe the reality before his eyes. His ordinary sword light broke my life sword art. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with perilous waves. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The life sword is unbreakable. No one should even think of breaking it. Lin Yuan frantically shook his head. Unless it was a life ancient realm expert who could break it, no one would be able to shake the life sword. Life sword, one sword extinguishes all life. Lin Yuan used the life sword once more, but the result was exactly the same. Feng Chen had used the same method to easily break the life sword. No! Lin Yuan crazily roared. The life sword is indeed exquisite, but the user has not grasped its essence and is full of flaws, Feng Chen softly said. You can see the flaws in the life sword? Lin Yuan coldly asked. I can't just see them, Feng Chen sneered. Even now, Lin Yuan still hadn't understood the reality of the situation. However, he didn't want to waste any more time. Even your strongest life sword has been broken by me. What other moves do you have? In the Valley of Despair, the Tianshu Yuan core disciples were dumbfounded. Wasn't this too violent? Even a life sword art could be broken so easily? Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Ancient God Thunder and the other two had wanted to help Feng Chen block the life sword, but who would have thought that he was completely fearless? Amazing to be able to make ancient god Thunder and the other two so wholeheartedly say these two words. It was enough to see how important Fangshan was to them. Such a prodigy is already qualified to become the dean's last disciple, Gong Wei said. Not bad. His potential is too great, Pei Ran said. On the battlefield, Fangshan stood proudly and looked at Lin Yuan mockingly. You've always been the one attacking me. Now it's my turn to attack, right? Fangshan said indifferently. I don't know if you can block my one sword of heaven and earth. Swish! Dense sword lights appeared in the sky. Under Fang Chen's control, they surged in from all directions. How is this possible? Lin Yuan didn't dare to imagine how his opponent could be so powerful. Let's go. His heart filled with fear, Lin Yuan prepared to escape. However, the one sword of heaven and earth's power was beyond his imagination. It's time for everything to end. After swinging the sword, Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Boom! No matter how hard Lin Yuan tried to escape, he was still unable to block the one sword of heaven and earth's attack. Life sword, one sword of heaven and earth. At the moment of his death, Lin Yuan roared hysterically. He finally understood the essence of the one sword of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Lin Yuan's head rolled to the ground, and he died. The Valley of Despair was filled with an aura of despair. At this moment, the name of the valley was very appropriate for the battlefield that was riddled with holes. Under the lead of ancient god Thunder Cry and the other two, the Tianshu Yuan disciples walked up to Fang Chun. They bowed deeply to express their gratitude for Fang Chen's saving grace. If not for Fang Chen's eruption at the critical moment, Tianshu Yuan's army would have been completely wiped out. Even after a long time had passed, many disciples who had witnessed the final battle would still think of that pinnacle battle in their hearts. In particular, Fang Chen's swordsmanship had left a deep impression on them. It's over. In the crowd, everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. Ha ha! It's finally over. When the war broke out, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Blood flowed like rivers, and many of their fellow disciples died as a result. Those who were able to survive were naturally very happy. Ancient god Thunder Cry and the other two stood side by side with Fang Chun. Brother Fang's strength can be considered outstanding amongst the younger generation of the continent of despair. Ancient god Thunder Cry sighed. I, Thunder Cry, am wholeheartedly convinced. That's right, especially Brother Fang's swordsmanship. It really opened my eyes, Gong Wei said with a smile. Pei Ran nodded. Now that the battle was over, the next step was to harvest the spoils of war. Fang Chen didn't say anything. After some discussion, ancient god Thunder Cry and the others unanimously decided that all the spoils of war would belong to Fang Chun. Brother Fang, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain victory in this war, so the spoils of war should belong to you, ancient god Thunder Cry said. Fang Chun waved his hand. He already had his own ideas. I'll take the contribution points. As for the spatial rings of the Lin family disciples, you can freely distribute them. Hearing this, ancient god Thunder Cry and the others faintly smiled. After all, if Fang Chun didn't leave anything for them, they had nothing to say. There were also many good things in the spatial rings of the Lin family disciples. Oh, that's right. If Lin Yuan has the common life sword art in his spatial ring, let me take a look, Fang Chun added. Soon, the spoils of war were distributed. Fang Chun obtained the common life sword art as he wished and put it into his bag. After he absorbed all the contribution points of the fallen Lin family disciples, the number on his token suddenly soared to over 3 million. On the merit stele, Fang Chen's name was like a rocket, constantly rising until it finally reached first place and stabilized. Outside chaotic Space City, Wei Yu's eyes widened as he saw the changes on the merit stele. After a long while, he muttered, just what sort of heaven-shaking event did this fellow do that his contribution points reached over 3 million? He couldn't have single-handedly exterminated all the disciples of the Lin family, right? It had to be known that the Lin family's Lin Yuan, Lin Tianli, Lin Zilong, and the others were all extremely powerful. Among them, Lin Zilong had chased after Fang Chun for an entire year. Just what happened? Chapter 2742. Rumble. Rumble. The cloudless sky above the Chaos Sky City war zone instantly darkened. There was a heavy downpour, and an oppressive feeling assaulted their faces. Oh no! Wu Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He immediately turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a ray of light appeared in the dark sky. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan had arrived. Old Lin, are you going to go back on our agreement? The voice of the mayor of Tianshu Yuan spread out clearly. The children of the Lin family can't die in vain. The angry voice of the Lin family's patriarch came from the darkness. Below, Wei was shocked when he heard this. What's going on? Did Fang Chun really wipe out the children of the Lin family? Recalling the changes on the Merit Monument and the fury of the Lin family's patriarch, Wu Yu believed it even though he didn't want to. We made an agreement that the three war zones would fight at the same time. Now, the disciples of Tianshu Yuan have wiped out the children of the Lin family, and you want to go back on your word? The mayor of Tianshu Yuan said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After that, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan directly attacked. Rumble. The void shattered, and the two peak powerhouses fought fiercely with great momentum. Rip. A figure slowly walked out of the void. His appearance immediately made the two powerhouses in the battle stop attacking. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked at the person who came. The person who came was dressed in gray and walked forward with a hunched back. A giant golden dragon circled around his body, and his aura was very terrifying. The Despair Continent can't withstand the battle between the two of you, the hunched old man said calmly. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Lin family muttered, Tianshu Yuan has violated the rules and killed the children of the Lin family. We can't take revenge for this. The hunched old man in gray spread out his hands and said, This is the will of Lord Hand of Despair. After that, he turned around and disappeared. Suddenly, the dark aura in the sky disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, the Lin family head's face was ashen as his expression changed. He looked at the mayor of Tianshu Yuan with eyes full of cold, killing intent. However, they did not dare to make a move. He knew better than anyone else how powerful Despair Hand was. The hunchbacked old man with the golden dragon that had just appeared was the #1 general under Despair Hand. At the same time, he was also the leader of the 108 Blood Fiends, the dragon controller. After weighing the pros and cons, the head of the Lin family snorted coldly and quickly retreated. Seeing this, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan smiled. Open. Now that the war in Chaotic Sky City was over, there was no need for the war zone to exist anymore. Tianshu Yuan gently waved his hand, and the huge restriction disappeared. Many core disciples in the war zone walked out in a line. It's over. Ancient God Thunder Cry and the others were delighted. The battle was finally over. Brat, you're really shocking. Seeing that Fang Chun had come out, Wu Yu quickly walked over and teased him. He was already very familiar with Fang Chun, so he was not unfamiliar with him. Your merit points have shot up to 3 million all of a sudden. If my guess isn't wrong, you should have wiped out all the disciples of the Lin family, right? Wu Yu asked anxiously. He was very curious as to how Fang Chun had done it. It's not just wiping them out. Pei Ran could not help but say, Elder Wu Yu, you didn't see the scene with your own eyes. It was really too shocking. He swallowed and continued. Brother Fang broke through at the last moment. With his own strength, he suppressed Lin Yuan until he couldn't fight back at all. He also easily broke the famous common life sword art that shook the Despair Continent. Wu Yu was very surprised. After a long while, he slowly said, I still underestimated your potential. At that moment, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan's body landed on the ground. All of you have made great contributions to Tianshu Yuan. When we return to Tianshu Yuan, all of you will be heavily rewarded. After the arrangements were made, the group returned to Tianshu Yuan. On the way, Dean After this battle, it will be impossible for Fangchun to keep a low profile in Tianshu Yuan, Wu Yu said in a low voice. If the Lin family spreads the news, it will definitely attract the greed of many powerhouses. The Lin family started the war to capture Fangchun. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan said, if I'm not wrong, the Lin family probably doesn't want to leak the news because they also want to rope in Fangchun and even control Fangchun. Therefore, he won't be in danger in the short term. Moreover, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan seemed to have made a decision. I'm going to send him to a place. Where? Wu Yu asked. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan shook his head and took a step forward, ascending the main peak of Tianshu Yuan. The return of a hero was naturally met with a warm reception. All the core disciples who had survived the war zone in Chaos Sky City breathed a sigh of relief the moment they returned to Tianshu Yuan. Fangchen's deeds naturally spread in Tianshu Yuan. The hearts of the disciples who had once opposed Fangchun were filled with fear. How strong was the powerhouse who could kill Lin Yuan? Just thinking about it scared them. They prayed that a big shot like Fangchun would forget about small fry like them. Otherwise, Fangchun wouldn't even need to make a move. He only needed to casually say a few words, and the many core disciples who wanted to curry favor with him would frantically deal with them. At this point, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan wasn't prepared to let Fangchun continue to stay at Sakai Peak. Originally, he was prepared to accept Fangchun as a disciple, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. He brought Fangchun to Tianyan Peak and personally announced him as the top disciple of Tianyan Peak. Ancient God Thunder Cry didn't have any objections to this. Fangchen's battle had shocked the world and caused a huge sensation. However, as the protagonist, he still did things his own way. In his residence, Fangchun sat on a stone bench and carefully recalled the mysteries of the Sword of Heaven and Earth. To a large extent, the Sword of Heaven and Earth is similar to the common life sword art. However, after fusing with my invincible sword Dao, the Sword of Heaven and Earth's mysteries far surpass the common life sword art. Fangchen muttered to himself. He took out a scroll from his bosom and slowly opened it. This was the famous common life sword art, and it was also his trump card. A moment later, he finished reading the common life sword art and gently nodded. The common life sword art was indeed worth learning from, but it was limited to this. If you were to give up the invincible sword Dao and focus on the common life sword art, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He had derived the invincible sword Dao from the invincible sword Dao. This was the ultimate direction of his sword Dao. So far, his only thought was to use the common life sword art as a supplement to perfect the invincible sword art. Whoosh! The void flickered, and the mayor of Tianshu Yuan personally arrived. Dean! Fangchen stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. Have a seat. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan sat on a stone bench and chuckled. I heard from ancient God Thunder Cry that you gave many of the spoils of war to them. Your state of mind is far superior to martial artists of the same realm. For you to be able to make such a decision, I thank you on behalf of Tianshu Yuan. Dean, there's no need for that. I also obtained many merit points. Fangchen gave a simple and honest smile. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan nodded. I came to find you this time to talk about this matter. You obtained the common life sword art. If you don't want to cultivate it, you can sell it to Tianshu Yuan. Oh, the common life sword art is a high-grade sword art. It should be worth around 1 million merit points, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan said. Are you willing? Fangchen agreed to the dean's request. After all, if he sold it to Tianshu Yuan, not only would he obtain 1 million merit points, but he would also be able to continue his research. Why wouldn't he be happy? You previously had 3.5 million merit points. The common life sword art is 1 million merit points, so you have a total of 4.5 million merit points. The victory of the war zone in Chaotic Sky City was entirely due to your contribution. Therefore, I have decided to give you 500,000 merit points. This way, your merit points will reach 5 million. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan said. Whoosh! He pulled his palm, and an illusory interface appeared in the void. On this interface, there was a series of diagrams. Below each diagram, there was a number label. This is the treasure trove of Tianshu Yuan. You can exchange for anything here, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan said. The number below represents the merit points required for exchange. Fang Chun stared at the illusory interface. There was a dazzling array of treasures on it. He gently touched it with his finger, and suddenly, a large amount of information flowed into his mind. Each of the treasures could cause a great sensation in the outside world. Let me see what I can choose. Chapter 2743. After a quick look, the illusory interface was divided into 4 sections. They were elixirs, weapons, divine arts, and materials. According to the literal meaning, the medicinal pills section had many rare and precious medicinal pills. The weapons section contained all the strongest weapons. The divine arts section corresponded to cultivation methods. As for materials, there were weapons, elixirs, talismans, and many other rare materials. Take your time to think about it. When you've made up your mind, you can exchange for it. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said and turned to leave. The illusory interface remained in the void. Fang Chun calmed down and analyzed carefully. His cultivation had reached the limit of the void ancient realm, and he could not make any progress. The most important thing now was to find a way to reach the star ancient realm. This way, his control of the heavenly path would become stronger, and he would be closer to the supreme law. Elixirs. Fang Chun's eyes fell on the elixir section. As an alchemist, he naturally knew that elixirs were foreign objects to martial artists. However, there are also times when foreign objects are needed. Choose an elixir that can help me break through without any side effects, Fang Chun said to himself. His finger gently touched the elixir section, and suddenly, a dazzling array of elixirs appeared in front of him. Cyan Rainbow Elixir, Tai Elixir, 5 Elements Elixir, Ecliptic Heaven Elixir, and so on. They were all rare elixirs that were hard to come by in 10,000 years. As expected of Tianshu Yuan, there are so many elixirs. After carefully looking at the elixir section, Fang Chun finally saw 2 elixirs. They were the blood-quenching elixir and the unity elixir. These 2 elixirs had completely different uses. They represented 2 different directions to break through to the star ancient realm. Fang Chun carefully looked at the uses of the 2 elixirs. After swallowing the unity elixir, all of one's strength could be completely combined, and thus break through to the star ancient realm. However, the probability of breaking through to the star ancient realm was less than 1%. In other words, swallowing 100 unity elixirs would not guarantee a successful breakthrough. Let's not talk about the probability of breaking through first. It's not realistic to completely combine all of one's strength. Even if forced, there will be some side effects. Fang Chun said. His eyes fell on the blood-quenching elixir. After reading the description of the blood-tempering pill, Fang Chun's interest was piqued. This was because the blood-quenching pill required one's bloodline power. His bloodline was the bloodline of darkness, which was rare even in the primordial chaos. However, because it had evolved through the bloodline copper mirror, it was not very pure. If he consumed a blood-tempering pill, his bloodline power would be even purer. When one's bloodline power reached a certain level of purity, it would erupt with unimaginable power that would help one break through to the star ancient realm. This blood-tempering pill is quite interesting. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chun still chose the blood-tempering pill. There were very few blood-tempering pills on the Despair Continent, so the price was very high. A single blood-tempering pill required 100,000 merit points to exchange for. The price is too high. Fang Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. With a light tap, he exchanged for 10 blood-tempering pills and deducted 1 million merit points. Another 4 million contribution points. Fang Chun smiled. Now that he had the blood-tempering pill, he planned to strengthen the Hidden Star Sword. After cultivating for so long, the Hidden Star Sword had become weaker as his strength increased. Therefore, it was important to improve the quality of the Hidden Star Sword as soon as possible. Yakin. Half a kilogram of yakin cost 100,000 merit points, and the Hidden Star Sword needed at least 5 kilograms, which was another 500,000 merit points. Then, Fang Chun used another 100,000 merit points to exchange for the method of evolution. After the exchange, Fang Chun was still thinking. All of a sudden, he saw a blood-red token the size of a palm on the treasure board, which caught his attention. What is this token? It's worth 4 million merit points? Fang Chun's eyes widened as he looked at the token. Dong! 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 His bloodline power throbbed, as if it was resonating with the token. Even the Xuanming's heart was emitting a gentle light as it said anxiously, Master, this token is not simple. If you can exchange for it, please do so. The continuous abnormal movements of the Xuanming's heart and the dark bloodline made Fang Chun even more curious. He asked the governor of Tianshu Yuan and soon received a reply. This token was called the blood token. The governor of Tianshu Yuan accidentally found it in a forbidden land 100 billion years ago. This token was the key to an ancient world. If one could activate it, they would be able to enter the ancient world to cultivate. If that's all, I'm afraid it's not worth 4 million merit points, right? Fang Chun asked. Based on my observation, this blood token is most likely related to the bloodline king, the overlord of ancient times. The governor of Tianshu Yuan said, the bloodline king was very famous. He almost unified the entire ancient chaos with his own strength. He spent his entire life researching all the bloodlines in the world and integrated them into his own body, turning himself into a monster. If you can get the bloodline king's inheritance with this, you'll have made a fortune. The governor of Tianshu Yuan said, however, ever since I got the blood token, I've been studying it, but I haven't been able to find anything. That's why I put it in the treasury. After listening to the governor of Tianshu Yuan's words, Fang Chun was ready to make a move. The bloodline king's blood was boiling. Should I exchange for it? Fang Chun hesitated. After a while, Fang Chun decided to exchange for the blood token. To be able to cause the Xuanming's heart and the dark bloodline to resonate, there must be a flaw in this blood token. Perhaps I can study it thoroughly? Anything was possible. In an elegant courtyard, Brother Fang, what business do you have with me? Ancient God Thunder asked with a smile. Brother Thunder, I want to exchange for a supreme treasure. I'm short of 600,000 merit points. Can you lend me some? Fang Chun asked directly. Merit points? Ancient God Thunder somewhat helplessly said, you came too late. I just exchanged my merit points for a divine art, and I only have 100,000 merit points left in the token. If you don't think it's too little, you can use these 100,000 merit points for now. Fang Chun nodded and took the 100,000 merit points from Ancient God Thunder. I'll pay you back. After saying this, Fang Chun turned and left. Ancient God Thunder was curious as he watched him leave. Just what kind of supreme treasure did this guy exchange for? He was someone who had 3 to 4 million merit points. Fang Chun quickly found Gong Wei. The latter had left behind 200,000 merit points, which he lent to Fang Chun. He originally had 5 million merit points, but after exchanging them for 10 blood-tempering pills, 5 Yakka gold, and 1 evolution technique, he spent a total of 6 million merit points. Now, he only had 4 million left. Ancient God Thunder had borrowed 100,000 and Gong Wei had borrowed 200,000, so he was still short of 300,000 merit points. Fang Chun went to find the former third-ranked disciple of Sky Cloud Peak, Pei Ran. The latter had a wooden personality and was quietly sitting in front of a pond fishing. Brother Fang. Seeing Fang Chun arrive, a smile appeared on his wooden face. He put away his fishing rod and brought Fang Chun to a pavilion to sit down. Brother Pei Ran, lend me 300,000 merit points. Fang Chun went straight to the point. When I earn more merit points in the future, I'll pay you back double. Pei Ran did not say anything. He directly threw his token to Fang Chun. This is all my merit points. I only have 400,000 left. You can take them all. Many thanks. I only need 300,000. After leaving Pei Ran's residence, Fang Chun had already gathered 4 million merit points. After returning to the courtyard, he impatiently exchanged for the blood token. Whoosh! With a flash of blood-red light, a token appeared in the air and landed in Fang Chun's palm. You actually exchanged for the blood token? In an instant, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan appeared and looked at Fangshan with some surprise. Fangshan grinned and did not explain too much. Well, since you've already exchanged for it, I won't say anything else. I hope you can research something useful. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan gently nodded. Before leaving, he reminded Fangshan, never drip your blood essence on the blood token for experiments. Fangshan played with the blood token, recalling the words of the mayor of Tianshu Yuan. What did that mean? Could it be that the mayor of Tianshu Yuan had done such experiments before and that there would be unbearable consequences? After thinking for a moment, Fangshan put away the blood token. I'll study it after my cultivation increases and the hidden star sword evolves. Chapter 2744. Tianshu Yuan, Tianyan Peak. Fangshan sat cross-legged in his residence, surrounded by a powerful formation. No one could enter without his permission. He could cultivate in peace without worrying about anything else. He opened his palm, and a blood-red blood-quenching pill suddenly appeared. There was a black line in the red, which was the sign of a superior-grade blood-quenching pill. It was already the pinnacle of blood-quenching pills. It's very difficult for an ordinary alchemist to refine a blood-quenching pill of this level. Fangshan said, even in Tianshu Yuan, there were only a handful of alchemists who could refine such a pill. As an alchemist, Fangshan's alchemy skills are not very high, but he still had a good eye. He could see the essence of this blood-quenching pill at a glance. Before swallowing a blood-quenching pill, I have to activate the bloodline in my body. Then, I have to wrap the blood-quenching pill with the power of the bloodline and completely dissolve it. Only then can I minimize the side effects of the blood-quenching pill. Fangshan's mind was filled with information about the blood-quenching pill. After thinking for a moment, Fangshan adjusted his body to the best state and put the blood-quenching pill in his palm into his mouth. Buzz! The dark bloodline was instantly activated. The powerful bloodline power surged wildly and completely wrapped around the blood-quenching pill in an instant. Hiss! Fangshan could see the crazy bloodline power wrapping around the blood-quenching pill and melting it. In the blink of an eye, half of the blood-quenching pill had melted. At this moment, Fangshan's face showed a trace of a smile. Everything was normal. The dark bloodline power was melting the blood-quenching pill. A moment later, the blood-quenching pill was completely melted. The vast power was completely integrated into the dark bloodline. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. After the dark bloodline absorbed the power of the blood-quenching pill, it seemed to be evolving. Not enough power. Fangshan swallowed the second blood-quenching pill without hesitation to help the dark bloodline evolve. The third, fourth, fifth, in just an hour, Fangshan had swallowed 9 blood-quenching pills in a row. If it were an ordinary person, their body might have been crushed by the power of the blood-quenching pills. Nevertheless, Fangshan's chaotic origin sword body was able to display a frighteningly powerful defense at this moment. Under the shackles of the chaotic origin sword body, even though the darkness bloodline was frenzied, it could only hide within his body. Crack! The darkness bloodline was a bloodline of extreme yin and extreme cold. But now, the blood-quenching pill was so powerful that it directly refined all the yin energy in the darkness bloodline. Dong! Fangshan felt as if his body was about to explode. He was undergoing a metamorphosis. The power of absolute frost in the darkness bloodline seems to be disappearing. Fangshan gritted his teeth and finally decided to swallow the last blood-tempering pill. Voila! After the 10th blood-tempering pill melted, the darkness bloodline erupted with its most primal power. The power of extreme yin and extreme cold was completely dispersed, replaced by the power of extreme yang and extreme yang. Fangshan felt an extremely vast power surging within his body. Rip! He stood up abruptly and felt the entire void tremble. A casual punch from him could cause the earth to tremble and the void to shatter. Breakthrough. When the power in one's body accumulated to a certain level, it would erupt with unimaginable power. Fangshan had been accumulating power ever since his cultivation reached the limit of the void ancient realm. Moreover, his true combat power was comparable to the limit of the Star Ancient Realm. After swallowing the 10 blood-tempering pills, the darkness bloodline evolved, and his body underwent a huge transformation. Hiss! Hiss! Sword Dao runes flashed all over his body. One could see a trace of the power of the darkness bloodline in each of these runes. In the blink of an eye, the darkness bloodline covered the Sword Dao runes. When the Sword Dao runes merged with the darkness bloodline, a thunderous sound came from his body. Like a bomber, his strength rose steadily, and his aura rose to the peak. Roar! He roared into the sky, venting the power in his body. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed drastically. The entire land seemed to have fallen into a world of darkness. Fang Qian clenched his fist, grabbing the entire void in his hand. Break! He spat out a word, and the chaotic origin sword body completed its final transformation. Boom! A huge pit appeared under his feet. The chaotic origin sword body's strongest power burst out, helping his cultivation to enter the Star Ancient Realm. Heavenly Dao energy surrounded his body. In Fang Qian's mind, a mighty power surged. The power of faith. Fang Qian thought. The power of faith in the Azura universe was incomparably vast after the baptism of countless years. At this crucial moment, the appearance of the power of faith made the breakthrough even more natural. Kacha! Thunder flashed in the sky. Boundless light drowned everything. The core disciples of the heavenly cloud peak were stunned. What's that? Heavens, boundless light, what's going on? Is someone breaking through to the Star Ancient Realm? It shouldn't be. At the same time, countless noises could be heard. Many core disciples were gathered in the square. They were dumbstruck as they stared at the shocking light in the sky. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist breaking through from the void ancient realm to the Star Ancient Realm would have at most 100 feet of light. There were very few who could reach 1,000 feet of light. Even the most outstanding geniuses of Tianshu Yuan, such as ancient god Thundercry, Gong Wei, Pei Ran, and the others, did not reach 1,000 feet of light when they broke through to the Star Ancient Realm. It must be him. Ancient god Thundercry and the other two appeared one after another, standing side by side. A complicated look appeared in their dark eyes. In their opinion, Fang Qian was monstrous enough. He had single-handedly exterminated the Lin family, Lin Yuan. But now, after seeing the boundless light, they sighed in their hearts. A peerless genius that had not appeared in 10,000 years. In the clouds, the Tianshu Yuan's mayor and many other higher-ups also appeared. When they saw the boundless light, they were also a little stunned. After a long time, an elder sighed and said, "Amazing, really amazing. This is the genius with the most heaven-defying potential I have ever seen in my life." Yes, after breaking through to the Star Ancient Realm, the boundless light shrouded his body. This alone is something that few people in the vast primordial chaos can achieve. Since ancient times, the boundless light has been passed down in myths and legends. Even geniuses like Gu Tianhua of the Gu family and Lin Qian of the Lin family were not so dazzling when they broke through to the Star Ancient Realm, right? Many higher-ups were talking one after another, their eyes full of excited smiles. The Tianshu Yuan's mayor was the happiest, and his heart trembled. God bless my Tianshu Yuan. Ha ha! From this moment on, he had already regarded Fang Qian as the successor of the Tianshu Yuan's next dean, because Fang Qian's potential was worthy of this honor. One unexpected guy, the Tianshu Yuan's mayor said. On Tianyan Peak, the boundless light shrouded Fang Qian's body as he looked up at the void. His body seemed to have become one with the twinkling stars in the sky, and his strength climbed to the peak. This should be the star baptism to step into the Star Ancient Realm, right? Fang Qian murmured. However, he did not expect that he would be able to trigger the boundless light. Rumble. After a short while, the star baptism ended, and the boundless light sank into Fang Qian's body. The sky returned to calm, and his cultivation had completely stabilized at the early stage of the Star Ancient Realm. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief, Fang Chun felt his tense body finally relax. The Star Ancient Realm, huh? Fang Chun said with a grin, feeling extremely carefree. After fighting for so many years in the primordial chaos, he had finally stepped into the Star Ancient Realm, which was a perfect step. In the Star Ancient Realm, he could destroy stars with a wave of his hand, and the primordial chaos with a flick of his finger. It was only at this moment that Fang Chun truly possessed the power to destroy the world. Buzz. A lot of information about the Star Ancient Realm poured into his mind in an instant. Before stepping into the Star Ancient Realm, I could fight against an expert at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm with the invincible sword principle. Now that I have successfully stepped into the Star Ancient Realm with the help of 10 blood-tempering pills, I wonder how much my combat strength has increased. Fang Chun was quite curious and eager to try. However, at this moment, he found the blood flowing in his body. At first glance, Fang Chun was a little surprised. Chapter 2745. The Dark Bloodline, which used to be the coldest of Yin, suddenly became the most masculine of Yang. Moreover, the Dark Bloodline seemed to contain a trace of inexplicable power. Has the Dark Bloodline evolved? Fang Chun murmured. Information about the Dark Bloodline suddenly appeared in his mind. The Dark Bloodline was already considered a super powerful bloodline in the ancient Saint Chaos, but it was nothing in the immemorial chaos. According to the information circulating in the world, the Dark Bloodline was a branch of the Black Hole Bloodline. The Black Hole Bloodline was one of the 5 most powerful bloodlines in the world. In the ancient times, there were only a handful of experts with the Black Hole Bloodline in the immemorial chaos. However, after the Battle of Gods, the Black Hole Bloodline was completely extinct. So far, the Black Hole Bloodline had not appeared in the immemorial chaos. Will it evolve into the Black Hole Bloodline? Fang Chun was quite excited. It would be great if it could evolve into the Black Hole Bloodline. The Black Hole Bloodline was one of the 5 most powerful bloodlines. After the bloodline power was activated, it could devour any bloodline for its own use. It was very powerful. After the excitement, Fang Chun curled his lips. He knew very well how powerful the Black Hole Bloodline was. Among billions of dark bloodlines, there might not be one that could evolve into the Black Hole Bloodline. The probability was so small that Fang Chun did not have any hope at all. Forget it. Let it evolve into whatever it can. Fang Chun was in a good mood. He was not obsessed with the Black Hole Bloodline. Whoosh, whoosh. Several whistling sounds came from the air. Fang Chun looked up and saw many high-level officials, led by the chief of Tianshu Yuan, had gathered. You broke through? The chief of Tianshu Yuan's gentle voice came. Fang Chun nodded and saluted the high-level officials. Then he said, I was lucky to use the blood-tempering pill to break through to the Star Ancient Realm. Fang Chun, your potential is obvious to all. There's no need to be humble. Yes, if nothing happens to you, you're destined to be the protagonist of this era. You'll reach the top in the future. Train hard and don't think about anything else. Tianshu Yuan is your strong backing. Ha. It's been a long time since I've seen such a good seedling. What a pity. If I could take you as my disciple, I would have no regrets in my life. Many of the senior elders spoke one after another, showing great concern for Fang Chun. Fang Chun was a little confused. He had only broken through to the Star Ancient Realm. Was there a need for this? Was it because he had broken the Lin family's Lin Qian's record of being the fastest to break through to the Star Ancient Realm? After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chun nodded. Only this record could cause so many life ancient realm elders to praise him. You should focus on polishing your body. There is still some side effect from the blood-tempering pill, but you don't have to worry. If you need anything, just let me know. After saying that, the chief of Tianshu Yuan left the courtyard with many elders. Outside the courtyard, Dean, are we just going to ignore him like this? An elder asked. Yes, this child's potential is obvious to all. If we train him well, he will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I think we should make Fang Chun the highest-ranking disciple in Tianshu Yuan. We should give him more resources and train him as the dean's successor. The chief of Tianshu Yuan shook his head. Since ancient times, Which peerless powerhouse has buried himself in cultivation before becoming famous? If they don't experience any setbacks, they can easily obtain something that others can't in their lifetime. Such geniuses often lose themselves. The chief of Tian Shuyuan also had his own considerations. Besides, given the current situation, the Lin family will not let this matter rest. If they know that Fong Chen's breakthrough was so dazzling, how will they feel? The chief of Tian Shuyuan asked. Don't forget that the Lin family's purpose in starting the war was to capture Fong Chen. Now that Fong Chen has escaped the Lin family's sight for a short time, we can't let this matter be known. Hearing this, the elders nodded and left one after another. The chief of Tian Shuyuan was the only one who turned his head to look in the direction of Fong Chen's courtyard. His heart was trembling because Fong Chen's breakthrough to the Star Ancient Realm had unknowingly broken two major records. The first was Lin Xian of the Lin family's record of being the fastest to break through to the Star Ancient Realm. The second was the dazzling light caused by the breakthrough. If these two pieces of news were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion among the peerless powerhouses of the primordial chaos. One could imagine that not only Tian Shuyuan, but the entire continent of despair would be plunged into chaos. We must ensure Fong Chen's safety. The chief of Tian Shuyuan clenched his fists and said to himself. Then, he gritted his teeth and seemed to have come to a decision. He quickly walked to the back of the main peak. The back of the main peak was a forbidden area in Tian Shuyuan. No one had the right to enter unless they had the dean's permission. Thump, thump, thump. The dean quickly walked to the back of the main peak and stopped in front of a cave. This cave had accumulated a great deal of dust over the years. The surrounding branches and leaves of towering trees had completely entangled the entrance of the cave. At first glance, it looked like an abandoned cave. However, only the chief of Tian Shuyuan knew that this cave contained the most powerful heritage of Tian Shuyuan. Buzz. The chief of Tian Shuyuan waved his hands and formed a series of complicated seals. These seals continued to morph in the air, eventually forming a complex pattern. Dong! The pattern flashed and disappeared into the cave. At the same time, an ancient voice rang out in the chief of Tian Shuyuan's mind. What is it? Listening to the voice, one could almost feel that the owner of the voice was a dying man. It was as if dust was about to return to the earth. The hoarse voice revealed the erosion of time. Ancestor, a peerless genius has appeared in our Tian Shu courtyard. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The chief of Tian Shuyuan cupped his fists respectfully and said. The cave was silent. The owner of the voice seemed to be lost in thought. After a long time, the ancient voice spoke again. How peerless! The words were short, as if they were gold. He broke through to the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. After coming to Tian Shuyuan, he stepped into the Star Ancient Realm in less than 1,000 years. He broke the record for the fastest time in the primordial chaos, and the chief of Tian Shuyuan paused for a moment. The ancestor in the cave seemed to be very calm. When he broke through to the Star Ancient Realm, he triggered a blinding light. Boom! When the chief of Tian Shuyuan finished speaking, a storm of power surged in the calm cave. Seeing this, the chief of Tian Shuyuan couldn't help but take a few steps back. Blinding light? The hoarse voice sounded again, and it contained a trace of surprise. No wonder I sensed someone breaking through in the outside world. At that time, I thought that your cultivation had reached another level and caused such a commotion. Your purpose in coming here is to have me send him away. Ancestor, the Lin family already knows of Fong Chen's existence. If we push them too far and they leak the news, it will inevitably cause chaos in the primordial chaos. When that happens, Tian Shuyuan won't be able to protect Fong Chen, the chief of Tian Shuyuan said. Therefore, I implore you to take action and send him to the Void Star Realm. Hearing this, the cave returned to silence. The ancestor fell into silence. Ancestor, this child is the hope of Tian Shuyuan's rise. Can you watch him fall in front of so many peerless powerhouses? The chief of Tian Shuyuan said anxiously. I understand. You can go back first. As the voice spoke, the branches around the cave returned to their original state. Seeing this, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan bowed to the cave and left. After breaking through to the Star Ancient Realm, Fang Chun began to comprehend the evolution method of the Hidden Star Sword. To put it bluntly, it was a method of weapon refinement. He was a master of weapon refinement and could refine void fragmentation-grade weapons. However, after coming to the primordial chaos, this little trick of his was useless. Therefore, in order to evolve the Hidden Star Sword, not only did he need the help of the supreme material Yakin, but he also needed a powerful evolution method. After spending 3 days, Fang Chun fully comprehended the evolution method. After that, Fang Chun used another half a year to familiarize himself with the evolution method. Finally, after half a year, he could control the evolution method as he wished. Moreover, the success rate had reached 100%. Old friend, don't worry. It's your turn soon. Seeing the restless Hidden Star Sword, Fang Chun grinned. Buzz *. Chapter 2746. From his summer ring, Fang Chun took out the refining table and various tools that he used to refine weapons. Finally, he prepared Yakin and other materials. Evolving the Hidden Star Sword was much more complicated than refining it from scratch. Fortunately, Fang Chun used 100,000 merit points to exchange for an evolution method. If everything went well, he would be able to succeed in one try. After everything was ready, he placed the Hidden Star Sword on the refining table. The Hidden Star Sword knew that its master was helping it, so it was very cooperative. Buzz flames soared into the sky, and the sea of flames engulfed the Hidden Star Sword. After a while, a hissing sound was heard. Then, Fang Chun put all the supplementary materials into the sea of flames. The origin of fire in the sea of flames refined all the supplementary materials at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye and quickly integrated them into the Hidden Star Sword. Yakin. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun put 2.5 kilograms of Yakin into the sea of flames. Only the powerful force of the sea of flames could burn Yakin. Seeing Yakin melting, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was going smoothly as expected. Next, it would be a long process of tempering. This kind of thing needed to be done slowly and could not be rushed. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Fang Chun had been polishing the Hidden Star Sword until all of Yakin's energy was integrated into the sword. Whoosh, the Hidden Star Sword soared into the sky from the sea of flames and turned into a long rainbow that soared into the clouds. Dong, after a while, the Hidden Star Sword made a clanging sound, and the tip of the sword was stabbed into the ground. The sword shook and emitted a dazzling luster. Chaotic grade? Fang Chun was very excited. The evolution method was surprisingly smooth. In just 3 months, the Hidden Star Sword had been polished into a primal chaos class weapon. In the ancient sacred chaotic world, a void fragmentation grade weapon was already the peak. In the ancient chaotic world, even a void fragmentation grade weapon was not enough. Especially after stepping into the Star Ancient Realm, weapons were extremely important. What a strong power! Fang Chun held the sword hilt. Suddenly, a vast power surged into his body and his heart trembled. Above the void fragmentation grade was the chaotic grade. Although it was only one grade, the difference between the two grades was thousands of miles. Only Fang Chun could understand it. He gently waved his hand a few times. The blade of the sword was incomparably sharp, and it easily cut through the void. The vast heavenly energy was sliced apart by the sword. Amazing, Fang Chun praised. After the Hidden Star Sword completed its evolution, it would need a period of silence. Fang Chun placed it in his spatial ring so that it could be consolidated. As for himself, he took out a scroll. There were 3 bold and powerful words written on it: Soul Spirit Art. This was one of the 3 supreme divine techniques that Fang Chun had obtained in the celestial venerable sea. Fang Chun had never been able to cultivate this supreme divine art that targeted the Yuan spirit. Now that he had stepped into the Star Ancient Realm, he could finally comprehend it. The primordial spirit is divided into 9 levels. Above the 9 origin stage is the king stage, then the emperor stage, and finally the emperor stage. Fang Chen murmured. Since ancient times, there had been countless almighties. However, those who were able to reach the pinnacle were all terrifying primordial spirits of the emperor realm. Such a primordial spirit could destroy everything with just a thought. After the transformation, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached the early stage of the king realm. Amongst the many ancient gods, primordial spirits at the king realm were nothing. The soul spirit mantra, when cultivated to perfection, could raise the level of the primordial spirit. This was a rare supreme technique of the soul Tao. Begin your cultivation. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate the soul spirit art. After the war ended, the Lin family suffered a heavy blow, especially the deaths of Lin Yuan and the others, which caused the Lin family to suffer heavy losses. Originally, the head of the Lin family wanted to take revenge, but at the crucial moment, the dragon controller appeared and forced him to stop. The Lin family mansion. Patriarch, are we just going to give up on this matter? When has the Lin family ever suffered such humiliation? We are not willing to accept this. That's right. Lin Yuan and the others were the future hope of the Lin family. They were killed by the disciples of Tianshu Yuan. We must avenge them. Many of the Lin family elders spoke with righteous indignation. The head of the Lin family's face was full of anger, but he forcibly suppressed it. The dragon controller represents the will of the Hand of Despair. Once the rules are violated, the Hand of Despair will definitely take action, the head of the Lin family said. Although his strength was much stronger than the dragon controller, it was obvious that he was wary of the dragon controller. At the mention of the Hand of Despair, many of the Lin family elders looked at each other. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. The absolute ruler of the continent of despair was also a famous, peerless expert in the primordial chaos. The Hand of Despair appeared and disappeared unpredictably. No one had ever seen him in person, not even the dragon controller. Some people even suspected that the Hand of Despair really existed on the continent of despair. However, every time someone doubted or even jumped out to openly resist, a mysterious giant hand would descend from the sky and kill them. Over time, no one doubted the might of the Hand of Despair anymore. The Dragon Tamer was the leader of the 108 Blood Fiends, an ancient life realm expert. Every time he appeared, it represented the Hand of Despair. Head of the family, the Lin family owed the dragon controller a favor back then. Can we ask him privately? That's right. Ask the dragon controller and see what the Hand of Despair means. If he agrees, we will join forces with the Hand of Despair and destroy Tianshu Yuan. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. I know what to do. The head of the Lin family said in a deep voice. The entire Lin family fell into a dead silence. Meanwhile, at a certain peak in the distant continent of despair, the tall peak rose steeply from the ground. It was surrounded by a vast expanse of snow. The environment was so harsh that almost no one came here. The temperature here could instantly freeze the Yuan spirit of an ordinary primordial chaos expert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A black shadow suddenly appeared on the barren plains, followed by the roar of a dragon. At first glance, the black shadow was surrounded by a golden dragon. The dragon controller, the leader of the 108 Blood Fiends, the dragon controller. He climbed the peak at an incomparably fast speed and arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak rose steeply from the ground, towering into the clouds. It was surrounded by a vast expanse of white. At the center of the peak was a thatched hut. The dragon controller came to the front of the thatched hut and bowed deeply. Master, the dragon controller said in a hoarse voice. If the outside world heard this, they would be incomparably shocked. This was because in the entire Despair continent, only the legendary Hand of Despair could be addressed as Master by the dragon controller. The war between Tianshu Yuan and the Lin family has stopped, the dragon controller said respectfully. However, the thatched hut was very calm, as if there was only air. After I brought Master's order, I found a peerless genius, the dragon controller continued. I observed his bone age and found that he was less than 20,000 years old. However, his cultivation base had already reached the limit of the primordial chaos realm, and he even appeared in the battle zone of the chaotic Sky City. The dragon controller knew very well what this meant. The primordial chaos realm cultivation base had the battle prowess of a star ancient realm expert. Most importantly, this person's bone age was less than 20,000 years old. Boom! Suddenly, a vast power came from the quiet, thatched hut. The golden dragon around the dragon controller let out a loud dragon roar, as if it was terrified. The dragon controller's body involuntarily took a few steps back. When he stabilized his body, a black shadow, shrouded in an aura of despair, appeared outside the thatched hut. An ancient god less than 20,000 years old? The evil voice asked. That's right. Master should know that I have cultivated the heaven's eye, and my partner can see the bone age of any martial artist in the world, the dragon controller said. This was the dragon controller's unique skill. Even Gu Tianhua of the Gu family didn't enter the primordial chaos realm so quickly, the evil shadow said indifferently. The dragon controller stood respectfully to the side, listening to his master speak. Bring him to me. Yes, master. The dragon controller nodded and disappeared from the mountain peak. The evil shadow gradually revealed his true appearance. His face was ferocious, and he was a one-armed old man. His eyes were blue and flashed with an incredible light. After so many years, I finally found such a perfect primordial spirit. The evil one-armed old man said greedily.